Surviving the Game as a Barbarian, Episode 301. Evil Spirit 5. Bjorn. Although I was just watching from behind, it was still a fun adventure. Let us meet again if we get the chance. Sure. With these brief farewell words, the Carlton group exited through the rift. Now, it was our turn to focus on what we needed to do. All right, let's go. Who knows what else we might find? Are you planning to just wander around and look? No, I intended to wander aimlessly, but still find everything I wanted. Follow me. I know a few things. Oh, in that case, following the experienced Amelia, we retraced our steps from the boss room. We discovered 2 hidden elements. The Shard of Earth, which increases earth resistance and physical defense by 1 each. The Book of Souls, which grants 3 additional experience points. By the way, Amelia had already consumed them all when she was here before, so I took them all, and that concluded the exploration of the hidden pieces of the White Temple. That was all the elixirs there were. The rest can only be taken out and sold by using the distortion spell. Now that we've gathered everything, Amelia, how about we don't leave right away and stay a bit longer? Why? Honestly, I'm tired from only getting 3 hours of sleep each day. How about we take a good rest here? Amelia looked at me with a disapproving expression. It was obvious what she was thinking. Time had flown by and the labyrinth would close tomorrow. So why rest now? TSK, we've already achieved our goal, yet she's still so greedy. However, whining wasn't my style, so I gave a reasonable reason for needing to rest. I need some time to clear my head. Amelia, realizing something, accepted my request without hesitation. Fine, we'll rest and leave when you're ready. Despite everything, she does have a kind heart in this regard. Thank you, Amelia. Just get some rest. Amelia lay down on her sleeping bag, and I settled about 3 meters away from her. Then I began to tally up my gains. Let us see. I earned 156 experience points from the first kill in the White Temple, plus 1 for the bonus from the Superior Mutant, 3 for the Guardian kill, and 3 more from the Book of Souls, totaling 163. Of course, even with this, I was still far from reaching rank 7. But, at this rate, I might reach rank 7 in the mid to late 6th floor. My character was undeniably getting closer to completion. I even got the Demon Crusher this time. I wonder how I can take this with me. As I was pondering this, Jandel, I have a question. Are you talking about that numbered item? I don't know what it is either, but I like the weight of it, so I thought I'd use... That is not what I meant. Oh, it's not that? I was worried she might suggest dividing the loot. Don't you want to change things? What do you mean? I mean your biological father, Jandel Jarku. Damn, I was trying not to think about that. Maybe he could be saved. Other than knowing he died when I was young, I don't know why, when exactly, or how he died. How can he be saved? If you want, after we finish things here, I could go up to the city and help. Enough. I cut off Amelia's words firmly. I don't want that. Why? Amelia asked, genuinely curious. I suppose from her perspective, my behavior must have seemed strange. She didn't know I was an evil spirit. And if things could change just by us meeting here, they would have already. The future does not change. Amelia probably had a sense of this too. But the weight is different for someone like me, who confirmed it from oral gavies and verified the cause and effect of Raven and Dwaki. What do you mean by doesn't he change? Amelia stood up and asked. After a moment of hesitation, I spoke honestly about how I tried to change the futures of Dwaki and Raven, but failed completely. That can't be. Amelia bit her lip, trying to deny it, and I asked bluntly. Amelia, didn't you already know? Know what? Otherwise, what was it? You were surprised to see the name Nibel Zensa, or the look you gave when I wore this helmet. That was... You knew, didn't you? That no matter what we do, the past doesn't change. Rather, things happen that way, because we were there. Amelia said nothing. She just clenched her fists and held back something. After a brief silence, she spoke. So you were just going to give up? Even though you might be able to save your family? Without even trying? Her tone was similar to usual, but there was an underlying aggression in her voice. Maybe that's why? My response was a bit curt. He's a father I've never even seen. So, you don't have any attachment to him? Yes. I see. Amelia seemed to understand, but clicked her tongue. She seemed disappointed in me. I shouldn't have mentioned this topic. I thought we were getting closer, but I messed it all up. After that, we rested without exchanging a single word. About 5 hours passed. After a good nap, I decided it was better to go outside and do something rather than sitting on pins and needles. However, wait, can we stop by there for a moment? Do as you wish. Returning to the boss room to use the portal, I approached the hut at the back. It was simple curiosity. In the game, it was just part of the scenery and inaccessible. Oh, the door opens. With a creak, I entered the hut and looked around. It felt strangely familiar. A single bookshelf, a table, a carpet, a fireplace. The interior wasn't particularly special. It was a common hut anyone could imagine. but the size, structure, and arrangement of the furniture. It's exactly like that place. Without even needing to look around carefully, one place came to mind. The only safe zone in the third floor witch's forest. The witch's hut. The place where I once rested with Misha and summoned the Lord of Chaos by offering human firewood. You can search all you want, but when we searched there before, there was no arrangement by Gavrilius. Amelia's voice, urging me to come out, made me glance at the books on the bookshelf before leaving. All the books were blank. Their titles were written in ancient language, so I couldn't read them. Maybe Raven could find something later? If you're ready, let's go. Just in case, I'll go first. Soon, we stood in front of the portal. Stepping into it would take us back to the place we first entered the rift. Step. As the tank, I stepped into the portal first. Shoo. The portal's light enveloped me, and my vision flashed. Slowly, my sight returned. But what is this? Phew, you finally came out. A group of explorers stood in front of us, as if waiting for us. Yes, the numbered item is out. We stared at each other, both groups momentarily frozen. A what? Iron Mask? It was Beck's exploration team, part of the Lord's faction. This is quite a surprise. I didn't expect you to be the guys those three bastards ran into inside. Three? Following Beck's gaze, I turned and froze. Beep. For some reason, a ringing echoed in my ears. What is this? For a moment, my mind went blank, but my brain processed the incoming visual information in real time. Carlton Drek, Aimburn Bertha Garcia, and Jandel, the third son of Jarku. The corpses of the three who had exited through the portal a few hours ago lay on the ground. No, it wasn't just these three. There were two more corpses. I could guess who they were. This is bad. Remude and Hans didn't make it. It was probably the two who were waiting outside. So, how did this happen? Bjorn. Amelia, who had come out behind me, assessed the situation and grabbed my wrist. Was she telling me to refrain from acting rashly? It seems so, but... Beep. Ugh, so noisy. I closed my eyes tightly and reopened them to regain my composure. Everything before me remained unchanged. It seems fate has brought us together again, seeing as this is the second time we've encountered each other during this exploration. Beck stood up from the corpse he had been sitting on like a chair, smiling affably. Amelia asked him, "Why are you here?" "Well, we were wandering around as soon as the rift opened, and these two guys caught our eye." Beck nudged the corpses, presumably Remude and Hans, with his foot. "We caught them and interrogated them. They told us that three of their comrades had entered the rift. So we waited, and then these three came out." Beck shrugged, omitting the details of what happened next, and Amelia didn't press further. It was obvious. They killed these three and extracted the necessary information, like how the Guardian dropped a numbered item at the end. Beep. Amelia and Beck continued their conversation. It was so noisy around me that I couldn't hear them well. So, I just thought absently, it might be a bit difficult for humans. Just call me Jandel Jarku. I knew they would die, but I didn't know it would be because of me. If I hadn't been there, Jandel Jarku would have entered the rift with all his teammates. Thus, their comrades waiting outside wouldn't have been spotted by these guys. As a result, no, they wouldn't have died. They would have continued their journey. And perhaps, I'm sure he will become a great warrior. The child mixed with my blood and hers. Jandel Jarku might have seen his child grow up, perhaps even entered the labyrinth together when they were adults. If I hadn't been there, the evil spirit wouldn't have possessed Bjorn Jandel's body. Beep. The ringing in my ears intensified. It was a kind of defense mechanism, to block out the voices echoing inside me. Even a little. A coward's resonance. Clenching my hands tightly, blood rushed to my head. Beep. If it weren't for me, Dwaki wouldn't have died. Even if he became an explorer later, he wouldn't have ventured into that dangerous place on the 4th floor. Beep. If I hadn't come, Dwaki might have realized his love. One day, by chance, they might have met as comrades and become each other as healers. Perhaps, maybe, yes, if I hadn't been there. Beep. My ears know my head was buzzing. But why is Iron Mask here so silent? Bjorn, like a long overdue assignment. Emotions are just emotions, I said. Bjorn, get a grip. Emotions I had thrown into a corner of my heart now overwhelmed me all at once. I had to do something. Knowing it was hypocritical to say it was for someone else, I did it for myself. I opened my mouth that had been tightly shut. Amelia. Not the alias Emily, but her real name. Maybe she understood the situation just from that. They're part of the Lord's faction. Hold back. Amelia's grip on my wrist tightened. Of course, it was meaningless. Step. You are a bitch. Bjorn. As I shook off Amelia and moved forward, Beck smirked. Is Iron Mask angry? I didn't ask you to hand it over. I just wanted to see what you got. We waited a long time, didn't we? I didn't catch the entire conversation between them, but I understood the context. So, you're curious about this, huh? Click. I pulled out the hammer I had stored in the subspace. Number 87 Demon Crusher of Crowl. A hammer? Is there such a thing among the numbered items? Beck mumbled something, trailing off. Then his expression changed. Wait, can I take a closer look? I think I might know what it is. Go ahead. I took a step closer, and Beck cautiously approached. And when we were at the perfect distance. Is that really it? Did it really come from inside? Yes. Glad your curiosity is satisfied. Thwack dash. Now die. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 302. Bam dash. The moment I struck Beck's shiny crown with all my might using the demon crusher. Splat dash. His skull and scalp burst simultaneously, causing a fountain of blood to gush out from every possible opening. A successful surprise attack. However, these guys, hardened by numerous battles, responded quickly even after their leader's head was shattered. Thud. The archer retreated to increase the distance. You crazy bastard. The melee fighters quickly approached, blocking my left and right flank in unison. They moved like cockroaches. Whoosh dash. Using my gigantification, I swung my hammer at the shield warrior in the front. Surprisingly, he didn't dodge. He merely raised a shield along the hammer's trajectory and shouted, "Stab him." So, their plan was to block and have someone stab my side. Huh? Glancing at the shield, it looked pretty impressive. Adamantium? Huh? It seemed he relied on his expensive shield. But there are better items in this world. Suffer then. When the hammer collided with the shield, an explosion resounded. Boom dash. The shield was slightly dented, but remained intact. However, crunch dash. The guy holding the shield spewed blood from every hole, like a punctured can of soda. Well, I didn't use swing earlier. When using swing, the blunt weapon damage increases by 500% and soul power consumption is halved. And when striking down, there is a 50% bonus armor penetration. Thud. The guy fell to the ground with his eyes protruding excessively due to the pressure. Next target. Swoosh. As I moved my gaze to the third target, he retreated. The archer behind him did the same. Are they trying to run away? That's amusing. I have no intention of letting them go. Transcend. I quickly uttered the command. Eye of the Storm. The active skill I got from Storm Gush. Thud dash. As I stomped the ground, a vortex began to swirl. It was different from what Storm Gush used, thanks to Transcendence. Whoosh dash. Eye of the Storm no longer pulls enemies within a 5-meter radius. Instead, it pulls a single designated target within a 20-meter radius toward me. Just like this. Crunch dash. That makes 3. However, I wasn't satisfied and checked the last target, the fleeing archer. If he was too far, I planned to pursue him with leap. But, thud. Amelia had already approached and finished off the archer. She was quite a pragmatic woman. She must have judged that killing everyone was the best way to cover up the incident. Guess spare me. Bam dash. Amelia knocked out the kid, Jinsha, who was next to the archer, and approached me. She spoke briefly. That was foolish. Because he was from the Lord's side? No, because now we have to kill this kid too, because of you. Is that how it works? But this kid was clearly alive back then. There were many chances to kill them even if it wasn't today. I intended to kill them someday, regardless of your actions. I feel responsible for this incident too. Responsibility. Who cares? My head is a mess. Beep. Even though I killed them all, the beeping remained. Instead of feeling relieved, I felt even more stifled. Why did you act so rashly? You said you've never even seen your father's face. That's true. And I knew. Even if I killed all these bastards like a madman, it wouldn't be any consolation to him. It would be an act of supreme hypocrisy. But, just because, I couldn't find a better way to express it. I just felt like it. I see. Surprisingly, Amelia didn't get angry at that. She just looked at me without saying anything. I turned my head to avoid Amelia's gaze. Then I saw the corpse of Jandel Jarku. Not just the battle wounds, but signs of being treated like a toy were evident everywhere on his body. Clench. I clenched my fists. A short conversation we had inside the rift came to mind. Was it Bjorn? If possible, have a child soon. It's sad to leave nothing behind in this world. Is that so? Yes. I didn't realize it until I had a child. Jarkus said, a child of your own blood is like another self. It's a mysterious thing. After having a child, he said, I had a greater wish than becoming a renowned warrior. Haha, I'm sure he will become a great warrior. So I ran away. Stop. Stop. I have to go now. That one sentence made me painfully realize. Even if I lived as Bjorn Jandel, saving many people, and being revered as a hero in the city, I will never be forgiven. Even if it wasn't what I wanted. Clench. The truth doesn't change no matter what anyone says. In the end, I am an evil spirit, one that took away the precious legacy of this barbarian warrior. Seems you've calmed down a bit. As I endlessly stared at Jandel Jarko's corpse, Amelia spoke to me. She wasn't wrong. Time heals, they say. The beeping subsided, and the trembling stopped. Now it's time to think about how to handle what happened. I looked at the unconscious Jinsha and spoke. Do we really have to kill her? Is there another way? If this kid survives and returns, the Lord will find out what we did. Damn it. I sighed deeply out of frustration, and Amelia asked, is there a reason not to kill her? She's still young. Even as I said that, I wondered why I was trying to find a way not to kill her. After all, I know the future. This kid will live a hellish life, and then be possessed by an evil spirit when she becomes an adult. So, dying now would be... Damn it. I cursed. What am I thinking now? That it doesn't matter if I kill her now because she'll die anyway? That killing her now proves Oral Gavy's wrong? I shook my head firmly. Killing her is not an option. Let's find another way. That's unlike you. What do you know about me? She doesn't even know I'm an evil spirit. Though I snapped, I inwardly acknowledged it. Indeed, the usual me might have made a different choice. But, at least today, I don't want to. It's been an exceptionally tough day. Even if this decision is in line with fate, I can't handle it anymore. Therefore, you're right. I guess I didn't know you well. I didn't realize you were this weak. If you can't do it, I will. Stop. I grabbed Amelia's wrist. You'd better let go. Didn't I say we should find another way? Another way? There's no more certain way than this. God, she's so. I just asked to think for a moment. All right, that? An idea came to me, and I quickly spoke. Right, the forgetfulness pill. The alchemist from Nork made it. It can erase memories. Since they are from the Lord's side, they might have it. I spoke with the excitement of a philosopher shouting Eureka, but Amelia just sneered. This is the early stage when the pill was just developed. There's no way these guys have such a precious item. But isn't it worth checking? Fine, if you need to see for yourself to give up. Saying that, Amelia shook off my hand. And one more thing, don't grab my wrist without permission again. Touchy, isn't she? Amelia then approached the corpses and started looting. Okay, at least this buys me some time to think. Oh, wait a minute. I realized the mistake I had made. Amelia hadn't noticed yet. This is bad. I must have been too shaken earlier. This was a mistake I would never make under normal circumstances. I'll handle it if she brings it up later. For now, I squatted down and started stripping the gear and checking the backpacks. Meanwhile, I kept thinking about what to do if the pill wasn't found. Then, lucky, I didn't expect them to have it in this era. The pill was indeed in the bag. After finding the pill, everything proceeded smoothly. Amelia hurriedly administered the pill to Jinsha, and we waited for her to regain consciousness. After some time had passed, Ugh! What is going on? Jinsha, now blindfolded and bound, regained consciousness. We watched quietly from a distance. Considering the pill was an early version, there was a chance it might be defective. Uncle Beck! Uncle Beck! Help me! The fact that she was calling for the dead Beck confirmed her memory had been erased. Now, to see how much memory had been erased. Through Jinsha's disoriented mumbling, we gathered the information we needed. To think she lost all memories since entering the crystal cave. It seems the early stage potion is more effective than the mass-produced ones. Amelia approached the struggling Jishia and knocked her out again, then fed her a sleeping pill to ensure she stayed unconscious. This problem was now resolved. The labyrinth will close soon, so we only need to stay together for a few hours. Afterward, we relocated and spent time waiting with the sleeping Jinsha. We couldn't just leave her alone in the labyrinth, could we? Once the labyrinth closed, Jinsha would be found by the Lord's forces and taken care of. They would try to gather information on what happened, but she wouldn't remember anything. Amelia, I'm sorry about earlier. I apologized while waiting, but Amelia just ignored me as if she hadn't heard anything. We waited in awkward silence for a while. Swish dash! Blinding white light erupted from all directions as the labyrinth closed. But unlike usual, there was no warm sunlight to greet us, nor did refreshing air wrap around us. Only the dreary underground city welcomed us. We're out. The dimensional plaza in the western part of the Lord's castle. This place was different from Rafdonia. On the surface, one had to go through a checkpoint and exchange magic stones after an exploration, but here, exchanging magic stones was optional. Come on, let's go get a drink. Hey, isn't it the kid from Beck's gang? Why is she alone? Did the others die inside? Steel Tooth will be glad to hear this. He's been grinding his teeth over Beck. Explorers scattered according to their purposes, and the area soon became quiet. Jinsha, who was far away, was found and taken somewhere by the Lord's men. Let's move too. Yeah, we also left the plaza and headed somewhere. Melta Trading Company. Nork's only trading company and the most popular place for underground plunderers to sell their equipment. Unlike the relatively short line at the Magic Stone Exchange, the area in front of Melta's branch was crowded with people. Here, magic stones themselves were money, so there was no need to exchange them. I heard that the Magic Stones Exchange didn't convert to cash, but to food or desired items. The famous Iron Mask and Emily. You've been quite popular lately. When our turn came, we took out all the equipment we had stored. By the way, we excluded Beck's equipment. Revealing those would clearly indicate we killed his gang. Did you obtain all this from this exploration? As we dumped the contents of our bags, the staff's eyes gradually widened. Even in Nork, filled with plunderers, it was rare to see such a large haul. It might take some time. Can you wait? The staff then called over a few more appraisers from the company to assist with the valuation. About 10 minutes later, the appraisal was completed. 21 level 4 magic stones. 1 level 5 magic stone. 7 level 7 magic stones. Phew, listing it like this makes it hard to grasp. How much is this in Rafdonia's exchange rate? You might not be familiar since it's your first time in Nork. According to last month's exchange rate, it totals 21.57 million stone. I had heard from Amelia, but these guys were real thieves. Even if it was low-tier equipment and we didn't display subspace or expansion bags, still, if sold on the surface, it would easily exceed 70 million stones. Yes, that would be the case on the surface. Ugh, the arrogance in his tone. Forget it, Emily. Let's pack up and leave. You're not going to sell? Right. I won't sell at this ridiculous price. Very well. We gathered our equipment and left. The staff didn't bother stopping us, thinking we would eventually have to sell to them. Let's head to the lodging. Leaving the trading company's branch, we moved to the inn where we were staying. After taking turns washing up, we sat down to talk. We showed the plundered equipment to the company, so even without Beck, the Lord will show interest. That was the reason we visited the company despite not intending to sell. The Lord essentially owned the trading company. The bloodstained equipment and various identification proofs we showed would reach the Lord's ears. Then we just have to wait. Yes, for now. After discussing a few more topics, we changed into our casual clothes and lay down on the beds. I'll sleep first if we're done talking. I'm exhausted. Of course, I couldn't sleep easily, so I kept tossing and turning. Are you asleep? Amelia suddenly spoke. I'm not. Why? I'm curious about something. Curious about something. I had a hunch. Looking back, it was probably about that mistake. Go ahead. How did you know about a Mern's blessing? Oh, so that was the name of the pill. It was new information to me, but I answered naturally without showing it. Oh, that? Didn't you give it to me last time in my lodging, telling me to take it? But I never mentioned it was made by a Nork alchemist. I got curious and asked another Nork explorer before killing him. I see. So that's how it is? Wait, what's with that tone? It made me anxious. The name of that pill is actually Blessing of Lethe, not a Mern's blessing. What? I knew it. A shadow loomed over my bed. Turning my gaze, I saw Amelia standing there, looking down at me. You didn't lose your memory back then. I was trapped. Apparently, she realized I made a mistake, but pretended not to notice until I let my guard down. How can someone be so cunning? I sighed and admitted coolly. Yeah, for some reason, I was the only one unaffected. The pill was defective, so what could I do? So what now? Back then, I hid the fact that I retained my memory to avoid assassination, but now there's no need for that. The existence of Nork is fully exposed to the city anyway. Yeah, what do I have to hide now? Realizing this, I boldly sat up and faced Amelia. If she had anything to say, she could say it. But then what's this? Her gaze felt different. It felt strangely cold. Why are you looking at me like that? Amelia answered coldly. Bjorn Jandel, the only ones who don't lose their memory to that pill are evil spirits. Damn it. That was something I didn't know. Surviving the Game as a Barbarian, episode 303. Nork does not reject evil spirits. So, unlike on Earth, there are quite a few people who live openly revealing their identities. From previous conversations, it was clear that Amelia, a native of this place, did not view evil spirits so antagonistically. However, the moment I acknowledge it, it will be a lifelong weakness. Bjorn Jandel is an evil spirit. That sentence is more than my Achilles heel. It is a bomb that can obliterate my entire social standing and even threaten my life. And that bomb-esque trigger has been given to Amelia. Of course, for now, Amelia and I are on friendly terms. But who knows what could happen later? What if something happens and our relationship sours? From that day on, I wouldn't be able to sleep properly, and even without any issues in our relationship, it would certainly be a source of anxiety. If she decides to use me, I would be summoned like a slave and exploited like a dog. Therefore, Amelia Rainwiles, are you insulting me right now? I spoke in a low voice, like a growling beast. After all, evil spirits don't lose their memories. It could just be a story she made up to test me. No, even if the pill really had such properties, it could be passed off as a defective product. What if I am insulting you? What? This is the first time someone has responded so boldly. As I was momentarily taken aback, Amelia spoke up. Are you going to come at me? Without my help, it'll be harder for you to obtain what the Lord has. Don't test my patience. At my words, Amelia sneered. The very fact that you're saying that is proof that you're not really angry. If you were, you would have come at me already, like other barbarians do. Come to think of it, you were strange from the first time we met. When you were asked to beg for your life in the name of a warrior's honor, you didn't hesitate for a second. But insult? Isn't it a bit funny to say such things now? Ha, is this karma? She says it like that, and suddenly I have nothing to say. So there is only one method left for me. Mocking a barbarian. You must be out of your mind. This was my ultimatum. If I hesitate any longer, it will only get worse. With that in mind, I was about to gather my strength. Why? Are you really thinking of coming at me? Like you did with that spirit hunter who came after you? Huh? She knows about that too? Did you investigate me? There were too many suspicious points. Not just me, but anyone would have looked into it. Although, after you receive the noble title, most people, including me, stop suspecting you. Without giving me a chance to interrupt, Amelia continued speaking. But to think you're really an evil spirit. How did you manage to get a noble title? Even if the secret security department cleared you, the royal family would have tried to verify it for such a significant award. There was no such thing. I don't know, but it's fortunate. I can use this. Can't you think that it's because I'm not an evil spirit? I said, confidently straightening my shoulders, but Amelia immediately responded without even listening. As I said before, only evil spirits don't lose their memories with that pill. A defective product. That is not possible. Is she stubborn? No matter what I say, it doesn't get through her solid guard. What should I do? While I was pondering, Amelia muttered something. Now that I think about it, maybe the royal family turned a blind eye knowingly. Back then, you were like a hero in the city. What is this now? I'm curious about what she means, but asking might make it seem like I'm admitting it, so I held back. Did my expression give me away? You look like you don't understand. No, not at all. Why should I be curious about that? Amelia smiled faintly at my denial. You don't intend to admit it until the end? Of course not. I'm not an evil spirit. Well, that is just like you. Fine. There is another way anyway. Then Amelia took out a disc the size of a compass from her subspace. Even if I didn't want to know, I couldn't help but recognize it. Damn, why is that here? Number 7234 Misaligned Trust. An item that, when activated, makes it impossible to lie within a 10-meter radius. And it was the cause of much trouble in the doppelganger forest. I didn't see it when we unpacked earlier. I bought it separately when I was staying in the city before. I thought it would be useful in a city like this. Didn't he expect to use it on you first? I see, that is how it was. She had already simulated how to use her cards to cook me up. Seeing your expression, I don't need to explain what this is. After all, an evil spirit wouldn't be unaware. Click. Amelia pressed the groove on the top of Misaligned Trust. Then she placed it on the bedside table. The second hand started moving slowly with a ticking sound. Amelia then asked, Bjorn Jandel, are you an evil spirit? It was a checkmate. A suffocating silence followed. In it I desperately racked my brain. What should I do? It's not a matter of whether to reveal I'm an evil spirit or not. That was already over the moment Misaligned Trust appeared. It's not a fake. Unfortunately, the Misaligned Trust was genuine. I tested it the moment it was activated. I couldn't even say a simple lie like I am a woman. 5 minutes left. Are you just going to stay silent? An item where even silence becomes an answer. The fact that I'm an evil spirit has already been proven. So, there is only one thing I'm contemplating. Should I kill her? As it's the most important secret to me, even extreme measures seem attractive. But, don't think such ridiculous thoughts. I try to shake off that thought. Killing her is impossible. To be honest, in a one-on-one fight, it's not like I see no chance of winning. But if Amelia chooses to flee, it won't be easy to chase her down. Moreover, if I fall out with her now, all my future plans would be in jeopardy. Besides, she clearly looks like the troublesome type if she becomes an enemy. So, there is only one method. It's not the barbarian way of solving things. Since she's a woman caught in a black and white mindset, if I don't want her as an enemy, I have to make her a friend. I shouldn't waste time just standing here, so I'll start talking. The statement, only evil spirits don't lose their memories with that pill, is not a made-up statement, but a fact. After a long contemplation, I finally made my decision. Yes, I am an evil spirit. It was my second coming out, following the one with Beck. Amelia didn't seem particularly surprised. I just had to admit it to myself. But she had known it for a while. You have a strange expression. You wouldn't understand how refreshing yet stifling it feels right now. Somehow, suddenly, Amelia stopped talking. At first, I wondered why, but then I understood. Misaligned trust identified a lie and blocked her mouth. Were you about to say something like, "I'm sorry"? Backslash. Ha, it's really absurd. I felt a surge of anger, but barely managed to suppress it. Right? I can't make her an enemy now. Since she discovered I'm an evil spirit, I need to make her my best friend in this world. So, let us confirm this first. But are you okay with it? That I'm an evil spirit? If you mean if I have any resentment like the city folks, the answer is no. I used to work as a team with an evil spirit for over a year. Then why were you so persistent in digging it out? Because I was curious. This was the second critical point. For such a trivial reason. Did she dig into something I desperately wanted to keep hidden? My head was steaming when... It's strange how often we get tangled together. So, I was curious. I wanted to know if you were hiding something, if you were someone I could trust. Amelia averted her gaze and said, seeing that the misaligned trust was active, it wasn't an empty lie. So it's hard to get angry? Oh, and I also calculated that if I had your weakness, you wouldn't be able to betray me easily. She shouldn't have said that. Well, what can I do? That's just how she is. I have a question. Ask away. If you're an evil spirit, why were you so enraged by Jandel Jarku's death? Was it guilt? I don't know either. I was about to say that, but the words wouldn't come out. So, I just admitted it honestly. Yes. You really are a soft-hearted person. Amelia looked at me with an intrigued expression. Is your goal to return, like other evil spirits? I don't know. Because of your comrades? You must have been affectionate from the beginning. Really, why is she so interested in me? I should change the subject soon. Click. At that moment, the ticking of misaligned trust stopped. The effect duration had ended. Now I can breathe again. I quickly changed the topic of conversation. I had already revealed myself as an evil spirit. Now, I need to confirm things I couldn't ask while hiding my identity. Amelia, why were you looking for oral gavies before? Oh, if you're an evil spirit, you must know about him. Know him? I even met him recently. You met him? That story can wait. First, answer my question. On the day my sister died, he was there. What? I thought he was somehow involved. I wanted to meet him and find out the truth. That's all. Not as much as I thought. I expected some grand secret. But no, just the fact that the old man was there that day is valuable information. I may be able to find out his objective on this journey. Now, tell me, where did you meet him? Do you know about the Ghostbusters? If you mean the gathering of evil spirits, then somewhat. Okay, less to explain. I didn't expect to be summoned there, since it is 20 years in the past, but I was. I met someone claiming to be Oral Gavris there. After briefly explaining how he found out I was from the future, I continued. The important part starts now, so listen carefully. The old man said that no matter what we do here, we can't change the past. He said that? Yes, I couldn't believe it, so I tested it. And the result was what I told you before. Dwaki and Raven. Even though I tried to change their future, the situation unfolded as if it was already part of causality. So, I'll ask again, Amelia. Are you still going to try? Amelia didn't answer. When I told her last time, she didn't even flinch. However, now that it was supplemented by Oral Gavies' words, it seemed to carry a different weight. I'll do it. After a long period of quietly gathering her emotions, Amelia finally spoke. It's too late to give up now. Too late, huh? It's like someone who bought stocks at the time a bubble burst. I see. Then I'll help too. Instead of advising her to cut her losses, I expressed my intention to join her. Isn't she quite compassionate? If I keep building goodwill and making her owe me, she probably won't think of using my weakness against me. I'm tired, so I'll rest first. At that moment, Amelia ended the conversation and lay down on the bed. I was a bit taken aback. Huh? Going to sleep? Isn't this the time to say thank you? Saying something like, it's reassuring to have your support, or I'm glad you're here, was not something I expected, but I didn't think she would just lie down without a word of response. Sigh, this messes up my plans. How can I score some points here? Amelia, are you asleep? Well, if you're tired, I could give you a massage or something. All right, that's a bit much, isn't it? Sorry for disturbing your rest. I watched her reaction and then lay down on the bed opposite her. Even though I closed my eyes, there was no way I could fall asleep. The silence dragged on endlessly until... What's your real name? The question came out of nowhere, and I answered honestly without thinking. I had no idea why she suddenly became curious about my real name. Lee Hansu. By the way, Lee is the surname. Since my identity as an evil spirit was revealed, my real name wasn't particularly important. Plus, refusing to answer might lower my likability. Yeah, that's it. That should have been it, but... Hans? So your name is Hans? It's a surprisingly common name. I inadvertently cursed. What the hell? No matter what, that crossed the line. Enjoy, and see you on Monday. Surviving the Game as a Barbarian, episode 304. Rainwhiles 2. There was a moment of awkward silence after I suddenly shot up, spewing curses as if I were having a seizure. It didn't last long. Did you just say fuck to me? Amelia asked for confirmation, and I quickly began to smooth things over. Of course, I didn't apologize mindlessly. This was an important matter to me. Ahem, my name is Lee Hansu, not Lee Hans. So, I'd appreciate it if you could pay attention to the pronunciation. It's a very sensitive issue for me. Though I worried that this might further decrease my favorability, Amelia surprisingly understood generously. Got it? I'll be careful from now on. She seemed to understand that she had crossed the line, even if she didn't get why I was so particular about the pronunciation. Alright, that issue was settled. Since she had initiated the conversation, I decided to ask something I had been curious about. Amelia, go ahead. What did you mean by what you said earlier? About the royal family possibly knowing I was an evil spirit and turning a blind eye. This was a question I had to hold back from asking before coming out as an evil spirit. It's just a possibility. Amelia prefaced her theory cautiously. If the royal family had conducted a verification, your true identity would have been exposed a long time ago. Well, that's true. Just like today, I would have no way to handle it if they used one of their numbered items. But, I get that part, but how does that connect to them turning a blind eye? Isn't it more natural to think the royal family completely trusted me? That could be possible too. But at that time, weren't you the most famous hero in the city? It's possible the royal family couldn't touch you. I still don't get it. No matter how famous I was just a small presence from the royal family's perspective. Explain in more detail. You have no sense of politics, do you? Could she stop analyzing me, please? When I didn't respond and just stared, Amelia chuckled and continued. Think about it. A hero who risked his life to save comrades in the labyrinth, fought bloody battles with adversaries, and brought back thousands of explorers alive. But what if that hero turned out to be an evil spirit? What do you think would happen? A chaos. Exactly, it would cause chaos. The royal family, along with the three major sects, has always depicted evil spirits as evil beings that must be eradicated. I finally understood why Amelia thought the royal family might have turned a blind eye to my true identity. Spirits must always be seen as evil. Is that it? Glad you caught on quickly. I am different from other spirits. I helped the weak barbarian tribe, and during the Nork War, I fought bravely, risking my life more than anyone else. Hence, the royal family had to be cautious. If they executed me because I was an evil spirit, people would start to think and question. He saved thousands of lives, yet he's executed just for being an evil spirit? Of course, revealing you as an evil spirit and executing you wouldn't necessarily lead to a rebellion. It would be noisy for a while, but then quiet down. But the royal family wouldn't want to set such a precedent, one that suggests even an evil spirit could be beneficial to this world. Again, it's just a possibility. Amelia wrapped up the conversation with that final note, but from my perspective, it left me uneasy. Because it wasn't a baseless possibility. There was evidence, and that evidence seemed plausible even to my ears. Damn, if this is true, should I change my identity and go into hiding? As my head was filled with such thoughts, Amelia, are you asleep? No. And from now on, even when we're alone, call me Emily. I'll call you by an alias too. Suddenly? You might slip up in front of others again. By again, she must be referring to the time we dealt with Beck's gang. It's better to get into the habit. We'll soon be in contact with the Lord's faction as per our plan. With that, I clear my thoughts. Yeah, no matter how much I think about the royal family, I can't find a proper answer in this era. Let's focus on the task at hand. The next morning, knock knock. A visitor came to our lodging. My name is Rick Ominous. Are you Emily and Bjorn, son of Thor? Surprisingly, he was a knight. Not just an explorer who wielded a sword and wore plate armor, but a real knight serving under the Lord. So there's a knight order here. Well, it made sense why Amelia could use aura. It would have been hard for her to build such swordsmanship skills at her age without learning from someone. What's your business? The Lord has decided to support your abilities. His choice of words was as arrogant as the high-ranking officials of Rafdonia. They didn't even consider the possibility of us refusing, did they? Not that we would refuse. Anyway, what do you mean by support? Amelia asked, pretending not to know, and Rick Ominous handed over a piece of paper instead of answering. Everything is detailed there. Please read it and respond. The contract listed the support we'd receive if we agreed to join, and what we'd have to give up. The terms weren't bad. We'd get team support, the right to travel to Rafdonia if we achieve merit, and many benefits backed by the Lord's power. In exchange, we'd have to follow the Lord's orders in emergencies. So it's more of a recruitment than support? I told you, the Lord values your abilities. Give us a moment to think. I'll wait outside. Please don't take too long. We had been waiting for this, but if we responded too quickly, it could arouse suspicion. So we took our time, and when we opened the door again, have you been standing there the whole time? I'm on duty, of course. I didn't expect him to stand there for over 2 hours. Here, take this. We handed over the signed contract, and the knight told us we could visit the Lord's castle anytime. He truly didn't expect us to refuse. But does a signature even matter? It's just formalities. After all, defying the Lord's will would make it impossible to live normally in this city. What nonsense, trying to intimidate a newcomer with bluster. There's always the option to move to the Eastern District and ally with the Orcules. See you later. The knight left without looking back. Now it was our turn to start the day. Emily, what's next? We got the attention, but the Lord didn't seem interested enough to meet us directly. No problem. We just need to draw more attention. Well, that's true. I'm confident in drawing attention. With this barbarian body, I get involved in all sorts of incidents and accidents just by standing still. All right, let's go. We then geared up and headed to the Lord's castle. Last time, we only handled administrative work in the outer castle, but now we had access to the inner castle. Emily and Iron Mask, correct? I've heard from Sir Ominous. I'm Mel. It's my duty to assist you with your tasks in the inner castle. The administrative officer, Mel, welcomed us with a bright smile, giving us a brief tour and explaining the layout. It wasn't necessary to pay close attention. I'd already heard everything from Amelia. Since it's your first day, registration should be your priority. By the way, do you have any plans for the future? Most join existing teams. We don't intend to join any regular team. I see. Then I'll guide you on how to establish your own team. Following the administrative officer, we headed to the Labyrinth Management Office exclusive to the Lord's Explorers. And we registered as a duo team. By the way, the team name is Iron Mask. Apparently, such a nickname is more memorable than Emily or Bjorn. What about the 3 other members? If you let me know the roles you need. On hold, pardon? We'll move as a duo until we find suitable members. So please block any joining applications. Yes, I'll handle it as you requested. Amelia, who deftly completed all the party settings, asked the staff for some information. How many herders can we choose from? Herders are those young kids who enter the labyrinth, taking on all sorts of dangerous tasks. Currently, there are 13. What about including herders with affiliations? 173 in total. I'd like to see them all. Amelia meticulously reviewed the list provided by the staff and found the name she was looking for. I want to take these 2 kids. The Rainwild sisters are already part of a team, so it's impossible. But you can at least contact their team, right? Tell them we'll provide ample compensation if they agree to transfer. Understood. With that, our scheduled tasks for the day were complete. But before heading back, Amelia took me to a specific place within the inner castle. It was a pub. A pub? There's such a place inside the castle? It's a welfare service for those with inner castle access. But why are we here? I had never seen Amelia take a sip of alcohol, so I couldn't figure out her intention. Until I saw the pub sign. Rainwilds. It couldn't be a coincidence that Amelia's surname matched the name of this pub. Aren't you going in? Oh. The interior was relatively clean, and since it was daytime, it was nearly empty. We took a seat in a secluded corner and ordered drinks and snacks. And then, we sat there in complete silence. Seriously, why did she bring me here if we're just going to sit quietly? This place looked like it held many stories. Curious? After a moment of hesitation, I nodded. It's not going to be an interesting story. You can't always have interesting experiences in life. Saying that, I grabbed my glass and downed it in one shot. Ugh, this is strong. And it tastes awful. Is this what they call a manly drink in Nork? You're a strange one. Huh? I didn't say anything. Amelia said as she gulped down her drink. Whoa, what has gotten into her? Even a one shot. Is this a story too hard to tell when sober? Just as Amelia put her empty glass on the table. Bang! Whoa, that scared me. I quickly turned my head towards the sound. A loud man's voice was coming from the kitchen. You ungrateful bitches. His voice was full of rage, and soon I heard the sound of something breaking. There was also a woman's scream mixed in with the noise. Thud, thud. It was clear to anyone, even a blind person, that violence was happening in the kitchen. But the few customers around seemed accustomed to the situation. The owner is beating his daughter again. Ha, those poor girls. To have such a father. Wait, the owner? Daughter? Then the one getting beaten up, there is no way. Whoosh. As soon as I realized, I hurriedly turned to check on Amelia. Shaking. Amelia's hand, holding the glass, was trembling. Her expression was too pitiful and sorrowful to be dismissed as merely danger. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 305. Amelia is a strong woman. It's not just because she can use aura and possesses several rare essences. I've never seen her afraid of anything. But now, Amelia's body is trembling. Whoever that person is in the kitchen, she shouldn't have any reason to be scared anymore. Is it trauma? It's understandable. I've had similar experiences myself. Even though I knew I was safe, I couldn't ride in a car for years, and if I smelled something burning while asleep, I would wake up and search the whole building for the source. It's something engraved in the unconscious, regardless of will. Fwack dash. It is something to be feared. Are you okay? Amelia didn't answer my question. She seemed to come to her senses and responded. Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you. What did you say? I asked if you were okay. Yeah, she's not okay. Amelia didn't speak again until the sounds from the kitchen had died down. I showed an unpleasant sight. Huh? What do you mean? I saw nothing. Even if I had, I wouldn't have considered it unpleasant. Ugh. Those girls always make me so angry. Just then, a man appeared from the kitchen. He had a sturdy, somewhat trained body, but his height was around 170 centimeters. Contrary to what I had imagined, his appearance was quite ordinary. Owner, don't you think you were too harsh today? Harsh? They're ungrateful bitches. Enough of the boring talk. Let us drink. The man sat at a regular customer's table and started drinking and chatting, while Amelia watched him from a corner for a long time before speaking. That man was my adoptive father. Adoptive father? It's a common story here. Orphan children need a place to stay, and there are plenty of people in the city willing to take them in. Plenty of? I think I know why already. It's unlikely to be out of some noble cause like providing a nest for abandoned children. Amelia said it was a common story. Such stories are usually hyper-realistic. It's a kind of symbiotic relationship. The children are protected until they're old enough to work, and the adoptive parents get cheap labor in return. In this city, all rights over the adopted children belong to the adoptive parents, and those rights are absolute. At least until the kids grow up and become adults. Killing or running away from the adoptive parents is impossible. It sets a precedent. They would be labeled as ungrateful wretch and would face retaliation from others. I see. Still, my sister and I were a bit better off. We had all our limbs intact and were generally healthy, so we didn't get sick often. How old were you then? 5. My sister was 3 years older than me. Initially, it wasn't too bad, she said. Unlike with their biological father, who was weakened and injured from exploring the labyrinth, they had proper meals and weren't cold. Of course, even at that young age, they worked hard, handling all sorts of chores. It wasn't too hard. Everyone lived like that anyway. I even considered myself lucky to have a sister to rely on. In those days, Amelia vaguely thought they would grow up, and once they became adults, their real lives would begin. But that didn't happen, did it? It was all because of me. It happened when Amelia was about 9 years old. While helping at the pub, a drunkard tried to strangle Amelia to death. The reason was that she had spilled food. My sister intervened then. Seeing this, Amelia's sister ran to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and slowly walked up behind the drunkard, slashing his carotid artery precisely. I learned later that none of the explorers in the pub had noticed my sister approaching with a knife until she attacked. However, the drunkard didn't die that day. He received timely treatment with a potion and survived. But the incident revealed a young girl's talent to the world. The next day, a representative from the Lord came. They offered to cover up the incident if we handed over my sister. Surprisingly, their foster father refused the offer. He used all his money to pay for the potion and compensation to the customer, handling the situation on his own. The reason was simple. It was more rational. My sister became a bait from that day on. Their adoptive father had judged that a child with talent could earn much more money than working at the pub. My sister did have talent. Within just a year of joining a plundering team, she was recognized and received a small share of the loot. Seeing this, their adoptive father thought, since they were the same bloodline, Amelia might have talent too. Not long after, I also became a baiter and was sold off to a plundering team. I was soon recognized for my talent as well. Amelia briefly summarized the story of what happened next, and I didn't pry further. There was no need to ask about the kind of life the Rainwild sisters led as baiters. They must have endured and endured, relying on each other, the only family they had left in the world. Anyway, that's how my sister and I ended up with a plunder gang, working at the pub whenever we were in the city. Amelia briefly summarized the rest of the story, and I didn't delve deeper. So, are your curiosities about me satisfied now? Yes, more than enough. I'd already heard the next part when we were making plans. The sisters' hope of gaining freedom as adults would be crushed. About 5 months from now, by a common tragedy. It was past noon, and more people started coming into the pub. Excuse me. A young girl approached our table. A red-haired, curly-haired girl in her early teens. She had a slight bruise on her face, which she tried to hide with her messy hair. Would you like to order more drinks? It was a common phrase from staff when customers stayed too long. Either order more or leave. Amelia couldn't even make eye contact with the girl, looking away. I could understand her feelings. What is your name? Amelia Rainwiles. Of course. Facing her younger self would be uncomfortable. She knows what will happen in the future, so she must feel guilty too. Let's leave. Amelia tried to get up, but I stopped her. Wait a moment. Finally meeting the young Amelia. How could I miss this chance? Kid, how old are you? 14. Oh, if she's 14 20 years ago. You're 34. When I mumbled, Amelia glared at me. She seemed annoyed that her personal information was revealed. 34? Young Amelia didn't seem to understand what I meant, but kept a bright smile, thinking of customer service. You had this expression when you smiled. Pardon? Oh, I mean it's nice to see you smile, so do it more often. Oh, okay. While adult Amelia had a sour expression, young Amelia seemed flustered and didn't know what to do. So I stopped teasing. That's enough. Let's leave. Can you bring the bill? Yes. I quickly paid and left the pub, feeling it wouldn't be wise to push further. As we returned to the lodging, Amelia, who had been walking with a gloomy face, spoke bitterly. Maybe you're right. What do you mean? I remembered. We had this conversation once. Ah, so that's why she had that expression. I thought she was mad at me. Amelia. Emily. Ahem. Emily. Would you like another drink? I pulled out a bottle of alcohol from the subspace. It was all taken from the plunderers. I'll pass. Drinking is meaningless to me. Because of your essence? Yes. In simple terms, her high resistance to poison and mental effects meant she couldn't get drunk. Then why did you drink at the pub? That's because it would look suspicious not to drink in a pub. Not a single word wasted. What? Don't take it the wrong way. I'm just saying it's no big deal to have a drink, isn't it? It's lonely drinking alone. As I poured a drink, Amelia asked, why do you want to drink? We still have more to talk about, don't we? I wouldn't ask just to drink. Though she shared a lot about her childhood, what I really wanted to know was something else. After all, she's already revealed her true self. What else to talk about? Why pretend you don't know? We have no secrets between us now. Don't act so friendly. It's unpleasant. Really? Then I won't. So tell me, you didn't say anything about Nibel's Ensa when we were planning. I only learned yesterday that Oral Gavies was in the Ghostbusters. Back then, Amelia refused to communicate with me. We cooperated but didn't confide in or rely on each other. But now that she's shared her past, it seems I've gained some trust. What would change if I told you? You still think nothing can change? That is true. I still think that way. But yesterday you cried and said it was too late to give up. I didn't cry. TSK. She could just let it go. Didn't you? Anyway, you said you wouldn't give up, so I'm seriously thinking of helping you. To make me help you? Well, partly. Does that mean there's another reason? I answered honestly. I want you to owe me. Amelia looked confused. Why? There are many reasons. First, Amelia knows my weaknesses. I need to make her owe me to keep her silent. Also, Amelia is strong. She seems to have a good heart, and her experience makes her reliable in some ways. In short, honestly, our first meeting wasn't great, but I like you. What? Oh, don't misunderstand. I don't mean I like you romantically. I didn't misunderstand. Good then. Ahem. I cleared my throat and said, anyway, now I know what kind of person you are. If I make you owe me, you'll repay it. So if I can save your sister, I want you to help me. You'll do anything for me then. Do anything? What do you plan to ask me to do? Amelia looked at me with wary eyes, stepping back. TSK. Does she think I'll do something bad? I might be misunderstood. Amelia Rainwiles. I took a step forward as she moved back. I didn't plan to reveal my greed so soon. Well, marking my territory early isn't bad. If I save your sister and resolve all issues when we return to our original time. Resolve them? Then join my clan. Of course, quests need rewards. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 306. Was my recruitment offer that unexpected? Amelia studied me with a look that suggested she was trying to understand my intentions. But when she couldn't find any hidden motives, she continued in a somewhat bitter voice. I'm a plunderer. You're from Nork, so that has to be expected. But I know better than anyone that you're fundamentally different from them. In fact, during our first encounter, Amelia spared me and Ainar's lives and let us go. The same happened when we met in the sewers. With the dwarf, Miller, Misha, and even Dwaki. Not only me, a barbarian, but she gave everyone the precious blessing of Lethe, a different method instead of killing everyone. That is why. My information is registered with the Explorer S Guild. The royal family would surely know about it too. I cut Amelia off firmly. If needed, we could just create a new identity. It's not as easy as it sounds. Being next to you, a noble, will definitely attract people who will try to uncover my true identity. Jeez, she is really talkative today. That's why I said if I take care of all those variables, you should join my clan. That kind of thing. Can't happen, that's why I'm saying it now. If you insist when the time comes, it'll be difficult for both of us. Stop trying to lay the groundwork. Groundwork? Enough. Whether it works out or not is for me to handle. All you need to do is give me an answer. A simple yes or no choice. When I neatly summed up the situation, Amelia hesitated for a moment before letting out a sigh. Sigh. Why do you always make things so difficult for me? So, what is your answer? Fine. If it becomes possible for me to stay by your side without any issues. Amelia trailed off and averted her gaze. But perhaps she wasn't too pleased with her unconscious behavior. Swoosh. Amelia lifted her head and looked into my eyes. Then, I'll become your comrade. The quest was accepted. Quest title, Save My Sister. Objective, ensure Sister S survival, 0 to 1. Resolve identity issues, 0/1. Reward, Amelia Rainwiles, SSR, recruitment ticket. Something like that. As I neatly summarized the quest, Amelia took the bottle of alcohol from the table and gulped it down. Didn't you say you don't drink because you don't get drunk? I was thirsty. Oh, really? But saying that while chugging down alcohol makes her seem quite macho. Thud. Amelia set the bottle down with a frown. Seeing this, I couldn't help but ask, do you not like alcohol? How can anyone find this stuff tasty? No, I was just checking. I don't really enjoy it either. People often say that after enduring many hardships, alcohol can begin to taste sweet. So I was curious. I've been through my share of hardships, but I still feel the same about it. Enough with the idle talk. Let us get to the main topic. With that, Amelia sat down across from me. You wanted to know about Nibel's Insa, right? I'll tell you. Maybe hearing your thoughts will help me think of another way. Sounds good. And one more thing. Just so you know, I'll only become your comrade if you keep all the promises you just made. Understand? But I asked you to join the clan, not just be a comrade, didn't I? Ah, well. Amelia flinched at my words. You're right, I assumed it meant the same thing. If they're different, then let me correct. No need. Now that I think about it, comrade sounds better than clan member. Were you teasing me just now? Sharp as always. Of course not. Amelia eyed me suspiciously, but, without any solid proof, she didn't say anything more. Time to change the subject. Hurry up and tell me. Everything I don't know, including Nibel's Insa. Returning to the main topic, Amelia erased her playful expression and began recalling her memories. Nibel's Insa is the name of the man who saved my life that day. Iron Mask was his nickname in Nork. I thought so. That cleared up one of my uncertainties. I'm the one who saved this woman's life. Haha, no wonder she's been strangely soft on me since the day I arrived in Nork wearing that iron mask. So, I've been debating whether I should tell you this. I came here to change the past, but the more I struggle, the more it feels like everything is happening as if it's already been decided. I see. Having gone through a similar experience myself, I didn't need to say much. But you said you wouldn't give up. Alright, just tell me. When did you next meet me? Or rather, Nibel's Insa? I don't know the exact date. But if my memory is correct, it's about 3 weeks from now. The place is inside the inner castle. I continued talking with Amelia for a long time, gathering all the information I needed to know. Amelia answered everything honestly, without the usual caution or evasiveness. It was, in a way, our first perfect communication. But of course, that didn't mean we immediately found a solution. Do you have any more questions? No, I think I've heard everything I need. I see. Then perhaps. Sorry. To be honest, I'm not sure yet. I need to think about it more. I see. When I said I hadn't come up with anything either, Amelia looked disappointed but didn't press the issue. Well, it's not like I expected you to come up with a plan immediately. Sounds like you didn't have high expectations. Strange guy. If I didn't expect anything, I wouldn't have bothered telling you all this. So you trust me? To some extent. To some extent, I couldn't help but chuckle. Under normal circumstances, I would have seen it as a slippery answer, but since it was Amelia who said it, it felt oddly gratifying. You know, that feeling where you take your parents' compliments with a grain of salt, but when someone who is usually a bitch gives you a favorable comment, you feel somehow validated. Anyway, if you don't have any more questions, it's my turn now. Why are you surprised? Of course, I have things I'm curious about too. I guess you would. Go ahead, ask. What are you so curious about? What exactly did you talk about with oral gavies? You didn't go into detail back then. I thought she would ask about the world I came from, but it wasn't that. She really doesn't have unnecessary curiosity. Well, that makes things easier for me. Honestly, the only thing worth mentioning was what I already told you. But since you're curious, I'll start from the beginning. When I woke up, I was in a mansion that felt strangely familiar. To explain why it felt familiar would take a while. It's fine, go ahead. We still have plenty of time. All right then. After that, I recounted everything that happened in the spiritual world last month. Naturally, the names of some big figures came up. The leader of Orcules. The ruined scholar, Belbev Ruinzines. and a mysterious man called Kagurias. Kagurias? That's a name I've never heard before. Unfortunately, Amelia didn't know anything about that man either. While the other two were different cases. The leader of Orcules was there. I'd heard rumors that he might be an evil spirit, but I didn't expect it to be true. So, you come from the same place as the leader? Not exactly. Just because we're all evil spirits doesn't mean we come from the same dimension. Is it the same with the ruined scholar? Probably. People from my world only started getting dragged here around this time. I see you've shared quite an incredible secret. There weren't even rumors that Ruin Zines was an evil spirit. On that note, can you tell me more about those two? I don't know much, but if you want to hear what I do know. Even as she started, Amelia made sure to lower expectations. But still, she shared some valuable information. I didn't know much after all. There isn't much information available about the leader of Orcules or the ruined scholar. As someone from Nork with many ties to Orcules, Amelia had a different level of knowledge. So, you'll be called back there again in 15 days? Probably. The guy mentioned resolving the fairness issue before I left, so I'm curious about how that turned out. Oh, is there anything you want to ask that guy? If I get summoned, I can ask for you. I'll think about it. With no more questions to ask, we ended our conversation and lay down. Having nearly stayed up all night, the day felt particularly long. But lying down, I wondered if she was curious about something else. Bjorn, what kind of world did you live in? Unlike her usual self, Amelia started asking all sorts of questions, and I answered them one by one. Democracy, science, cars, airplanes, missiles. Every topic required an explanation, so the conversation dragged on, but it wasn't boring or tedious. For one thing, it was the first time I talked to someone about these things in this body. Normally, I had to be so careful about what I said, even down to individual words, to hide that I was an evil spirit. But with Amelia, there was no need for such caution. How much time passed like that? It was quite an interesting conversation. Most of it I already knew, though. What? You knew? How could you? There are many evil spirits in Nork who reveal their true identities. You hear all sorts of stories from them. I see. Wait, then why did you ask me? That's... Amelia trailed off. A long silence followed. Are you asleep? Don't pretend. I know you sleep like a dolphin, with half of your brain awake. Is this what it feels like when the student surpasses the master? I never expected her to use one of the two ways to irritate someone against me. Are you really asleep? Well, look at that, she is even snoring now. Ha, this is hilarious. Is she acting or what? I have no idea, but after that, I stopped talking and closed my eyes. For a simple reason. If she was truly in a deep sleep for the first time in a while, I didn't want to disturb her. Sleep well. I turned over to face the wall, and soon fell asleep myself. After that day, time passed quickly. Or maybe not quickly, in a way. To be honest, it felt like a very dull time. I avoided going out to avoid creating any variables, so I spent all day cooped up in a lodging. But it wasn't a waste of time. Bjorn, you should take a shower. I'm not going out, so why? You smell. We talked all day long. The topics varied. Sometimes it was about my homeworld, other times about memories of Amelia and her sister, and sometimes about incidents in the labyrinth. Anyway, we talked about so many things that I got to know Amelia better. Of course, the biggest takeaway was finally learning about Amelia's essence list. Has she never been part of a proper team? With those stats, I don't understand why she only made it to the 8th floor. Amelia's stats were much better than I expected. Honestly, even without the Arc Steel Sword and Dragon Speech, she was on par with the Dragon Slayer. But it's not just combat. She has talent as a scout too. With that as a foundation, she could perform well in the scout position. And as an aura user, she could easily slice through monsters with physical resistance, making her an extreme dealer. The only downside is that she's physically weak. But that's something I can manage by tanking in the front. All right, what happened with your outing today? As expected, they turned us down. Amelia answered as she dried her hair with a towel after her shower. TSK, I knew it would turn out this way. Maybe the offer was too low. Our attempt to recruit the Rainwild sisters, who were part of another team, by offering money had failed. What about those guys? Do you think they might change their minds if we offer more money? I'm not sure, but I don't think that's a good idea. If they realize we're desperate to recruit them, they'll become wary of us or even try to use that against us. That's true. The people here are all cunning, but at least we managed to approach them naturally. Fortunately, they showed interest in us first. Interest? They asked if we'd consider joining their team. Things were progressing according to our plan, but neither of us looked happy. After all, this had all happened in the past. Everything is falling into place so perfectly that it's suffocating. In the original timeline, we also joined that team. And after going through various events, that incident occurred about 5 months later. So, what are you going to do? I'll join the team as planned. It might feel stifling, but being near the incident when it happens is the best way. Is that so? Then let's do that. I didn't raise any objections. No matter how I thought about it, it seemed impossible to change the past this way, but no better ideas were coming to mind. For now, I decided to follow Amelia's plan, at least until a better one comes up. So, with that in mind, 23:55. I checked the time once more. Seeing this, Amelia spoke. Now that I think about it, today's the day. Yeah, I drank a glass of water and lay down on the bed. Take care. Seeing her send me off felt a bit awkward. I still have 5 minutes left. Besides, it'll only take a moment here anyway. That's true. After that, I spent the remaining time making small talk with Amelia. Maybe because my opponent was oral gavies? I was feeling a bit nervous. Click. The second hand on the clock on the nightstand ticked, and my vision blurred. That soda was really good back then. I wonder if he'll give me some if I ask again? Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 307. The calming scent of wood filled the study. Nothing else really changed here. As I looked around, my eyes were drawn to one thing that had changed. A white mask. The very same white mask I wore during my last visit was now hanging on an empty wall. Is he expecting me to wear it? I chuckled and put on the mask. Then, as I expected, when I opened the door and stepped outside, I saw an old man walking down the hallway in the distance. Oral Gavies. A mysterious figure who could hold the answers to all my questions. You've arrived. I've been waiting. The old man who couldn't hide his joy when I told him I had achieved the original clear. Have you been well? After I sent you off that day, I was so worried that something might have happened to you. Even though he started with a hearty laugh, creating a warm and friendly atmosphere, I couldn't let my guard down. I had seen it before. The head of Orcules, the ruined scholar, and others, all strong enough to be feared wherever they went, could only stand by and watch this old man carefully. Those people, the ones who broke the rules at the end, before I was sent away. It wasn't until then that Oral Gavies nodded in understanding. You must be referring to those failures. Failures. Through that casually spoken word, I realized that the mental chess match had officially begun. It was obvious why this inscrutable old man would use a word like failure, a term that would make me wary. He must not have liked being dragged around by me last time. A twisted form of the carrot and stick approach. The only difference is that the stick isn't aimed at the target, but at others. Don't worry about those failures. They're all gathered in that room. They know what will happen if they cause another commotion like last time. He will mercilessly use the stick to establish his authority, while showing only warmth to his target. Yes, just like this. Come to think of it, I might have been a bit inconsiderate. I'm sure it didn't sit well with you. But don't worry too much. I know better than anyone that you're different from them. Such kindness, in stark contrast to the earlier coldness. The recipient of such kindness will start to think, I don't want to have a strained relationship with this person. To avoid that, I must respond to this kindness. Such a thought naturally forms in the subconscious. Well, I'm immune to such cheap rhetoric. You're special, aren't you? In response to the old man's question, I smirked and answered, I don't know. Cut the crap. I despise carrots after all. Crap, you say? That's quite harsh. The old man's expression changed, and he stared at me intently. Though there was no apparent intent to kill, there was a strong, intense aura emanating from his gaze and atmosphere. But I didn't back down. After all, it's important to make it clear to someone like him in advance that I'm not afraid at all of having a difficult relationship with him. I didn't come here to chit-chat with you. Enough. If we're just going to exchange small talk, then send me back. Better yet, make sure I don't have to come here again. The old man seemed taken aback for a moment, then protested, as if feeling wronged. Small talk? You were the one who asked what happened to them. That's true, I guess. This situation is starting to feel a bit ridiculous. This situation has gotten a bit comical. So, are you saying it's all my fault? Watching a barbarian who farts anywhere and everywhere taught me the importance of trust. A strong belief in oneself shapes confidence and allows one to face any obstacle without flinching. Therefore, no, I'm not saying it's your fault, but apologize. I demanded boldly. Wait a moment, calm down. What have I done to deserve such sensitivity? Even if it's unreasonable. Even if I'm not in the body of a barbarian, but in the form of Li Han-Su. So, you're not going to apologize? You must think very little of me. After repeated demands, the old man's expression hardened. The surrounding space even started to ripple, which was a very bad sign. Honestly, it scared the hell out of me. But, apologize. It doesn't change anything. So, what if he's getting serious? What's he going to do? Kick out the original clear user? Phew, why are you doing this? The old man sighed and asked. The rippling space around us had already calmed down. As I expected, it was clear that he was only pretending to be angry to try and turn the situation around. Maybe he really was angry? Why do you keep provoking me? You weren't this rude the last time we met. You talk as if you know me well. I quickly continued. And you think I look down on you? You were the one who looked down on me first, weren't you? What do you mean? I looked down on you. Talking about failures and lack of consideration. Did you think I would bow down? Surprisingly, the old man didn't argue with my words. He could have made excuses, said it was a mistake, or that it wasn't his intention, but instead he pondered for a moment and then nodded. Indeed, you are different from the others. I apologize. It was wrong of me to underestimate you. You, who cleared the original that was deemed a failure, is not ordinary. I will be more careful in the future. Well, I wasn't expecting a sincere apology like this. I had planned to accept a half-hearted apology and gain a slight advantage in the conversation, so this took me by surprise. Or could this have been his intention all along? If you say so, I'll let it slide. Normally, I don't accept empty apologies, but I figured that pushing the barbarian act too far might really destroy our relationship, so I decided to let it go. The atmosphere softened a little. Well then, instead of standing around here, how about we go to the other room and have a drink while we talk? Do you have any preference for tea? Isn't it obvious? Soda. That's what I had in mind from the start. This is it. This should be the moment where I thought, this is the moment. Yeah, that's how it should have been. But why does this taste so bland? Maybe it's because I asked for ice? Clink. I placed a glass, now only filled with ice, on the table and fell into thought. It's not that it wasn't refreshing, but I feel like the carbonation was weaker than before. It's clearly less flavorful than the last time I had it. Could it be that this old man is holding a grudge? As soon as I came up with a plausible reason, I glanced over at him. Oral Gavies spoke up. Well, I suppose it's time to get down to business. It was a bit funny. This man isn't the type to be worried about a small fry like me. This must mean that I'm that important to him. My treatment has improved, but so has my caution. After all, there's no one in this world who does something without a reason. So I set aside my concerns about the plain soda and started thinking. Why is an original clear user so important? Well, I don't know. Maybe because I have more knowledge about the game than other players? That's true, but it's not enough of a reason. The old man in front of me is Oral Gavies. In other words, the game creator. He knows everything I know, and if he needed a knowledgeable player, he could just share the knowledge himself. So why is he so fixated on me? I guess I'll have to find out now. Ahem, what are you thinking about so deeply? Oh, sorry. I was just lost in thought for a moment. Huh, lost in thought with me, sitting right in front of you. Oral Gavies seemed incredulous and shook his head in disbelief. But, of course, that disrespectful attitude didn't last long. Sigh. Are you starting again? No, it's just that it's been a while since I've been in such a situation. It's refreshing. Oh, I see. I almost misunderstood. Are you a barbarian by any chance? Huh? Oops, did I make it too obvious? I felt a bit nervous, but I played it off nonchalantly as if I was offended by the absurd question. Is that supposed to be a question? No, of course not. Just a joke. Judging by his expression, he really seemed to be joking, but I should be more careful from now on. Anyway, speaking of questions, go ahead, don't worry about it. Once I gave my permission, the old man quickly got to the point. Before we parted ways last time, we discussed fairness. I've been thinking hard about it every day since then. Keep it short and to the point. I've created an object that can solve this issue. See, it could be summed up in one sentence. An object? This. Oral Gavies pulled out a fist-sized gemstone from his inner pocket instead of elaborating. It was a very familiar item to me. This is, no matter how I looked at it, it was unmistakable. The same gemstone that was embedded in the center of the round table. Wow, I didn't know it was created through such a story. So this old man really is the master? Do you know what it is? No, it just looks expensive. Expensive? Ha! This is something that cannot be measured in terms of mere material wealth. Ahem, I almost got sidetracked again. Oral Gavies, having learned from our previous exchanges, quickly explained the item. This is an object created by turning several of my spiritual powers into something physical. I didn't understand the principles at all, but I didn't bother to ask. It's not like I would understand, even if he explained it anyway. It's best to stay quiet when you don't know something. The operation is very simple. If you speak the truth in front of this gemstone, it will light up green, and if you lie, it will light up red. Would you like to test it? To be honest, I had already abandoned the thought that it might be fake the moment it appeared, but I didn't let it show. After all, he's practically giving me a free chance to ask a question. Oral Gavies, are you over 300 years old? I deliberately set a standard. If I just asked, how old are you? He could have answered with 1 year old, and the gemstone would light up red, and that would be the end of it. I'm not. Oral Gavies answered, knowing full well what I intended. And then, swoosh, the gemstone glowed red. It means it was a lie. So, he's over 300 years old? Given that the Chronicle of the Rift was made 150 years ago, I just threw out a rough number. What kind of monster is this? Even though I was shocked inside, I didn't let it show. What do you think? With this, we can ask each other questions without any concerns about fairness, don't you think? But isn't there a problem? Since you made it, you could control what color the gemstone lights up at will. It was a very reasonable suggestion. Surprisingly, Oral Gavies chose to face it head-on. I swear on my name, that's impossible. A vow. That's a word that has a lot of meaning for me. I can't count how many times someone vowed to me and then stabbed me in the back. That's not very convincing. Maybe if you swore on your parents, I'd believe it. Swear on my parents? You're hesitating, so it must have been a lie after all. No, that's not it. It's just the idea was so absurd that I was taken aback. How can I swear on those who are no longer in this world? Did he really not expect that a vow on his name wouldn't carry much weight? Oral Gavies seemed to ponder for a moment. Whether you believe me or not is up to you, but I'll say this. My vow was true. Now, without this object, I can't even tell if you're speaking the truth or lying. As I tilted my head in confusion, the gemstone glowed green. Like I said before, I used a significant portion of my powers to create this object. Now I can't even read the totality of your soul. The totality of my soul? I mean, I can't tell what grade of essence you possess anymore. The gemstone glowed green again. But does this old man realize? The more he says, the less I trust him. The more you reveal your weaknesses, the more suspicious it gets. Are you sure you haven't tampered with that thing? As my gaze towards the old man grew more blatant, he sighed and offered a new proposal. Do you remember those people you saw that day? The ones you called failures earlier? That's right. Although I referred to them as failures, they are people who, anywhere else, would be recognized and respected for their names and abilities. Names and abilities, that's two things. That was just a figure of speech. Anyway, what's your point? Oral Gavies sighed and made a new suggestion. How about we have this conversation in their presence? They may not know everything, but they are more than capable of noticing and challenging any absurd lies I might tell. What? I was genuinely stunned. Is this some kind of demo version of the Round Table? Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 308. You know, like a jury system of sorts. He began cautiously, as if making an excuse. Of course, I don't particularly like this method, nor do I think it's ideal. I only mentioned it because you don't seem to trust me. If you don't like the idea, you can reject it. As he spoke, he kept glancing at me, probably taking my glare as a sign of disapproval. A round table. In fact, it's not a bad suggestion for me. If we're going to do it, it needs some adjustments, like actually bringing everyone to the round table rather than just mimicking a jury. The leader of Orcules, the ruined scholar, and even those two mysterious old-timers. Engaging in a round table discussion with them is bound to yield useful information. But I'll decline. I'm not interested in airing everything out in front of others. Right now, obtaining limited edition information from Oral Gavies takes priority. The round table can wait until later. Decline, I kind of expected that. From your perspective, it's understandable if you see me and them as being in cahoots. Oral Gavies sighed and asked, So, what will you do now? I chuckled. 3 questions for 1. Better than when it was 5 for 1. Well, you brought this item, didn't you? As I pointed to the gem, Oral Gavies also chuckled. I appreciate that you acknowledge my efforts, but wouldn't it be fairer to take turns asking questions? Sure, it makes sense from his perspective. With the lie detector in play, one could argue that we're on equal footing. However, consider it the price of trust. Even though I've seen the gem in the future, I can't fully trust that the old man can't manipulate its results. After all, he's the one who made it. It wouldn't be surprising if he's hidden a cheat code. That's why. It's contradictory. Oral Gavies laughed as if incredulous. You know, don't you? If I intended to deceive you, no matter how many additional questions you get, it wouldn't make a difference. Of course I know that. But what are you suggesting I do about it? So, are you rejecting the offer? Not at all. Strangely enough, despite the contradiction, it makes sense. At least you're throwing yourself into an uncertain situation. His acceptance was surprisingly straightforward. I thought the negotiations would drag on a bit more. Can I at least ask the first question? You already asked my age earlier. Sure. This time, I conceded a little. The old man must have had something up his sleeve, but he's shown considerable leniency so far. Besides, being questioned isn't necessarily a bad thing. One can sometimes gauge the other person's intentions through their questions. Then, I'll ask. Thus began the time for the truth game. Soon, Oral Gavies opened his mouth. How many people have cleared the original after 20 years? That's his first question? Suddenly, that thought crossed my mind, but it was too early to relax. It's a question asked despite the unfavorable exchange rate of 1 in 3. It's unlikely to be a mere curiosity. Why is he curious about this? Perhaps he's wondering whether there's anyone who could replace me in the future. So I answered honestly. I'm the only one who cleared the original. At least, as far as I know. A response that leaves some room so he doesn't become too fixated on me, while also asserting my unique advantage in this relationship. I see. As the green light from the gem signaled the truth, Oral Gavies nodded slightly with an inscrutable expression. Now it was my turn to ask a question. I had already prepared a list of questions, so I didn't need much time to think. Of course, since the gem was in play, some adjustments were necessary. Have you ever used a fragment of record? I deliberately asked it in a way that could be answered with a simple yes or no. This method might yield less information, but it ensures proper fact-checking. Once I have the facts, I can infer the rest. I trust my deductions more than the words of others. I didn't expect to be asked such a question right from the start. You really aren't easy to deal with. Your answer. I've used it. So, it was as I thought. I calmly confirmed the green light on the jewel and selected my next question. At that moment, Oral Gavies asked curiously, "But how did you know?" The answer was simple. There were hints when we talked last time. To be honest, it was just a shot in the dark. But in the world of competition, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If you're curious, ask later. Ahem. Then, for the second question, go ahead. After taking a moment to catch my breath, I spoke. The second piece of information I needed to confirm first. Did you create this spiritual world? Oral Gavies flinched slightly and looked at me with a peculiar gaze. I really don't understand your intentions. What do you mean? I find it hard to understand why you're curious about that. If it's just out of curiosity, I can accept that. But you don't seem like the type to act on emotion. I think I get what he means. To him, it probably seemed like a low-priority question. Although I hadn't received a definitive answer, the context was clear enough. It probably seemed like a waste to him to confirm something so obvious. But sometimes, things like this need to be clarified. This space, which drags me in on the 15th of every month, is peculiar. The royal family and the Mage Tower are aware of its existence and have conducted extensive research on it, but no one has uncovered how this world is implemented. Even now, the mages can only speculate. They assume it was created by a mage so great that they can't even imagine it. So, is this old man really that extraordinary? So, what's your answer? It's as you suspect. I created this place. Oral Gavies soon provided his answer. And then, a red light, huh? The jewel judged his answer to be false. Both Oral Gavies and I were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. I didn't anticipate a lie being detected here. What's going on? I narrowed my eyes as I asked, and Oral Gavies hesitated. Well, it seems it was a bit ambiguous. Ambiguous. I understood the situation roughly because I knew about the gem. The gem is based on the subject's psychology. If the person feels uncertain, the green light won't turn on. When I gave him a look that urged him to explain, Oral Gavies gave a zen-like response. I created this space, but I didn't create it. What kind of wordplay is this? Are you serious? But the green light did turn on, didn't it? Speak clearly. What do you mean by that? Do you have a collaborator? Oral Gavies paused briefly before answering. That could be one way of looking at it. So there was a collaborator, but he wanted to hide it? It's ludicrous, but at least the green light did turn on. So, it's possible he wanted to hide the fact that there was a collaborator. The red light must have come on initially because he felt guilty for trying to gloss over it. I got an unexpected gain. Then it's the third question. Ask away. Oral Gavies urged me with a voice that suggested he was somewhat drained. Persistent, aren't you? Is the Earth Witch really dead? Even if it's not an immediate concern, it's something I'll have to address sooner or later. The Earth Witch. Even without much interest in history, it's a name I can't avoid hearing in this world. Come to think of it, I've always been curious. Just how much of the stories I've heard about the witch are actually true? You don't ask anything easy, do you? Your answer. Urged by me, Oral Gavies smiled bitterly and answered. She's alive. Why, really? Suddenly, a flood of thoughts filled my mind. This means that the royal family deliberately hid this fact. There wasn't even a hint of this in the game. No Easter eggs or anything. The game's creator is this old man. And yet, he knew but didn't include this information? This is the same guy who crammed in all kinds of unnecessary information and lore before saying, "Tutorial complete?" This doesn't add up. It's more likely that he deliberately withheld this information, hoping players wouldn't find out. So, why did he want to keep this a secret? I tried speculating, but I'm still unsure. There aren't enough clues. However, I have a hunch that digging into this will reveal the ultimate goal of the royal family, or this old man. In simple terms, this question has provided me with at least a basic guideline. As I was organizing my thoughts, finally it's my turn. The old man, having endured a long wait, burst out laughing. Geez, what kind of question is he planning to ask now? As a sense of unease crept in, the old man opened his mouth. Do you want to return to Earth? The intent behind the question was clear. He was being indirect, but what he really wanted to know was something else. Does he have the will to open the Abyss Gate? Yeah, that's what he truly wanted to ask. I don't know. I exhaled a breath I had been holding in and gave my answer, and soon the gem emitted a green light. You don't know how? Oral Gavies smiled, seemingly conflicted, then changed his expression as if nothing had happened. And uncharacteristically, he offered me some advice. I hope you choose soon. Why? It would be better for both of us. When I asked what he meant, the old man played dumb, saying, "Is that your next question?" And with that, the topic was closed. Now it's my turn again. Without wasting time, I asked straight away, did the witch's poison really exist? Were you originally so interested in her? Well, not really. It's just that as we talked, I began to think the witch might be central to this story. Who? Oral Gavies took a sip from his teacup and answered as if recalling an ancient tale. That much is not a fabrication. The world almost ended because of her. If not for the labyrinth's existence, it would have surely been the end. The gem's light was green. So the outside world being okay really was due to the passage of time? With that thought, I moved on to the next question. If the witch is alive, where is she now? This was the only open-ended question I asked today. Since I had no knowledge, I judged that this couldn't be answered with a simple yes or no. However, Oral Gavies played dirty. She is where everyone's desires converge. This damned cryptic way of speaking. I sighed and checked the gem. Since the green light was on, it seemed like I could let it slide. Are you really going to be like this? I decided to give it a try and glared at him, asking the question. Oral Gavies placed his hand back on the gem and spoke again. But really, there's no better way to explain it. Once again, the green light came on. Judging by his smug expression, pushing further wouldn't change his stance. So I gave up. Well, at least I confirmed one thing. Oral Gavies knows where the witch is, and he doesn't want to tell me. In other words, me learning about the witch might go against Oral Gavies' goals. You're already on the third question. This time, the old man smiled leisurely as if the questions hadn't been too challenging. That smirk is annoying. It might be time to confirm something. Something that might be even more important to me than the witch or the other questions. Go ahead. I hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Do you ever feel sorry for me? A moment of silence passed. I knew he was a mage. He seems to know a lot about the hidden history of this world, including that of the witch. He's the game's creator, and he's at odds with the royal family. So now it's time to find out. Who exactly is Oral Gavies? You're asking another tough question. The old man's hearty laugh broke the brief silence. You answered earlier that you didn't know if you wanted to return to Earth, right? That means life here hasn't been too bad for you. But that wasn't an answer to my question. I didn't bother responding, just stared at him. What's with that look? You should know, sometimes you have to set aside emotions for the sake of your goals. While I agree, that still wasn't an answer to my question. If answering this question is so difficult, let's change it. Oral Gavies readily agreed when I appeared to concede. Oh, would you? I nodded and rephrased my question. Since the previous one seemed tough, I made it a bit more specific. Oral Gavies, do you feel any guilt for the countless lost souls who were dragged here and died because of your greed? Once again, there was no answer. Just a nervous laugh. But that laugh was answer enough. As I was coming to that conclusion, ha ha ha. Oral Gavies burst into laughter. It was a bizarre sight from my perspective. It even sent shivers down my spine. You really aren't someone I can take lightly. He looked at me with eyes stripped of all playfulness. At that moment, the atmosphere grew heavy. Thud. Oral Gavies placed his hand on the gem in the center of the table and spoke in the same amiable tone as before. Do you think I'm at ease? Of course, I feel pity. I feel a sense of responsibility too. I'll probably live with this burden and seek atonement for the rest of my life. He smiled broadly as he said this. So, does that answer your question? Sufficiently. I answered briefly, then checked the gem. A vivid red light was glowing from the gem. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 309. The Round Table 3. A silence that had already occurred several times during the conversation stretched on once more. Oral Gavies gazed at me calmly, and I met his eyes without flinching. Even though I tried not to show it, I felt a strange suffocation. And in that stillness, well then, Oral Gavies spoke. He did so nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. Shall it be my turn now? My heart pounded at those words. This old man was like the abyss spoken of by some philosopher. Through this conversation, he, too, was gazing beyond the edge. How many of those who cleared the original survive 20 years later? His first question was to confirm if there were any replacements for me. Do you want to return to Earth? His second question was to see if I had any flaws. So, what would the third question be? The answer was now coming out of his mouth. What was the name of the body you inhabited after crossing the abyss? Bjorn Jandel, my name, a means to find me outside of this anonymous spiritual world. Don't use the name Nibel's Ensa. I had a strange feeling about it that day, so I checked. I recalled how he had looked at me meaningfully when I mentioned the name Nibelzensa. At the time, I thought I had gotten away with it. That day, I was asking for the name you use here, wasn't I? Oral Gavies, who had noticed my trick, had started an investigation. Do you know? There are 7 people in Rafdonia who use that name. I confirmed that 6 of them were ordinary people. But when I could not find a rank 6 explorer, Nibelzensa. Surprisingly, his race was barbarian. I thought it was a human name. With each word, I felt as if the walls were closing in on me, and I realized something. Are you, by any chance, a barbarian? Even that question, which seemed like a joke earlier, was part of his tactic to probe my true feelings. Even if I had given a false identity, he would have assumed the race remained the same. Then, let me ask again. Oral Gavies repeated the same question once more. What was the name of the body that your soul inhabited after crossing the abyss? There was no option to give another name. With all the conditions he had laid out, there was only one correct answer. Damn it. At the very least, I had to keep my name hidden. I now knew what kind of person Oral Gavies was. It might be too early to call him an enemy, but one thing was certain. How could I possibly feel at ease? Of course, I pity you. I feel responsible too. I'll probably carry this feeling for the rest of my life, living in atonement. This old man could never be an ally. Therefore, I will not answer. I asserted my right to remain silent. Oral Gavies, surprisingly, said nothing more. He merely observed me, as if even this reaction was of interest to him. It seems that was a rather difficult question for you? Well, I suppose it's only natural for you to be cautious of me. Let's change the question. Not overly concerned about not hearing my name, he continued speaking. How long has it been since you woke up in that body? He was asking about the duration. Knowing I had come from 20 years in the future, Oral Gavies could estimate the timing of when I first opened my eyes in the barbarian-S body with that information. Therefore, I will not answer. Is that so? Then another question. No, the QA session is over. I ended the truth game without hesitation. There was still much I wanted to ask, but this old man was no pushover. If I wanted something, I would have to pay the price. And I judged that paying any further price here would be dangerous. Wait, what do you mean it's over? Just what I said. You went first, so there's no issue, right? Oral Gavies licked his lips and stared at me. Indeed, he couldn't logically argue. After all, we hadn't predetermined the number of questions. He could only express his regret. This is unexpected. I thought for sure you would have plenty of questions for me. Well, I still had pages of questions left. The next one I was going to ask was whether I could return to the original timeline using the fragment of records held by the Nork Lord. However, it's a good thing I held off. In hindsight, it was fortunate that I hadn't asked. Asking that question might have inadvertently revealed that I was currently in Nork. Are you sure you won't change your mind? The old man, who had been staring at me intently, sighed deeply and then unexpectedly complimented me. The more I see, the more cunning you are. So, what will you do now? Will you leave? Contrary to my expectations, Oral Gavies acted like a gentleman, as if he would let me go anytime I wanted. What should I do? I hadn't anticipated the truth game ending so early, so I needed time to organize my thoughts. It would be a shame to just leave like this. After a moment of consideration, I decided to follow through with the plan I had made earlier. What about that thing you mentioned earlier? The one where we talk among others. Didn't we already decide that was off the table? I thought it was a good idea, though there are a few things I'd like to change. Yes, having come this far, I should at least see some faces. The truth game with Oral Gavies was like Russian roulette. The tension rose with each passing turn. But this limited edition information is enough. After all, there are too many things I don't know. And it's not as if Oral Gavies is the only one with valuable information, especially when it comes to otherworldly spirits summoned decades before me. You've come up with a rather interesting idea. Instead of answering questions, we freely share information. However, the information must be true, and it must be unknown to at least half of the participants. When I explained the rules, taken directly from the future roundtable, Oral Gavies laughed, seemingly amused. It seems solidly thought out, especially for something you just came up with. What did you originally do? The answer is, I was an ordinary office worker. Of course, I had no intention of being honest. I told you the QA session is over, didn't I? When I replied curtly, Oral Gavies murmured as if he felt somewhat wronged. I was just curious. Besides, I wasn't asking anything that's serious, was I? Indeed, he wasn't wrong. But the fact that he was asking made it feel like there was some hidden intent behind it. Anyway, give me a moment. To add the rules you mentioned, I'll need to imbue some authority. Oral Gavies then touched the jewel and closed his eyes as if concentrating. How much time passed? Although it wasn't visible to the naked eye, the air around the jewel began to refract, like a heat haze on a midsummer street. It's done. That seemed easier than expected. Saying that makes me feel very wronged. Believe it or not, I've lost most of my authority over this space because of it. That didn't make much sense. As I gave him a skeptical look, the old man explained without me asking. One example is manifestation power. I can still create objects by focusing my thoughts, but there will be a difference from reality. I flinched as I half-listened. Manifestation power and thought concentration didn't matter much to me. But the difference from reality? Wait, was the bland taste of that soda earlier because of this? When I asked, just in case, Oral Gavies nodded without hesitation. Yes, was there a problem? Of course there is. It means I won't be able to enjoy the refreshing taste of that soda anymore. You're quite seriously addicted to soda. Judging by how much you long for it, it seems you've been here for a long time. What the heck is this old man talking about? Even in this situation, he's still trying to pry out information. Thanks to that, I snapped out of it and subtly asked a question in return. Never mind that. Why are you going this far? It seems like that authority is a pretty important ability. Oh. Oral Gavies responded with an amused answer, as if he knew my intentions. You mentioned being invited by someone with the nickname GM. I did say that. So what? That means the ownership of this space has passed to him. I don't know how it happened, but if it's going to end up in someone else's hands anyway, there's no reason to give them everything. I think I get his reasoning. It's like doing things you'd never normally do because you know a server is about to shut down. You can mess around without feeling any regret. However, I'm curious about one thing. Why aren't you asking more about the GM? Didn't you say you don't know much more than the nickname? That's true. As I nodded in understanding, Oral Gavies murmured. And even if you did know more, I wouldn't particularly want to ask. Why not? When I asked, genuinely puzzled, Oral Gavies continued in a somewhat wistful tone. I told you before, didn't I? An observed future cannot be changed, no matter what one does. Maybe he's implying that ignorance is bliss? I was left with a vague feeling of understanding and confusion. Enough small talk. Let's go. I think they'll find it interesting. Oral Gavies stood up first, and I followed him. To a room that was all too familiar to me, where the round table stood. The round table, with dozens of seats. Creak. As Oral Gavies opened the door and entered, the eyes of the 4 men and women sitting inside turned to us. Master. Their reactions were uniform. Whatever Oral Gavies had done after sending me away last time, they all looked at him with fearful eyes. And at the same time, the one from before is with him as well. They looked at me with curiosity. However, perhaps because Oral Gavies had firmly drawn a line regarding my identity last time, no one dared to speak boldly. A strange silence lingered in the round table room for a moment. Oral Gavies was the one who broke the silence. You all look so tense. His words were like those of an absolute ruler, as if saying, from now on, you can relax, a consideration for the weak. Well, it's no wonder. After what you showed us last time, a nameless woman exhaled the breath she had been holding and spoke, while Oral Gavies laughed heartily, saying he was sorry. This marked the point where the atmosphere began to soften. Anyway, it's good that everyone is here. I've come up with something interesting during a conversation with this friend here. Oral Gavies then placed the jewel at the center of the round table and continued. I called you all here to exchange information, but we haven't had a proper conversation so far, have we? Perhaps this will solve that problem. Could you please explain in more detail? The man in black, presumably the leader of Orcules, asked, and Oral Gavies briefly explained the rules of the meeting. The reactions afterward varied. It seems difficult, sharing information that at least half of us don't know. The woman looked somewhat worried. But that level of challenge is necessary for true interaction. Until now, everyone has been too focused on hiding their intentions. Kagurias, a middle-aged man with that name, spoke as if he welcomed the idea. And, will the master be participating as well? The little boy, who despite his appearance spoke in a mature tone, asked only one thing. Of course I plan to participate. And so does this friend here. With Oral Gavies' answer, the gazes of the 4 men and women once again fell on me. Their eyes held an awkwardness. Well, I guess it makes sense. They would be reluctant to share information with a stranger who suddenly appeared. I may be favored, but they must be curious whether I truly match their level. What should I do? It seems like it would be better to prove my qualifications first. After a moment of thought, I called out to Oral Gavies. Or rather, I was about to, hey, just call me Master. You're the only one here who knows my name. Suddenly, the old man cut me off mid-sentence, and at that moment, the 4 men and women's eyes widened. What is this? To be honest, saying I was stunned would be an understatement. I mean, how exactly had this old man been treating these people? He knows the name? I had no idea he hadn't even told them his name. Well, in any case, I guess this is a good thing. Feeling a bit bewildered, I tried to see it positively. I noticed Oral Gavies smiling at me in a way that only I could see. I see right through you. The reason the old man was helping me was clear. If not for me, Oral Gavies would have no reason to participate in this meeting. The fact that he readily accepted my suggestion was likely because he wanted to learn more about me. No, perhaps it was more than that. Come, sit down. It's natural to be cautious, but if that's the case, this friend can go first. Oral Gavies naturally guided the atmosphere, setting it up so that I had no choice but to reveal significant information. But shouldn't we first ask if everyone's going to participate? Annoyed by the old man's antics, I spoke up. But then what was this? Once again, the four men and women's pupils dilated, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. How can he speak to the master so casually? And the master doesn't even seem to mind. Honestly, I was speechless. I couldn't help but laugh. Scrape. So, I simply pulled a chair and sat down. Following this, one by one, they voiced their intent to participate. I will participate. So will I. Who would refuse such an opportunity? Not a single person declined. Oral Gavies, unable to hide his satisfied smile, volunteered to play the role of the moderator. Then it's unanimous. No need for introductions, so let's begin. You go first, then we'll proceed clockwise. Once again, all eyes were on me. Even I couldn't help but feel the pressure. After all, this was the first round of a meeting that was just established today. The quality of the information I divulged would set the tone for the information others would share. Even aside from that, it wouldn't be good to be underestimated. One thing I learned from the round table 20 years in the future was that faking competence often pays off. Being famous meant that even your mistakes were overlooked or praised. There were indeed many times during the round table meetings when I got by with less than stellar information, yet others thought I had hidden intentions and let it slide. So what should I say? While continuing to ponder, I slowly surveyed the members seated at the round table. They all seemed intensely interested in me, with Oral Gavies being the most eager. Right, you're dying to know what information I'll share in this atmosphere. Huh? Thanks to that, I made my decision. I knew exactly what this old man expected, but not a chance. I'm too experienced in these meetings. Having made up my mind, I spoke. Something that wouldn't reveal unnecessary information to Oral Gavies, but would satisfy the other members. The Witch of the Earth is still alive. This is what I call the lion style. First form, information recycling. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 310. The Witch of the Earth is alive. There are multiple reasons for recycling this information. And the first reason is that it would allow me to mess with Oral Gavies, who was eagerly anticipating what information I would pull out. Just like this. The old man could barely speak, managing only to groan with a look of disbelief on his face. Seeing that naturally warms my heart. Of course, this isn't the only reason I brought out this information. Now the second reason. This information is quite useful. How shocked was I when I first heard it? It felt like my heart almost dropped out of my chest. Although unlike these people, I didn't show it. In other words, it's perfect for pretending to be in the know. Swoosh. I slowly observed the reactions of the other members. The reactions were uniform. At first, they had a look on their faces that said, what is that supposed to mean? Then, belatedly realizing its significance, they all focused their gazes on one spot. The center of the round table where the jewel was placed. Where the truth lies. It's green. Soon, the jewel emitted a green light. So that means what he said is true. At least, it means the speaker believes it to be true. I smiled as I watched the members exclaim, yes, this should prove my worth. Anyway, it means Oral Gavies didn't share this information with them, right? This is the third reason. By asking this question, I can figure out how much information Oral Gavies has shared with these members. If Oral Gavies had openly shared such high-level information with them, the light wouldn't have come on like this. Well, I had guessed as much from the fact that he hadn't even told the members his name. Oh, and there's also a fourth reason. The information would now be shared with the other members. After all, the game never mentioned that the Earth which was still alive. I interpreted this as the old man, the game creator, intentionally hiding this fact. Therefore, exposing secrets is always satisfying. Right now, I've essentially poisoned this group. Whether this poison will be fatal or just cause a mild irritation remains to be seen. Judging by the look on his face, it seems like a success. With this, the four veterans who participated in the gathering have learned the secret Oral Gavies wanted to keep hidden. Surely, some sort of chain reaction will follow, in a way that Oral Gavies did not want. No way, the Witch of the Earth is still alive? I suppose I should start researching that too. The royal family probably knew and kept it hidden. This could potentially be their Achilles heel. The ruined scholar, who looked like a little kid, chewed over my words with an academic fervor, and the commander of oracles gleamed like a warrior who had found a fine sword. And, if the witch is truly alive, where is she now? The woman repeated the very question I had asked Oral Gavies. Geez, this woman is quite sharp. What is your name? Am I questioned? The woman in the ornate dress frowned. And then she quietly answered, Ravi. Ravi. A name that doesn't reveal if it's a first name or a last name. No, I can't even be sure if it's a real name or an alias. TSK. I had intended to find out later, but why do you ask? The reason is obvious. She asked the only one here whose name I didn't know. Of course, I couldn't answer that honestly. Because you asked a foolish question. Do I have any reason to answer your question? It would be ridiculous to speak politely to these people when I don't even do so with the master. So I just treated her like an underling. Perhaps she found it slightly humiliating? Robbie bit her lip and glared at me. As a first-year lion mask, I knew it was the perfect time to give her a carrot. But if you say something interesting, I might answer what you want. At my arrogant words, Robbie hesitated for a moment, then nodded as if she understood. She then closed her eyes and opened them again, looking at me. You want us to prove ourselves too? Fine. There was a competitive gleam in her sharp eyes. It was somewhat expected. After all, they're the elites gathered by the master, so their pride must be sky high. It's only natural that they'd be furious after hearing such words from a mysterious man they just met. Moreover, the other members besides her also seemed slightly provoked by my words. Okay, I think that's enough bait. HM? I suddenly felt a gaze and turned to see Oral Gavies staring at me, with a look that seemed to say, who the hell is this guy? The order of the meeting started with me and moved clockwise. So, simply put, now's my turn, huh? The second turn belonged to the old man sitting to my left. Naturally, I pricked up my ears. In a gathering full of veterans, he had to reveal information unknown to at least half the group. Surely it would be valuable. Then I'll speak. Oral Gavies revealed his information. Miss Ravi, the witch of the earth resides where everyone's desires converge. This cunning old man. That was the very information I planned to use next. Well, he must have said it first because he predicted I'd try to recycle it. He likely judged that dealing with this first would allow him to see what real cards I was holding. Swoosh. The green light naturally came on. As per tradition, the members each murmured their impressions. Where everyone's desires converge, It likely refers to the labyrinth, doesn't it? That's one interpretation, but it could also mean outside the city walls. So even they don't have a clear idea. Come on now, we can discuss this later. Let us move on. Oral Gavies' direction brought the conversation to a close, and the meeting proceeded again. The next turn belonged to the middle-aged man. His name was Kagurias. Yes, that was his name. Amelia also mentioned she had never heard of it before. It might be an alias. Since this is my first time, I'm not sure what to say. Just speak freely. Surely, you have at least one piece of important information that others might not know. Well, that's true, but the burly, muscular middle-aged man, Kagurias, seemed unsure whether he should say it here as he looked around at us before sighing. With the master present, I can't just say anything, so I'll go ahead. Go on. There's a portal beneath the royal palace. What? As the green light came on, everyone except Oral Gavies burst out in surprise. A portal? Is it connected to the labyrinth? Though he had no reason to answer, as the turn had passed, Kagurias shrugged and answered. I stumbled upon it, so I'm not entirely sure, but it doesn't seem to be connected to the labyrinth. This is quite intriguing. Then where does the portal lead to? The ruined scholar mumbled as the four members' gazes naturally turned in the direction of me and Oral Gavies. No one spoke, but the question in their eyes was clear. Surely you two know something? Having faced countless questions as the lion mask, I recognized the look in their eyes, the look of those hungry for answers. Oral Gavies merely chuckled. And I, as always, remained silent without moving an inch. Experience had taught me this. If I just stay like this, it'll work more than half the time. This is the second form of the lion style. Form 2, stay still. Of course, while I was executing the second form, my mind was working hard to sort through my thoughts. A secret related to the royal palace, perhaps he's aligned with the royal family. Kagurias. Who exactly is this man? Unlike the commander or the ruined scholar, who I know nothing about, I find myself even more intrigued. But perhaps the ruined scholar found the silence unproductive? Now it's my turn. He didn't waste time and immediately revealed his information. The labyrinth cycle is sustained by life force. As soon as I heard it, question marks formed in my mind. But was I the only one? Lord Ruinzines, could you explain it more simply? Unlike you, we are not versed in magic. Simply? Very well. At Kagurias' request, the ruined scholar elaborated. Contrary to popular belief, the labyrinth is not sustained by magic. To maintain its circulation, resources are necessary. It all sounded like gibberish to me. However, the woman Ravi seemed to have some knowledge of magic. So, the resource is life force? When she spoke as if she understood, the ruined scholar nodded. But what does that mean? I doubt anyone here is interested in the principles of the labyrinth. Kaguriya spoke as if he was somehow dissatisfied. Frankly, I felt the same way. After all, what use is knowing this? T-Sage troublesome. The ruined scholar clicked his tongue, and Kaguriya's fell silent. Seeing the muscular man being cautious around the ruined scholar wasn't entirely unexpected. Despite his childlike appearance, the ruined scholar exuded an aura that made him difficult to approach. May I explain instead? Do as you please. The ruined scholar, seemingly a bit miffed, let Robbie take over. The fact that life force is the primary resource for the labyrinth means that the labyrinth is maintained by life force. If I understand correctly, it changes everything. What do you mean? The rebuilding of humanity and the maintenance of this city weren't because of the labyrinth. Robbie explained. It's the existence of this city that allows the labyrinth to be sustained. My mind buzzed. No, wait a minute. Is that true? If that's really the case, the explorers who died in the labyrinth were nothing more than fuel. The royal family must have known this too. As if thinking the same as me, the Orcule's leader voiced the conclusion I had silently reached. And? Well, that's my understanding. Robbie shrugged and glanced at the ruined scholar. At the very least, it's certain that life force is the resource that keeps the labyrinth running. Suspicions about the royal family are a logical conclusion from this. I see. So, does that suffice? I think it's worth as much as the vague information about a portal under the royal palace. The ruined scholar's sharp words left Kaguriya's with an awkward smile. Haha, don't be angry. People like me don't understand unless everything is explained to us. Is this man a barbarian? There's something oddly familiar about his manner of speech, but jumping to conclusions would be too far-fetched. There were plenty of explorers like him after all. Now it's Miss Robbie's turn. Oral Gavies' words directed the group's attention to the woman. I found myself a bit excited too. The previous two pieces of information were quite interesting, and this woman had directly accepted my provocation. Even if she doesn't surpass me, she want to prove she's on a similar level. It's my turn then. Finally, she opened her mouth and revealed something I hadn't expected at all. The ancient dragon is dead. You may not have known, but it happened more than 10 years ago. I was dumbfounded. The way she spoke so solemnly. I thought she was going to reveal something extraordinary. Is that it? I almost snickered, but the jewel glowed green. Oral Gavies must have known, so the other three were hearing this for the first time. I see. No one of the dragon tribe have been quiet lately. So that's the story. It's a shame that one who survived the age of immortals is gone. The three of them accepted the news as if they had just heard a difficult secret. At first it seemed strange, but then I realized it made sense. The fact that the dragon slayer, Regal Vagos, killed the ancient dragon and stole the clan's treasured sword wasn't known until after the new ancient dragon was chosen. That would have been around this time. I hadn't studied history, so I couldn't remember the exact year, but it seemed like it. I didn't expect that even these people wouldn't know, though. I clicked my tongue in disappointment. Had she not noticed my reaction? So, is this interesting enough? Not really. I honestly didn't see much value in it. That's an unacceptable answer. Robbie glared at me, her pride wounded. There was a hint of suspicion in her eyes. She was probably wondering if I was deliberately downplaying her information. No, if you were going to put up a fight, you should have brought something more interesting. For the sake of quality information, it was necessary to deflate her ego a bit. So, it's time to bring out the third form. I tapped my chair lightly and spoke. Even though it's not my turn, let me add something. What do you mean? Whoa there. How dare you interrupt the lion mask? If I play my cards right, I might be able to skip a turn for free, so I cut her off before she could finish her sentence. The one who killed the ancient dragon was a dragon tribe member named Regal Vagos. What? The woman, who was about to retort, stopped in her tracks. And after a brief pause, swoosh, the jewel emitted a green light. The silence that followed was something I was very familiar with. In that silence, I looked at Robbie and spoke, as if kindly explaining to a bug crawling on the ground. How about now? Are you satisfied? This is the third form of the lion style. Form 3, despising the weak. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 311. Continue reading the chapter here. Roundtable 5. Regalbabos? I encountered him once before. He was quite the explorer with extremely useful skills. An explorer who betrayed his tribe now. This is getting interesting. After I finished speaking, the Orcule's leader and Kaguriya's exchanged a few brief words. It was enough to make me feel something ominous. Getting interested, huh? Hearing such words from the leader of Orcules left me with an indescribable sense of unease. But I took my gaze off them, and I focused on one place. A woman in a dazzling dress, Robbie. Her lips, which had looked at me so aggressively before, were now slightly parted. Her eyes were filled only with shock. How did you? The fact that she was even stuttering showed how much she was taken aback. But there was no room for sympathy here. This is a world of cold-blooded competition. Those who miss opportunities cannot become predators. Therefore, in a way, fewer than 10 people in the world know this story. I smirked as I looked at the confused Ravi. And like someone dealing with a naive child who has only seen the good side of the world, I said, "You're naive. She may be older than me, but who cares? After all, she knows nothing about me." Ravi's reaction was immediate. Her lips clamped shut, her face flushed with anger at being treated like a novice, her eyes fixed on me. And in those eyes, a deep-seated question. Who? Ravi finally voiced her question. Who on earth are you? Whether it was my name, status, or anything else, she asked such a broad question as if any clue about my identity would suffice. The other members also watched the situation with interest, not interrupting the conversation. They were probably just as curious as Ravi about who I was, although they were too proud to ask. Ravi's question was likely scratching their itch. But, okay, this atmosphere is perfect. I already knew what I was going to say. It might seem cliché, but clichés have been working well so far. I started speaking leisurely. Well, it's not like I can't tell you. I could see their focus sharpen immediately. Really? Is he really going to say something? Their faces were full of anticipation. I slowly looked at each of their eager faces, then continued. If you're worthy. Huh. As my words echoed around the table, the Orcule's leader sighed in response. So, you're saying we need to prove ourselves to hear your name? That we have to be worthy to associate with you? The muscular middle-aged man, Kagurias, asked confidently. And I didn't remain silent. Fortunately, you've understood correctly. In fact, I affirmed his words. These days, it's all about self-promotion, right? There's no need to be humble when there's nothing to gain from it. Where on earth did such a person come from? The ruined scholar burst into laughter at my arrogant words. Come to think of it, it was the first time I'd seen him laugh. He had spent most of the time sipping tea, as if he were bored. I guess I've successfully grabbed their attention. As I was smiling under my mask, satisfied with the outcome, I suddenly felt a gaze from beside me. It was Oral Gavies. Man, that's intense. He was staring at me blankly again. And once more, I could see the question in his eyes. Who the hell is this guy? Although there was a brief incident, the meeting continued under the guidance of Oral Gavies. 3 months ago, the King's envoy visited the Lord of Nork. Unfortunately, because of strict secrecy, it's unknown what was discussed between them. The Orcule's leader, who had the final turn in this round, shared this information and received the green light. Fascinating. It seems this is the first time the royal family has engaged in direct interaction. Perhaps that's why. Unlike the ruined scholar who murmured something cryptic, the information wasn't that significant to me. What would I gain from knowing about political matters from 20 years ago? There was only one thing I could glean from this information. Everyone who mattered, including the royal family, was aware of the existence of the underground city. Now, the next turn. After one round ended, Oral Gavies glanced at me. Then, with a look of regret, he clicked his tongue. We'll have to go again without this friend. Does anyone want to go first? Kagurias raised his hand. I'll go first. Oh, will you? I think I'd feel better if I went first. Plus, there's something I want to say. Then go ahead. The second round began as the muscular middle-aged Kagurias shared his information. I've acquired another creation relic. For such a shocking piece of information, he said it rather casually while scratching his cheek. For a moment, my mind went blank. This was an item that, 20 years later, would have vanished without a trace, with no one knowing its whereabouts. But now he says he's obtained another one? So, he already had at least one, to begin with. I nearly gasped in disbelief, but managed to hold it back. But was I the only one shocked? What? Is that true? The ruined scholar sprang to his feet. Ravi was equally astonished. Which clan's creation relic is it? That I can't tell. Then at least tell us how you obtained it. Even if I told you how, all I can say is I got lucky. How can you say it was just luck that got you such an item? Oh, don't be so harsh. Strictly speaking, it's more like I've earned the right to borrow it once when needed. Wow, this guy is truly incredible. It was only then that I realized I had entered the world of the true veterans. In the game, obtaining one creation relic was doable. Just clear the main character's tribe episode and become the chief. But the real challenge was obtaining a second creation relic. You either clear another tribe's episode and obtain the right to use it, or make a companion character, the chief. And that means? Does that mean it's actually possible to clear? As soon as that thought crossed my mind, I glanced at Oral Gavies. His expression remained unchanged, which meant he was already aware of this level of progress. But why did this old man call them failures despite such accomplishments? Anyway, I'm sharing this information for one reason. As the master said, we've spent a long time together, but we've never really opened up to each other. But now, things need to change. Kaguria's continued as I pondered. So I've acquired two. Since the ancient dragon is dead, if Lady Ravi works hard, she might be able to get another one. Why are you bringing this up now? Ravi scolded Kaguria's with a sharp voice, glancing at me nervously. But I'd already heard all the information I needed. So, she's from the dragon tribe. Huh? Oh, I apologize. I didn't think it through. Kaguria's apologized like a man, then continued to speak. 3 remain, and I think if we genuinely pool our efforts, we can manage to obtain them. What do you all think? Though he seemed to be addressing everyone, Kaguria's gaze was fixed on the Orcule's leader. Ah, come to think of it, these two were fighting last time. In a way, it could be seen as an attempt at reconciliation. So, what would the Orcule's leader's response be? His answer was silence. Kaguria's opened his mouth to persuade him. I know you harbor a grudge against the king, but think rationally. Isn't this a bond we've built in this world? Think of the family you left behind in the original world. Enough. The Orcule's leader cut him off with a firm voice. And as if Kaguria's had touched a nerve, he began to emit a killing intent. Kaguria's, too, wiped the smile off his face. So you were trash after all. I thought at least our goals were the same. You say the royal family is the endgame? If you wanted to return, you should have been helping us. Instead, you're just using us as disposable tools to kill the king. Aren't you? Kaguria's, stop it. But Robbie, you just heard him too. He has no intention of going back. That's not true. If that were the case, why would he keep showing up here? Isn't it obvious? He thinks he can use us to kill the king. He's just planning to throw us away afterward, isn't he? Kaguria's asked aggressively, and the Orcule's leader responded with a cold smile. You've hidden your true intentions as well, haven't you? What? You said you believed that Lord Ruinzine's could complete the dimensional magic, but you were actually gathering the creation relics. What's wrong with that? It's only natural to have multiple options. But when I tried to persuade Lord Ruinzine's, you opposed me for a different reason, didn't you? If your goal is to gather all the creation relics, then clashing with the royal family is inevitable. Yet you hindered me at every turn. Ah, you mean that? Kaguriya spoke boldly, as if he never intended to hide anything. I have a good intuition, you see. I had a strong feeling that you were a piece of trash who just talks big. The Orcule's leader didn't respond further. He simply locked eyes with Kaguriya's, emitting an even more intense killing intent. I couldn't help but be amazed. The level of their killing intent is on another level. It was a world of difference from the members of the Round Table I knew 20 years later. Even though that killing intent wasn't directed at me, my skin tingled and my breathing felt heavy, as the tension continued to build. It seems everyone's heads have gotten a bit heated. Oral Gavies, who had been watching quietly, finally stepped in to mediate. And then, it would be best to stop for today. He made an unexpected suggestion. Let's all go back and rest. We'll continue next time. What? Wait, you're ending it here? We haven't even properly started yet? If you're going to end it, at least finish the round. I had planned everything out. No. I was about to protest when suddenly, a flash. Like a flickering light, my vision blinked. And when I opened my eyes again, did it really only take that long? I saw Amelia's familiar face. I've really been kicked out. How much time has passed? About 3 seconds since you closed your eyes. 3 seconds. No wonder Amelia was looking at me with that peculiar expression. For her, it must have seemed like just a moment. She probably couldn't even imagine what had happened inside. Here. When I reached out to the side table for a drink, Amelia handed me a glass of water instead. What's this? Thanks. As I awkwardly expressed my gratitude, Amelia also turned away uncomfortably. So, what happened there? That. Where do I even begin? I had experienced so much that I decided to tell her everything from the start, thinking she might notice something I'd missed. Wait, Oral Gavies apologized? To such a ridiculous demand? And? Nothing, continue. As I recounted the story that began with my power struggle with Oral Gavies and led to the Round Table, Amelia's gaze grew increasingly meaningful. It was a look I had seen many times at the Round Table. What were you doing in your original world? And NBSB. Surviving the Game as a Barbarian, episode 312. In District 7, there was a well-known high-end restaurant. Alova Raven had chosen this place to meet with her clan members after a long time. Of course, this was her first visit. If she had chosen a place she frequented, she would have only gotten more depressed by various thoughts. Aren't you going to order? Not everyone is here yet. Raven's short reply made admin look somewhat uncomfortable. At that awkward moment, Einar spoke up. No, everyone is here. Misha said she wasn't coming. I was hoping she would change her mind, but if she hasn't turned up by now, she won't be coming. I see. So, it's just the 3 of us. Raven unconsciously let out a sigh. It seemed everyone shared the same bitter feeling. Raven. Yes, Sir Uric Fright? But what happened to Irwin? Have you contacted her? I sent a letter. I mentioned the settlement from the last raid and discussed Mr. Jandel's inheritance. Of course, it was just a matter of formality. She didn't expect Irwin to come here. Not after how she left things last time. Did you get a reply? No, nothing. So, I'll just send the settlement by mail when it's ready. I see. Anyway, forget about the ferry. But Misha not showing up, that was unexpected. I thought she'd definitely be here, since she's the most important person regarding this matter. Raven let out a deep sigh and glanced at Einar. Then she carefully asked, "How is Misha? Is she doing okay?" Raven was genuinely worried about her. The last time they saw each other was at the royal funeral procession. And even then, the distance had been too great, and the atmosphere too somber for any real conversation. So, how is she now? She's not doing well. She stays in her room all day and barely eats. One time, I forced her to eat, and she threw up. I see. So I don't go home much these days. I think she feels more uncomfortable when I'm there. Then, where are you staying, Einar? I'm staying at the sanctuary. At least when I'm not there, Misha eats the bare minimum. So, I just stocked up the house with food. That's a relief then. Raven, what do you think? Is it okay to leave Misha like this? Raven spoke, reflecting on her own experience over the past month. Not eating is probably due to guilt. You know? The discomfort that comes from the act of eating itself. She trailed off awkwardly, but Einar and Admin nodded as if they understood. I think I get what you mean. So, what then? I'm not sure how to help Misha. Maybe giving her some time alone isn't a bad idea, but I'm not sure if that's the right answer. Yeah, you wouldn't have all the answers either. Einar's words weren't meant to be hurtful, but Raven felt a mix of frustration and sadness. Einar wasn't wrong. If he were here, he would have handled it better. Let's order something first. If we keep sitting here without ordering, they might kick us out. Sensing something off, Admin changed the subject, and Raven moved on to choosing food with him. Oh, this is my first time at this restaurant, and the food is really good. Why aren't you eating? Oh yeah. After the food came out, they talked as they ate, and then they got down to business. There's no issue with the loot settlement. We just divide everything we got that day into 5 equal parts. The problem is the inheritance. Have you all seen Jandel's will? Yeah, I saw it. There wasn't anything except the distribution ratios for the inheritance. That's just like him, though. Admin trailed off, then chuckled. Then he carefully asked, "But isn't it a bit odd?" Odd? How? The ratios. To be honest, I can't quite understand why he distributed them like that. Oh, that? Raven nodded slightly, showing she understood. She had been surprised too. She never imagined Jandel would evenly split the inheritance, giving 20% to each of the 5 of them. She had expected most of the estate to go to Misha or Einar. But Bjorn Jandel hadn't done that. He didn't specify who would get what, only the percentage of the loot, so they would have to agree on who would get what, but the percentage would be the same. And perhaps the reason was, "You seem to have an idea?" Raven smiled bitterly and answered, "It's obvious why Jandel did that. That clever barbarian warrior had wanted them to avoid resentment towards each other even after his death. So they would continue to care for each other. I don't think we can leave Misha alone like this." Yes, that's probably what he would have wanted. 3 days after visiting the round table, Amelia and I, fully equipped, visited the Lord's castle. We met a man at the agreed location. "Nice to meet you. You must be Iron Mask." His nickname in Nork was Felix Barker. He was the leader of the clan to which the Rainwile sisters had belonged during their childhood as plunderers. The clan had about 13 members. "Nice to meet you. I'm Iron Mask." I also had the nickname Bjorn, son of Thor, but I introduced myself with just my nickname. There was no problem with that. In this city, it was common to use nicknames as names. "Come in." Following him into the clan house inside the Lord's castle, the smell of alcohol hit me. The interior, stylishly decorated, was filled with rough-looking clan members drinking and smoking casually. It felt more like a criminal hideout than a clan house. "Would you like a drink?" As soon as we sat down on the opposite sofa, Felix Barker offered me a bottle of alcohol. "No, thank you." Amelia firmly refused, and I accepted the bottle. After all, it would be too strange if neither of us drank. We were here to join this clan. In this city, refusing a drink meant you didn't trust the person offering it. So, clink. I lifted the visor on my helmet slightly and took a swig. Felix Barker grinned widely. "Good, I like that. But can I ask you something?" "Go ahead." "Why did you choose our clan?" The answer was simple. Because the Rainwile sisters were part of this clan. To stay close when that event happens in 5 months, this was the best way. But I couldn't say that out loud. "Emily said you approached us first, didn't she?" "But even if only half of what I've heard about you is true, there were other good options." I gave him the prepared answer. "I thought it would be convenient to have a clan, but in those big ones, your share gets smaller. So, you'd rather have a troll's head than an ogre's claw." "Huh? Yeah, is that a problem?" Felix Barker stared at me as if trying to gauge my true intentions. But it was impossible. I mean, I had a steel helmet on. How could he see my eyes? While I was thinking that. Ha, 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 ha. He suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming. Unlike oral gavies, he was simply annoying, like some blowhard with too much air in his lungs. And his voice was irritatingly theatrical. Good, very good. What's good? I like you even more. So, am I in? Not yet. Felix Barker waved his finger slowly, trying to act like a mafia boss. We have a merit-based system. Except for me, there are 3 ranks within the clan, and your share in the loot depends on your rank. And we don't know your abilities yet. Have you heard of survival of the fittest? I've heard of it. Then this will be quick. If you want a troll's head, take it. Prove yourself. This place is... Oh, so that's what he's been rambling about. Fine. Huh. You want to test if the rumors are true or not, right? Well, yes. Then let us do it. Why all the talk? I stood up abruptly, and Felix Barker looked up at me in surprise. Did he think I'd be intimidated by his show? You should skip these minor events quickly. All right, just tell me, do I have to kill you? Duel challenges are only between members. And I didn't mean kill. What? Anticlimactic. So, who do I have to kill? Looking around, I scanned the clan members. My gaze landed on a big guy who flinched. Looks like that guy's my opponent. Yes, but you don't have to kill. He kept talking, but I ignored him and started walking toward the big guy. The guy, overwhelmed by my presence, stepped back and glanced at Felix Barker. A look only someone desperate for help would give. Felix Barker, regaining his composure, spoke to me. Wait, there's an open space in the back. Fine, let us go there. And no special abilities are allowed during the duel. So there's a no skills rule. So we're just using basic stats and physical prowess. Nork really is a place for tough guys. Winning without special abilities shouldn't be too hard. After a moment's thought, I readily accepted the rules. But then Felix Barker muttered something. I'd prefer if no one dies. I was genuinely surprised. Then how do you level up? You just need to make them surrender. What? You can level up without killing? Isn't a bloody promotion match the rule in this underworld? And didn't you just mention survivals of the fittest? How does that even work? This doesn't make sense. I looked at him, genuinely confused. Ironically, he had a similar expression. Didn't you say you've only been in Nork for a month? So? Never mind. It was Felix Barker who averted his eyes first. In a dark room with thick curtains drawn over the windows. Misha Karlstein slowly sat up with hollow eyes. Another day has begun. She slightly opened the curtains to check if it was daytime, and then lay back down on the bed. Sleep didn't come, and her unwashed body was drenched in sweat from the nightmare she had last night. Her stomach ached from hunger. It was so painful. Misha dragged her weary body out of the room. She stopped in front of Jandel's room, which she hadn't entered since that day. It felt like if she just opened the door, she would find him sleeping inside. But today, as usual, she couldn't bring herself to open the door. Staggering, she weakly turned around and went downstairs. The first floor was as dark as the second. All the windows were covered because people kept coming by to leave flowers. Misha muttered in a dry voice. She came and left again. On the dining table, there was a note in Einar's crooked handwriting, telling her to check the pantry she had restocked. Clunk. Misha checked the pantry. Rye bread, vegetables often used in cooking, and meat and fruits. Most of the things were items she used to enjoy. But, ugh, just seeing them made her nauseous. She couldn't even bear the smell. The rye bread was what Bjorn liked. And the meat, of course. The vegetables were always stocked up because Bjorn was a picky eater, so there was always plenty left over. In the end, Misha shut the pantry again, as if she were fleeing. But she knew. She had to eat. If she didn't, her body would deteriorate. Jandel wouldn't have wanted that. Bjorn, in the dark kitchen, with the lights off. She sat down on a chair, weeping for a while before getting up and approaching the pantry again. At that moment, oh, you were here? I thought no one was home. A stranger's voice came from behind her. A thief. Misha grabbed a knife from the cutting board and turned around. Despite her haggard state, her movements were sharp. But, whoa, careful there. The intruder easily grabbed her wrist, disarming her. She tried to resist, but he was too strong. Is this how you greet an old friend? An old? Unconsciously, Misha looked up at the man's face. It was too dark to see clearly, but something about him was familiar. Human. His skin was as white as snow, and his platinum blonde hair, a symbol of nobility, was neatly combed back. And most of all, a shadow elf? Are you a player? Huh? Freya. An evil spirit? And no, not at all. That distinct, eerie yet light-hearted voice. She quickly remembered who this man was. You're that. So, you remember? I'm Lee Beck-ho. I'll let go now, so stay calm. True to his word, the man named Lee Beck-ho released her arm. Misha took a step back, rubbing her sore wrist. The platinum-haired man smiled as if to reassure her. Don't be so guarded. A chill ran down her spine. His wide smile was unsettling. I just came to ask you something. Because his eyes weren't smiling at all. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 313. Continue reading the chapters here. Inheritance 2. Her body froze as if facing a natural enemy. Her heart raced as if it had malfunctioned. Even though she thought of dying every day, her body craved life. Perhaps sensing this, Beck's smile deepened even further. You know that Bjorn Jandel is a player, right? I don't know what are you talking, Abu. Misha immediately denied it upon hearing his words, but Beck didn't wait for her to finish. Oh, so you didn't know? His voice didn't sound like he was merely testing the waters. Misha looked into Beck's eyes, as if trying to read his true intentions. And then, flinch, she unknowingly held her breath. A void-like gaze that seemed bottomless was directed at her, revealing nothing. It was a sensation as if all her innermost thoughts had been seen through. Beck spoke as Misha trembled silently. So, how did Bjorn Jandel die? His voice was emotionless, seeking only confirmation. However, Misha sensed an inexplicable anger. She couldn't understand why. Could it be that they were close? No, that didn't make sense. Then why was this anger directed at her? It was reported in the city that he died buying time, so you all could escape. At that moment, the air grew heavy. Or perhaps you killed him yourselves? The pressure was suffocating. At the same time, the anger that had been subtly present in Beck's voice became clearer. After all, you knew he was an evil spirit, didn't you? So you just backstabbed him and took his wealth, didn't you? Didn't he even designate the inheritance in your names? You had every reason to kill him. What nonsense are you spouting? Why is it nonsense? You don't even see us as human. His tone was both cynical and mocking. Misha realized that this man had experienced something similar. Maybe that's why? It felt as if a blade was slicing through her heart. It wasn't just because she feared this man. Could it be that Bjorn also thought the same thing when he looked at her? Did he secretly worry and suffer, fearing he would be despised if his true identity were revealed? Is that why he kept his distance from them? And, in the final moments when he was alone, what thoughts crossed his mind? The very thought suffocated her. Even someone like him must have felt anxious and afraid. That must be why he didn't leave a single word in his will. He always smiled in front of them, but behind that smile must have been a deep loneliness. However, answer me, was it you? One thing was certain. Despite everything, he cared for them more than anyone. That's why Misha spoke with firm resolve. We could never do that. Even though she knew her words wouldn't reach him, she still answered, saying we didn't see him as human Bjorn. How could that even be possible? At least for her, it wasn't possible. She regretted that fact. She should have told him sooner. Then, maybe Bjorn wouldn't have had to feel anxious when looking at them. Misha closed her eyes. She no longer feared this unknown man. She just closed her eyes and endured the emotions that surged like the waves of the great sea. And then, you had a good companion. Beck spoke. Unlike me, his voice was unexpectedly sorrowful, a stark contrast to his tyrannical demeanor from before. Misha opened her eyes again. The oppressive pressure that had tightened around her, like a vice, had vanished without a trace. Your name was Misha Karlstein, right? Why, yes. Misha answered in confusion, taken aback by his sudden change in demeanor. Beck continued with a smile. What if I told you there's a way to bring Bjorn Jandel back to life? His eyes curved into a sly grin as he spoke. 2 weeks had passed since I joined the Felix Barker's clan. And now, crackle, I'm sitting in front of a blazing campfire. The location was a rocky desert on the second floor. Behind me, for men and women were busily preparing the camp. By the way, they're doing it because I ordered them to. If I left everything to one person like usual, it would take forever, wouldn't it? Ugh, why do we have to do this? Shut up, he'll hear you. I already heard, you fool. I chuckled as I watched the 4 men and women preparing the camp. Then I made eye contact with the muscular one. He was the first guy I had to prove myself against after joining Felix Barker's clan. It was a bloody promotion match. No, here they call it a raid match. In terms of exploration rank, he's a level 6. He barely survived a no-skill match with me after getting his head half smashed in 3 seconds, only saving his life with a potion. Anyway, his name was Dumbo. It's been not Dumbo. Right. It was a mistake, but getting all serious about it annoys me a bit. It's obvious. Dubbin is just an alias anyway. He doesn't even know what's really important. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? I got up and walked over to Dumbo. As I approached, the guy started trembling, probably remembering the last time he got beaten up. Seriously, if you're going to act tough, don't crumble when I just stand in front of you. Dumbo. I placed my hand on his shoulder and spoke in a low voice, using the weight of my title as the 3rd team leader of the Barker clan. Do you think it's okay to disrespect your team leader? I squeezed his shoulder as I spoke. From now on, your name is Dumbo. It's easier to pronounce. Got it? Answer me. All right. TSK. Should have done that from the start. After encouraging him with a pat on the shoulder, I sent Dumbo off to finish preparing the camp. Then I returned to the fire and started munching on jerky. Choo-choo. After completing 3 raid matches on my first day, I was promoted to team leader of one of the 3 teams, with the clan leader's approval. And in line with the clan's macho culture, the team leader's power is absolute, especially inside the labyrinth. Ah, this is what power feels like. As I lazed around while everyone else worked, a scrawny guy approached and informed me that the camp was ready. You should rest. We'll take turns keeping watch. The scrawny guy's name was... What was it again? Anyway, he's the scout of our team. Not a scout, but good enough at pathfinding, slightly below Rot Miller's level. He's been a plunderer for a long time, so he knows the best spots to loot. I'm not sleepy yet, so I'll stay up a bit longer. The first shift was that kid's, right? If you get tired, I'll leave it to her, so you all go to sleep first. Yes. After I gave him permission to rest, the scrawny guy told the others and crawled into his sleeping bag. And then, may I sit with you? Of course. A red-haired woman sat down on the chair across from me. She had a mature aura despite her young appearance and was the scout of our team. Amelia's older sister. What's her name again? Laura Rainwiles. Laura responded professionally, still wary of the new team leader. But it felt strange. They do look alike, but how can their vibes be so different? Their overall features were similar. But the older sister had a much gentler, friendlier impression. Even though I knew she had once killed a successful explorer at the age of 12 to save her sister, and spoke with such a stiff tone. Is there a problem? No, I just thought you'd been through a lot. Oh. Laura slightly parted her lips. She didn't expect someone like me, who always bullied the team members, to say such a thing. Your sister's a scout too, right? Yes, she's working under team leader Martis. Aren't you worried? Laura clamped her mouth shut and glanced at me. She was curious why I was asking such questions. But perhaps she judged that ignoring the new team leader's question wasn't wise. I'm not worried at all. I trust that team leader Martis will take good care of my sister. Laura gave a superficial answer. Now I feel like a snitch or something. Relax, just be honest with me. She's your sister, right? It's only natural to worry. When I persisted, Laura reluctantly revealed a bit of her true feelings. I'm worried, but I'm reassured knowing that team leader Martis wouldn't harm her or send her into dangerous situations. Why? Laura pursed her lips tightly and glanced at me. She seemed to be wondering what I was really after with my questions. But realizing it wasn't wise to ignore the new team leader's inquiries, she finally opened up. I may be a scout, but I've grown to the point where I can pull my weight after years of exploration. I knew that already. She consumed 4, albeit low-grade, essences. Yet Laura was still a scout. She's treated relatively well within the team, but no matter how hard she works, she can't claim her share of the loot, a near-slave position within the clan. You gave up your share to ask him to take care of your sister. Since I can't have any of the money I earn anyway. Actually, I brought her here when our father tried to sell her as a scout. Why? At least in this clan, she won't have to go through those things. You're kind. Laura didn't respond, and silence settled between us. It wasn't an awkward silence. I just sat quietly, staring at the fire, organizing my thoughts, and when I felt drowsy enough, I got up. I'm going to sleep now. Yes. You've been on watch for about an hour now, so stay up for just 1 more hour before switching shifts. Yes? But my shift is supposed to be. If you do double the shift, you'll be too tired to fight tomorrow. You said you could pull your weight earlier. So switch after an hour and get some rest. If anyone complains, tell them I ordered it. With that, I lay down in my sleeping bag. Laura seemed troubled, trying to say something, but she sighed and fell silent as I started snoring. Laura Rainwiles. As I drifted off, my thoughts kept returning to her. How could I keep this woman alive? After completing our first day of camping in a rocky desert, we resumed our journey early the next morning. On the second day, we reached the pilgrim's path on the 3rd floor and continued along the twilight slope, heading to the clan's gathering point. Thorny Reed Field, a hunting ground that encompassed a portion of the western fields of the Witch's Forest, the heart of the 3rd floor. On the 4th day, when we finally arrived, all the other teams had already gathered. After exchanging a brief glance with Amelia, I headed to where the clan leader was. Anything happen on the way? Nothing. Everyone's quite skilled. Haha, they may not be as good at fighting as you, but they're all reliable people. Does this guy not know how to distinguish between flattery and reality? I chuckled and sat down in the empty chair beside him. Well, since everyone's here, we could move right away, but since we have some newcomers, I'll go over the plan one more time. Clan leader Felix Barker smoothly transitioned into briefing us on the plan. But honestly, there wasn't much of a plan. We were just going to split into teams and start plundering from this Reed Field base. Just remember, if you encounter an opponent you're not sure you can handle, contact another team through your scout. We'll drop everything and come to help right away. After wrapping up the briefing, the clan leader asked if there were any questions, and I immediately raised my hand. But isn't this method too inefficient? Inefficient? The clan leader looked at me like he'd just seen something strange. I guess a barbarian talking about efficiency seemed out of place to him. A bit unfair. Is there any race more focused on efficiency than barbarians? If you have a suggestion, speak up. The moment the clan leader gave his approval, I boldly began to speak. First off, the problem is that we're using scouts. Why are we even doing that? As I've said before, placing insiders within the enemy's ranks gives us a huge advantage in ambushes. It also reduces our combat losses. What are you talking about? That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? The clan leader gave me a puzzled look. So, I explained calmly, like teaching an ignorant child. By doing that, you only end up killing honest explorers who allow scouts to join them. And most of those honest explorers are poor. What exactly are you trying to say? We should target plunderers like us. That way, we can take all the loot they've already plundered. When I seriously laid out my plan, there was a moment of silence. And then laughter erupted. Huh? Why are you laughing? I'm sorry if I offended you. It's just that in over 10 years in Nork, I've never heard such an idea before. So, what's your answer? At first glance, your logic seems sound, but your suggestion overlooks the most important point. We're not divine enforcers. How do we distinguish plunderers from others? I knew you'd say that. I grinned and leaned in. All right, listen up. I've got a method. See you tomorrow. By the way, you can join here and binge read all my advanced chapters with new updates every day. Your support is the only way to keep the website running, so please consider supporting if you can. Thank you. Slightly smiling face. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 314. Rank 6 explorer, Droff items. He wasn't a part of any major clan, and the team he was currently with had come together through the Explorer-S Guild-S mediation. If there was anything notable about him, it was that he had recently taken over as team leader after the previous one died, but even that didn't change the fact that he was quite ordinary. The team operated on the 4th floor of the labyrinth. The skill levels of the members were mediocre, and their personalities and ways of thinking weren't much different from others. They usually hunted diligently to gather mana stones, but like any other explorers, they wouldn't hesitate to get their hands dirty if a good opportunity arose. That's why Droff Items and his team found themselves in a dilemma. Oh, you guys are very kind people. Meeting this barbarian had been a complete coincidence. While passing through the thorn reed field on their way to the Witch-S forest, they stumbled upon him. He was calling for help. Apparently, he had wandered away from his team to sneak a drink during a break and had gotten lost. What an idiot. At first, they couldn't believe it, but it didn't seem like he was lying. After all, he was a barbarian. Such illogical things were entirely possible. And besides, barbarians weren't known for being good liars. And when they did lie, it was pretty obvious. Drop. What are we going to do? We're not just going to let him go, are we? That ring he's wearing, it looks like it's a subspace item. He also said he left his weapons behind. If we're going to do it, let us do it quickly. His comrades might come looking for him. Greed filled everyone's eyes. And why wouldn't he? A subspace ring retains its value when sold, as it isn't subject to wear and tear and doesn't require a matching physique like other equipment. It's worth hundreds of thousands of stones at the very least, and that armor looks valuable too. What are you all whispering about? Where.To going to help me find my comrades? Jackson, go over there and keep that barbarian occupied. Piece of cake. Hey, barbarian, aren't you hungry? Have some jerky. Oh, jerky. But don't you have any alcohol? Right here. Join me if you're bored. After sending a teammate to distract the barbarian, Droff exchanged glances with the remaining team members. As their eyes met, everyone nodded in silent agreement. In an instant, a unanimous decision was made. Ugh, after running all day, I'm tired. You said you had something to discuss? Can I take a quick nap? Do as you please. Right then, the barbarian lay down as if he were about to fall asleep, and soon, the sound of snoring filled the air. Snore! Snore! At that sight, Droff dismissed the slight guilt he had felt. This was the barbarian's fault. He was practically begging to be robbed blind, so who could resist? Signaling to his comrades with a hand gesture, Droff and the others stealthily approached the barbarian. And then, now, in an instant, weapons were thrust from all sides. But what on earth was happening? Clang dash. The blades were blocked. It felt as if they had struck a wall, and the sound was different. Instead of the familiar noise of flesh and leather being torn, it was more like scraping against stone. Well, what is this? Everyone was caught off guard. The barbarian, still unharmed, suddenly shot up and, while swinging his fist, shouted, "Problem solved," as if he had been waiting for this moment. I can't believe this actually worked. After their first successful raid on plunderers, Felix Barker let out a chuckle. At first, he had been skeptical, but after seeing the results, he had no choice but to admit it. Leader, there are no stolen goods in their bags, but their equipment is quite high-end for their level. Of course, judging by their actions, this wasn't their first time. That's the unfair truth of this world. No matter how diligently one hunts monsters and grows stronger, those who stab their fellow explorers in the back advance much faster. Of course, if they push their luck, they might not live long enough to enjoy it. So, what do you think about the method I told you? When I asked confidently, Felix Barker nodded in agreement. It's not bad. No, to be honest, it's brilliant. Then, Felix Barker, truly impressed, began showering me with praise for quite a while. Just being able to infiltrate with a warrior like you is a game changer. If you strike from within while we ambush from outside, no one can respond properly. In the battle just now, everyone had turned their backs on me, making it easy for our clan members hidden in the reeds to ambush them. They fell like flies. Did that fight even last 10 seconds? Barbarians are truly remarkable. Even sending a child as a scout would raise some suspicion. But with you, there wasn't any. Was there? But is that really something to be proud of? For a moment, I wondered, but I brushed it aside. I'm not really a barbarian, so I could take it as a compliment. Anyway, now that they've seen how effective this method is, it was time to move on to the next phase. After all, there was only one reason I shared this strategy with them. Since you like it so much, will you all start using my method from now on? Even though I had to spend some time with these guys, I really didn't want to plunder innocent and decent explorers. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing either. So I'd steered them towards hunting looters. I would love to, but... And my question, Felix Barker clicked his tongue. Unfortunately, there's a fatal flaw in this method. What is it? There's only one barbarian, you. As good as this method is, it wouldn't be efficient for everyone to stick together for this. That? Don't worry about that. I've already thought of a solution. Hey, you and you over there. I grinned and called forward a few guys from teams 1 and 2 who had caught my eye. Then I made them strip. Why are we? Why? To check out your muscles, of course. Okay, they're a bit soft, but the size seems about right. Swoosh. As I took a step closer, the two shirtless men crossed their arms over their chests and backed away. Hey, what do they think I'm going to do? Could you tell us what you're going to do? I'm going to turn you into warriors. With that, I pulled out the items I had prepared. Did they realize what I was planning? The two guys widened their eyes and shouted. Is it really? A brush and some dye. The surrealist painter, Salvador Dali, once said, I'm not strange. I'm just not normal. And the impressionist painter Vincent van Gogh once said, I have no certainty in my life, but the sight of the stars makes me dream. There's also something Pablo Picasso said. Every child is an artist. The problem is how to remain an artist once we grow up. I wonder if one day I, too, will be able to leave behind famous words like these artists. I don't know for sure, but for now, I'll say this. Hold still, unless you want to die. Ugh. What's with all the squirming? You're making the lines crooked. Swoosh, swoosh. The more they fidgeted, the more I focused my concentration. Red, green, blue, black. Using just 4 very common colors, I threw myself into the brushwork, keeping the sayings of these great artists engraved in my heart. Creating art that only I could understand. Not on canvas, but on the skin of a person. Swoosh, swoosh. The people watching me kept murmuring, never tiring. Looks like a bunch of doodles. With lines that crooked. TSK. How barbaric. They clearly have no clue about modern art. Ahem. When I cleared my throat, clearly annoyed, the onlookers finally shut up. Phew, much better. Should have done that sooner. In the now quiet atmosphere, I continued my work. It didn't take much longer. At first, it was fun, but as I kept going, it started to get boring. All right, it's done. You can get up now. After hastily finishing up, I patted the backs of the two guys, signaling that they could stand. Man, they sure aren't making this easy. Why are you covering your tattoos with your arms? I pushed aside the arms of the two men who were covering their torsos as if embarrassed. Finally, my masterpiece was revealed in full. I was quite satisfied. The quality was rough compared to my own tattoos, but it doesn't stand out as much as I thought. Even the clan leader, who had been giving me odd looks, seemed surprised by the result. In the dark labyrinth, this level of camouflage wouldn't stand out as much as one might think. But from my perspective as the creator, the imperfections were glaring. Why are you staring at the ground? Are you actually embarrassed? Look at their shy faces and behavior. No one would believe they were barbarians like this. So, come here. I'll turn you into real warriors. After getting permission from the clan leader, I took the two guys away to give them a crash course. It wasn't too difficult. It took about 30 minutes. Be Bethora. Louder. Bethelrea. Good. Now, what do you say when you're running? I'm lost. Help me. Snore. Snore. Snort, snore. Sit. Thud. Yeah, now you look more like barbarians. Late at night, under the crescent moon, Irwin Fornaci D. Tertian knocked on the door of a certain mansion. Knock, knock. The door opened about a minute later. With a creak, a fairy man opened the door and froze when he saw Irwin's face. The determined expression on her face told him everything. Why she had come to see him at this hour. So, you made your decision. Yes. Her short answer was devoid of any hesitation, and the man sighed deeply in response. He couldn't say he didn't understand her feelings. But the process of gaining the power of pure blood in our lineage is far more terrible than you can imagine. And even if you wish for it, it's not something that just anyone can achieve. I know. Please reconsider one last time. The man implored her, unable to stand idly by. He could see the painful path she was about to walk down. But Irwin's resolve didn't waver. I'm sorry, but I've already made up my mind. Please help me. Help me become a pure blood. Irwin raised her head. Her amber eyes, which usually shone brightly, were now filled only with a hunger for power. The man felt his breath catch in his throat. He had seen too many people with eyes like hers and knew how they all ended. However, very well, I will help you. He couldn't refuse Irwin's request. No matter what power or title he might hold, he was still a sinner before these sisters. Thank you. Then, I'll be going. With that, Irwin turned around and slowly walked away. As he watched her leave, the man couldn't help but stop her. Wait, is there something else you wanted to say? What if? Yes, what if there were a way to bring him back? What would you do? The man wanted to ask, but couldn't bring himself to say the words. Never mind. I was just rambling. It's late, so you should go. I'll inform the council. Okay. Irwin hesitated for a moment, then turned back and left. This time, the man didn't stop her. No, he couldn't stop her. Because, for some reason, the one who knew about the Stone of Resurrection was absent from this gathering. After all, there was only one person that stone could be used to save. Surviving the Game as a Barbarian episode 315. Continue reading more chapters here. Inheritance 4. Come on everyone, have a drink. It's on me, so don't even think about skipping out. Haha. After the labyrinth had been closed, Amelia and I joined the afterparty. The venue was the same pub run by the adoptive father of the Rainwild sisters. Iron Mask. Do you remember what that guy said when his guts were spilling out? Save me. How you're not laughing? Not funny at all. Oh, I see. I gave Dumbo, who was getting overly familiar, a cold stare before standing up. Then I headed toward Felix Barker. Yo, Iron Mask. Barker. Just call me pal if you want. No, this is fine. Want a drink? Sure. As I sat next to him and drank, he kept talking without a break. Most of it was just praising me. The fashion barbarian strategy worked out as expected. No, it actually exceeded expectations. Apparently, the warriors I trained and distributed to various teams had a higher success rate than mine. Well, it couldn't be helped. After all, I always kept my face hidden behind the Iron Mask, which made me more suspicious compared to those who didn't. This is revolutionary. They trusted us far more easily than when we used kids as decoys. So, does that mean we won't need decoys anymore? It's too early to say. We don't know how long this method will last. I subtly tested the waters, but it seemed the clan leader had no intention of letting the sisters go. He had some sense, after all. Besides, the Rainwild sisters at least have quite the talent. A few more years of grinding, and they'll be valuable assets. Yeah, he had no intention of letting them go peacefully. Sigh, I can't just kill him here and now. I quietly clicked my tongue. Felix Barker was, in fact, the biggest obstacle to our plan. Or rather, the essence he possessed was the problem. A level 4 rare species, sea merchant. A rare neutral monster that one might encounter while sailing on the 6th floor ocean, though the chances are extremely low. Normally, it doesn't attack first, and if you pour a certain amount of magic stones into the sea where it swims, it throws back a top-tier material called bluestone. Of course, you can also hunt it as a monster, and if you're incredibly lucky, it drops an essence that grants a unique active skill called Unholy Contract. Currently, only the older sister is bound by the contract. This unholy contract was the problem. Thanks to the vile contract he placed, we had to break it to save Laura. Ugh, how did such a precious essence end up with this scumbag? Annoyed, I asked Felix Barker a question. But how did you get the sea marchant essence? I've heard it's quite rare. Oh, that? Why do you ask all of a sudden? I've always been curious. I just didn't ask before, because we weren't close. So, we're closer now, huh? I shrugged, avoiding a direct answer, and he chuckled, interpreting it his way before starting his story. It was back when I was still active on the surface with my clan. I was quite young then. To summarize his story, cutting out the unnecessary parts. While on a clan mission, the sea marchant dropped its essence, and greed got the better of him, leading him to steal the test tube containing the essence. I planned to wait until things calmed down and auction it off, dreaming of striking it rich. I thought I'd never have to worry about money again. But Felix Barker's crime was quickly discovered. So, he fled to Nork, and in the process, couldn't sell the essence and ended up absorbing it himself. Bjorn. At that point in the conversation, Amelia approached me. Emily, I think it's time to head back. Is that so? I'll take my leave then. As I stood up and excused myself, Felix Barker gave me a lewd grin. Have a good time. Looking at that grin, I thought to myself, I couldn't wait for the day when I could crush this bastard's head. Thud. Oliva Raven closed the book she had been reading all night. Stretching, she got up from her seat. Then, her gaze fell on the pile of items in the corner of her lap. They were Bjorn Jandel's belongings. It's time to deal with these too. Raven let out a long sigh. Time was cruel. At first, she thought there would be some grand secret to uncover and pored over various books. But she found nothing, and as time passed, she began to face reality. Maybe that was her true nature. Emotions are fleeting. No matter how angry or sad she felt, in the end, her rational side would take over. Bjorn Jandel was dead. So, it was time to sell these items, convert them to money, and distribute them according to his will. She shouldn't be staying up late, digging through books. That's what she should be doing. But the more she thought that way, the more inexplicable guilt Raven felt. That's why she had been reading. Misha and Irwin's world had changed with Bjorn Jandel's death. They would never live the same lives as before. But what about her? Sigh. She had started eating meals regularly again, worried that her health might deteriorate. And the frantic search for secrets and books wasn't as desperate as before. She felt nothing would change anyway. That wasn't all. She drank tea and forced herself to smile and chat when her seniors at the academy approached her. And Raven knew that if this continued, she would eventually return to a normal life. She was like a matchstick that could burn hot, but couldn't stay lit for long. I did like him, but she liked Bjorn too. Not romantically, but she had the most affection for him as a person. She learned a lot from him, and being with him was enjoyable. Emotionally, he had the most impact on her since that woman. But just like back then, she was recovering. And with that recovery came guilt. I should at least tidy up. I can sell them later. Muttering to herself, Raven started sorting Bjorn Jandel's belongings in earnest. First, she appraised his equipment and noted their values. Then, she organized the items from his subspace. Among them, something caught her eye. This is a golden mask, an item that could be obtained from the Crimson Fortress on the first floor, but the method had been erased from her records due to erosion. How did Jandel get this? She once suspected Jandel had a copy of the Chronicles of the Rifts when she saw him use the tear of the goddess to defeat a vampire. But she let go of her suspicion when he swore on a warrior's oath that it was just a coincidence. But what was this? Could he have lied? Maybe he did have a copy or had read it. As she was about to delve into that thought, she remembered her teacher once suspected him of being an evil spirit. Ugh, what am I thinking? Raven chuckled and continued organizing his bag. Then it happened. What's this? She found a magical tool with an unknown purpose. Judging by the inscriptions, it seemed to be a device for communication and recording. Click. Raven pressed a groove at the bottom. Then, a voice began to play. What's the dilemma? They're just NPCs anyway. But still, we've been through so much together. You're kidding, right? You think they'd feel the same if they knew the truth. It wasn't Bjorn Jandel's voice. Then who were these two talking? The answer came quickly. Your comrades believed they were your friends because that was the real Hans. But as you know, the real Hans is no longer in this world. But I still think of them as my real comrades. It was a conversation between Hans Krizen and the dwarf from Nork, whom she had met in the doppelganger forest. So, this was what they meant by weakness. Who would have thought he still had this? Anyway, she should reset it if she planned to sell it later, right? Swoosh. Raven let her magic flow into the device, analyzing its circuitry. As a mage specializing in magitech, this was a simple task. Press twice and hold once for a reset. She figured out how to reset it, but instead of pulling her magic out, she continued to analyze the circuits. The structure was unique, and she wanted to examine it a bit more. As she delved deeper and started reading the residual magic, the maximum number of plays for recorded content is limited. Her hand twitched. The device could only play a recording up to 100 times, after which it would automatically reset. But only 2 plays left. The playback count was strangely unsettling. Too strange for a simple error, so Raven injected more magic and inspected it thoroughly. Then she checked the playback history. What the? Except for the 2 plays, all others had occurred after leaving the doppelganger forest. In other words, Bjorn Jandel had played it 96 times. Why did Jandel play this conversation so many times? She couldn't understand. But Raven's instinct screamed that something was wrong. Just then, knock knock. Someone knocked on her lab door. Raven paused and opened the door. An unexpected visitor stood there. Misha. Yeah, can I come in? Yes. Of course. Please come in. I'll just tidy up a bit. You don't have to worry about that. Okay, but what brings you here all of a sudden? Flustered by the unexpected visit, Raven trailed off. I have something important to tell you. A sense of foreboding filled her. Drinking again? Well, there's nothing else to do. Amelia glanced at me as she hung her coat on the rack. Gosh, give me a break. It gets pretty boring being here alone. Did you collect the payments? She chuckled at my question. Do you think I can't handle something like that? It's not that, but you never know. They could have tried something funny. Don't worry. I made sure we got our share. Not that it matters much. True. Money wasn't our goal. It wasn't entirely meaningless, but it would only matter after we saved Laura and figured out how to return to our original timeline. So, what's the plan? After talking to him, it seems like it'll be tough to break the contract before that incident. Nothing changes for now. We'll keep trying, at least until we come up with a better plan. All right, 2 weeks had passed since we returned to Nork. During that time, we discussed our plan extensively. How to save Laura. But even after days of talking, we couldn't find a clear solution. Ugh, I feel like I'm so close to figuring it out. The more frustrating it got, the more I looked forward to the 15th midnight. Meeting oral gavies again, gathering information from other members. I hoped it would spark a good idea. It's tonight, right? 2 hours left. Amelia nodded at my response and went to wash up. Afterwards, she just chatted to pass the time. Before long, the moment arrived. 23:59. 10 seconds until midnight. I closed my eyes and focused on the ticking of the clock. Tick, tick, tick. Soon, I heard the 10th tick. And then, what the? I opened my eyes immediately. Tick, tick, tick. In the silence, the ticking continued. Did we already go? Amelia looked at me in confusion, but I just stared at the clock in a daze. Tick, tick, tick. What's going on? Why didn't it take me? Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 316. Tick, tick, tick. The second hand went round and round, and the minute hand finally moved on to the next position, but I was still not summoned to the spiritual world. I double-checked the date and time, wondering if the clock might be broken. But even after waiting helplessly until morning, nothing changed. So, what exactly is going on? I spent the entire night discussing with Amelia, narrowing down the possibilities until 3 remained. To summarize them one by one, a temporary error occurred by coincidence this time. If this incident wasn't caused by someone, but was purely coincidental, the probability isn't 0%. Whether it's an electronic device or a magic-infused artifact, in the end, they're both made by people. Rarely, but sometimes even a subspace ring can break, preventing access to the items stored inside until it's repaired. Though the chances of this happening are slim, this option seemed more plausible. Oral gavies banished me from the spiritual world. This was a more likely guess than the first. Judging by the old man's attitude, there's no reason to banish me at this point. But he is a sly old man whose true intentions are hard to discern. We can't rule out the possibility that this is another one of his schemes. This is also a quite plausible story. In fact, I considered this the most likely of the 3. Though I can't even begin to imagine what kind of situation could cause trouble for that monstrous old man. Isn't this a world full of monsters? Even that old man must have formidable enemies. Like the royal family, for example. Enough, let's just get some sleep. Since I have no means of finding out the truth, there's no point in worrying further. So I decided to wait until the 15th of next month. And in the meantime, I made another trip to the labyrinth as the days passed. Things went well this time too. If we keep this up, we'll all be rich in no time. Nothing significant happened in the labyrinth. Just like last time, I spent my time busily plundering the plunderers until the labyrinth closed. This was the case again at midnight on the 15th. Didn't make it again this time? Yeah. Even though the time had come, my mind remained in my body. This is really annoying. What on earth is going on? As my frustration grew day by day, time continued to flow relentlessly. Time sure flies. I folded the calendar in my hand neatly and put it in my pocket, trying to erase the bitter smile from my face. It's already been 6 months since I arrived in the past. Sure. As I got up and grabbed my coat, Amelia asked without looking in my direction. Are you going out again today? There's nothing to do here. What about you? I'll stay in the dormitory. After a brief and dull conversation with Amelia, I left the lodging. These days, most of our conversations go like this. Short, shallow, and always tinged with an invisible sharpness. This is really uncomfortable. At first, it was bearable, but as the days counted down to D-Day, it became much worse. I still hadn't found any significant solution. The community that I had hoped might open again remained closed since that time. Did they really expel me? I even started to think I should check to make sure. In this underground city, there's the head of Orcules. If I go and ask, I could find out whether I was the only one expelled or if the entire community server went down. What am I even thinking? It's not like anything will change. I sighed as I walked through the streets of the underground city. By now, I had gotten quite used to this place. Aside from the alleys and the Eastern District, which is essentially Orcules' base, I had memorized most of the main roads. Boss, you're here. Upon arriving at the clan house located in the Lord's castle, Dumbo greeted me warmly. After spending months together in the labyrinth, he no longer showed signs of fear or avoidance like before. In fact, with his behavior, he seemed more like a loyal follower than anything else. Come, sit here. Would you like some drinks too? Something light. Haha, wait a moment. I'll bring it right away. As I sat down in an empty seat and relaxed, Dumbo quickly brought the drinks and sat beside me. And then he started talking like a jukebox. Most of it was about rumors circulating in the city or recent events, but his storytelling was entertaining enough to keep me from getting bored. Right, boss, have you heard about the barbarian heart? Suddenly, he mentioned something I couldn't ignore. Heart? What's that about? Go on, tell me. Oh, you haven't heard? They say there's a rumor spreading on the surface that the barbarian heart is valuable as a magical ingredient and is being sold at a high price. What? The announcement from the Mage Tower that the barbarian heart is a rare magical ingredient won't happen until about 10 years later, long after the war between the fairies and barbarians. But for that story to be circulating already? Could it be that I changed the future? No, that can't be. Unable to believe it, I pressed Dumbo for more details, and the story was like this. Oh, it wasn't announced by the Mage Tower. It's just a baseless rumor. A baseless rumor? Apparently, a few months ago, the clan leader requested the Melter Trading Company to spread such rumors on the surface. What? That son of a... Without needing to hear more, I understood the situation. Of course, the only motivation for clan leader Felix Barker to make such a request to the Melter Trading Company, the sole trading company in Nork, and its connection to the surface, was obvious. It seems the clan leader thought that such rumors would make surface plunderers fall for our schemes even more easily. Though, I doubt he expected the rumors to spread this widely. Seeing that I might not fully understand, Dumbo even explained the unnecessary details. He mentioned that not only had the rumors spread widely on the surface, but they had also made their way back to Nork. After hearing that, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. Damn it. Pardon? Shut up. With just one word, Dumbo quickly gauged my mood and fell silent, and I calmly sorted through my thoughts. My head was a mess. Sooner or later, it would be revealed as a baseless rumor. But could this be the beginning? This thought kept nagging at me. What if some mages start researching seriously because of the rumor Felix Barker spread, leading to the barbarian heart being valued 10 years later? In other words, does that mean I might have caused that insane situation? For now, it was just a thought. But the problem was that this didn't feel like mere speculation. Dumbo, I'm leaving. Huh? Yes. I wasn't in the mood to stay and socialize at the clan house. But once I stepped outside, I had nowhere to go. So, I wandered around the Lord's castle as if taking a walk. Are you the Iron Mask? A passing old man suddenly stopped and spoke to me. It didn't feel right to ignore him. This world is particularly harsh on the elderly. To survive to such an age, one must possess certain skills. And who might you be? I cautiously asked back, and the old man chuckled as he pulled out a fingernail-sized magic stone from his pocket. And then, I'm someone like this. As he spoke, the magic stone glowed and transformed into bread. An alchemist. A transformation type, mage born with the innate ability to turn magic stones into bread or iron. I never expected to meet someone like this in the hallway. In some ways, an alchemist could be considered more of a big shot than the Nork Lord or the head of Orcules. At least, that's certainly the case in Nork. To my knowledge, there are only 2 alchemists here. Even if someone else took over as Lord, the city wouldn't collapse immediately, but if there's a vacancy in the alchemist position, this city is doomed. And I'm not exaggerating. Haha, you seem surprised. Is this your first time seeing alchemy? It wasn't just about alchemy. I simply couldn't understand. Who would have expected to run into someone who was essentially the backbone of this city in a hallway like this? Wait a minute. Even if this is within the Lord's castle, there's no way an alchemist would wander around alone. Realizing something was off, I carefully scanned the surroundings and felt eyes on me from various directions. Since they weren't visible, they must have consumed some sort of stealth essence. You're quite perceptive, aren't you? But don't worry too much. It's just my guards. Perceptive or not, they weren't trying to hide their presence at all. It was a kind of warning not to try anything funny. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Marfa. You can call me whatever you prefer, but if I had to choose, I'd prefer to be addressed by my surname. I'm Iron Mask. I know. It seems we met by chance, so why don't we have a chat? Sure. I accepted his suggestion without much hesitation. If it were the notoriously ill-tempered other alchemist, I might have hesitated, but I was familiar with this old man's name from what Amelia had told me. The one who created the blessing of Lethe. That alone made it worth having a conversation with him. Just as I've heard, you're a straightforward fellow. Let's go then. Just as he has heard. So this wasn't a coincidence. He was looking for me. Ifilo started walking down the hallway first, and I followed behind him. Even as we passed the restricted access on the third floor, no one stopped us because of his presence. Eventually, we arrived at the alchemist's workshop. It's fine now. Everyone, wait outside. It's similar to a mage's lab, yet a bit different. As soon as I entered, I scanned the surroundings, and Ifaielo sent his hidden guards away and offered me a seat. Take a seat. If you'd like something to drink, just ask. I'm fine. Normally, this would be the moment to insist on some meat and take control of the conversation, but this time, I skipped it. If I acted rudely and got caught, Amelia would definitely scold me later. This old man was the one who took care of Amelia when she was young. So, regardless of his position, I couldn't treat him carelessly. Well, even so, I couldn't bring myself to use honorifics, considering my status as a barbarian. So, what's the reason you called for me? I was just curious about what kind of person you are. It's the first time those kids have talked so cheerfully about their adventures in the labyrinth. I pretended not to know and asked back. Those kids? Laura and Amelia, of course. Lovely kids. When I feel lonely, I sometimes call them over for some snacks and ask them to keep me company. I see. I was worried about them, but seeing you puts my mind at ease. Please take good care of them from now on. They're pitiful children. I will. I nodded and cautiously asked. But if you're that concerned, why don't you just take care of them yourself? Haha, it's not that easy at the moment. He spoke vaguely, avoiding specifics, but I had some understanding of his situation. Originally, he only provided them with snacks, but after one of the alchemists died, he brought them into his care and raised them himself. Before that, any attempts to take them away would have failed. There were still 2 alchemists in the city. With a clear replacement available, he couldn't wield absolute power. How are the kids doing these days? They're doing well. I'm trying to keep them out of danger as much as possible. That's good to hear. The conversation naturally shifted to the Rainwild sisters. Alchemist Ifaielo asked in detail how they were doing, and I answered honestly without holding back. Then, I took the opportunity to bring up another topic. By the way, can our conversation be heard by others? If you're referring to my guards, you don't need to worry. They can't hear us. Do you have something on your mind? Is there a way to remove the restrictions caused by essences using alchemy? Restrictions? If you mean poison or something like that, it's possible. As he casually answered my question, he trailed off and then spoke again. Are you referring to unholy contract by any chance? Maybe. I shrugged. Was that enough of an answer? That's beyond the realm of alchemy. I see. Indeed, it's unfortunate. Ifaielo gave a wry smile. As disappointed as I was, I didn't show it. After all, if it didn't exist in the game, it wouldn't exist in this era either. Is there anything else you're curious about? Ifaielo seemed to like me, his voice full of warmth as he asked. So, I took the opportunity to inquire about the potion known as the Blessing of Lethe. But his reaction was somewhat surprising. Blessing of Lethe? What's that? The potion that erases memories. Oh, that? But it doesn't have a name yet. Huh, I didn't expect this. But Lethe, that has a nice ring to it. Comparing forgetfulness to a blessing is quite poetic too. At that, I silently sighed. No wonder I had always wondered why it was called Lethe. Alright, I was thinking of a name, and that fits perfectly. I never imagined there would be such a backstory behind it too. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 317. Blessing of Lethe. To be honest, the name itself had a significant meaning from the moment I first heard it. The fact that a drug with the same name as the goddess from Greek mythology had the effect of forgetfulness couldn't be just a coincidence. Of course, I didn't think too deeply about it back then. ISNT, this is a city where evil spirits reveal their true identities and act openly. Even if the name came out of a player's mouth, it wouldn't be surprising at all. But that player turned out to be me. Given that this happened right after Felix Barker spread those rumors, I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. So I just sat there dazed. Wait a minute. Ifaielo eyed me suspiciously. How did you know about that drug? So far, less than 20 people have been given test samples. Oh, that. I heard Felix Barker received it from the Lord this time. Is that so? Despite his slightly suspicious gaze, I straightened my shoulders confidently. After all, I didn't lie. Felix Barker does indeed possess Lethe's blessing. He didn't give me the details, only hinted that it was a reward from the Lord, made by an alchemist. Well, the Lord has been keeping a close eye on things lately, so that makes sense. Ifaielo soon accepted my explanation without any further questioning. But there was still one thing he seemed curious about. Where did you hear the name Lethe's blessing? I think that's what they called it. I might have misheard. Haha, seems like they've already created their own code words. With that, the suspicion in his eyes disappeared. So, this matter was settled. I took the chance to ask something that had been on my mind. Is that drug really safe? They said it was newly made, no other issues? Don't worry. Other than the erratic range of memory loss, there are no side effects. Erratica? It seems they're still not at the stage where they can mass produce it with consistent effects. But given your intended use, aren't T side effects the least of your concerns? That's true, but what if it's defective and doesn't work? That's highly unlikely. If anything, the effects might be too strong, but there's never been a defective one in the initial tests. Too strong, you say? Perhaps excited that the conversation had shifted to his area of expertise, Ifilo asked me to wait a moment and brought out a box from one side of his workshop. Here, this is the first batch of the potion. Inside the box he opened was a pure white pill. There were slots for more than 10, but aside from that one, the rest were empty. This one looks twice as large as what I've seen. Haha, it's not just the size. If you take this, almost all of your lifetime memories will be erased. What? A lifetime's memories? Erased? Isn't that too much? Should it even be considered defective? Why didn't they mass-produce this superior prototype? Out of pure curiosity, I asked, and Ifilo gave a response fitting of a corporate researcher. Oh, it's because making just one of these costs an enormous amount. The Lord said it wasn't worth the investment. As a former corporate worker, I found that explanation quite convincing. After all, if it was just meant to erase the memories of witnesses, erasing only a few days would suffice. After that, I chatted with Ifilo for another 5 minutes, and with that, the conversation for the day ended. Time continued to flow, and now it was the day before D-Day. We conducted a final review of the plan. Well, after putting everything together, I couldn't help but wonder if this even counts as a plan. What else could we do? Whether it turns out well or not, we just have to try. Anyway, here's a summary of the main points of the plan. Infiltrate the Lord's castle and steal the fragment of the records, and NBSB. For the record, this is my solo mission. Apparently, there won't be many soldiers left in the castle by tomorrow. According to Amelia, my skills should be enough to handle the empty castle. While I'm in the castle, Amelia will stay close to her baby sister, but the problem arises from this point on. After reuniting with Amelia, escape with the sisters. We've outlined it like this, but nothing is properly decided for this step. Even if Felix Barker undoes the unhealthy contract on Laura, everything else has to be improvised. And then, the Rainwild sisters live happily ever after with new identities. That's the entirety of our plan. Frankly speaking, I don't think it will go well. The lack of details isn't the issue. The real problem is that the most crucial part is missing. Once observed, the timeline cannot be changed. No matter what we do in the past, the future remains the same, and we've seen enough proof of that. Dwaki and Raven. The barbarian's heart. And even Lethe's blessing. I alone have witnessed this much, and Amelia even more. Living through repetitive days, she must have felt déjà vu countless times, recalling old memories. Thud. Something touched my arm. When I turned my head, I saw Amelia holding out a bottle of alcohol. Are you asking me to drink? That's right. Out of nowhere? When I asked incredulously, Amelia replied in her usual, expressionless manner. The plan goes into action tomorrow night. Still, I have something to tell you. You should just said that from the beginning. I took the bottle and uncorked it. Still, I found it amusing. She wanted to talk but couldn't get drunk herself, so she's making me drink instead. Well, it might be easier for her to talk if I'm the one who's tipsy. After gulping down half the bottle in one go, I asked, so, what do you want to say? Is it important? Not really, but I feel like we haven't had a proper conversation lately. Amelia averted her gaze as she spoke. Is she embarrassed? Yes, sure. For some reason, I started feeling embarrassed too. Is it because of the alcohol? Phew, this stuff is strong, and really bitter too. I was about to ask where she got such strong liquor when Amelia called my name. Jandel. Weren't we supposed to use aliases even in the lodging? It all ends today anyway. Even if someone hears us, it won't be a problem. So why did you call me? There's something I need to say. Amelia quickly corrected herself. No, more like an apology. An apology? The moment I heard that, a bad feeling crept in, and as usual, that premonition proved accurate. Thud roll. The bottle, more than half emptied, fell from my hand and rolled across the floor. No wonder the drink was so bitter. What did you put in it? I asked, struggling to move my arm to my thigh, and Amelia answered in her usual, calm voice. Everything in my possession that wouldn't kill you. With that expression and those words, she really seemed like a psychopath. Despite the chills running down my spine, I understood one thing. So, you didn't intend to kill me. With that realization, I swung the emergency mini-hammer I kept strapped to my thigh with all my might. Unfortunately, it missed. Whoosh dash. Amelia leaned back just in time, and the hammer cut through the air. I knew you'd do that the moment you lowered your hand. It seems that after so many surprise attacks during our battles, she can now read my moves just by looking at my eyes. Damn it. With my muscles weakening, my body, which I had forced upright, began to collapse, but Amelia caught me just in time. Okay, just as I thought. Ugh. Using the support, I swiftly moved my arm to choke Amelia. This is what they call a triangle choke in professional terms. However, she was not an easy opponent either. Bam dash! A powerful blow to my temple sent me flying. As my vision spun, I saw two versions of her. It seemed she summoned a clone in that brief moment and landed a high kick. I'm done for. With my body overwhelmed by drugs and a head injury, I couldn't move anymore. You never make things easy, do you? Amelia chuckled softly and lifted me onto the bed. Then she started talking on her own. I'm sorry. It seems I can't be your comrade after all. With all my strength, I grabbed Amelia's wrist as she turned away and asked, What exactly are you planning? Amelia didn't answer. She simply pried my hand off and, with a resolute expression, began to put on her equipment. And, when you wake up, check the drawer. That was my last memory. Amelia Rainwiles gazed into the mirror. She adjusted her attire and swept back her hair, revealing a scar on her ear where it had been severed long ago. A blemish that would surely be considered a flaw for a woman who wanted to live a normal life. But it wasn't something she could call a sacrifice. She had given up much more to stand where she was today. Yet, for some reason, she found it difficult to move. Why? Amelia observed her emotions in the mirror. It wasn't fear. Since that day, life had been nothing more than a means to an end. Even if today ended in failure, and all the years of pursuing her goal proved fruitless, it wouldn't matter. Failure didn't scare her. In fact, it would almost be a relief. After all, she had secretly longed for this day throughout her relentless pursuit. At least, she would have the shield of knowing she hadn't given up until the very end. So why? What was holding her back? Amelia turned around. The barbarian lay there, snoring peacefully, completely unaware of what was happening. She walked over to the bedside table and opened the drawer. Inside, she placed a note she had prepared in advance. Then she turned away again. A conversation from a few months ago came to mind. If I manage to save your sister and solve all these constraints when we return to our original timeline. If you manage to solve them, then join my clan. Thinking back on it now, it was utterly absurd. Realistically, it was impossible. But if she allowed herself to imagine it, it might have been fun, exploring the labyrinth with this foolish man, filled with all sorts of mishaps. Yes, perhaps. Finally, Amelia realized why she couldn't move. It was regret. Lingering feelings for a future that would never come. But emotions were just emotions. If her steps faltered, she just had to push harder. She didn't stop walking. Creak. When she reached the door, she took a moment to steady herself before turning the doorknob with a firm grip. Once outside, she saw that the chaos had already begun. Fire. Flames were rising from the eastern district. Amelia moved swiftly through the crowds filling the streets. She had deceived that man into thinking it would be tomorrow night. But the operation was today. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 318. As soon as I opened my eyes, I sat up straight. My vision was blurry, and a sharp, acrid smell filled my nose. Outside the window, there was an unusual commotion. Those on the streets will be considered traitors. Everyone, get inside the buildings. Authoritative shouts echoed from all directions. Screams occasionally pierced the air, and every time a distant explosion boom, a faint vibration traveled through my bed. What on earth is going on? I need information. So, thud. I forced myself to move my limp body to the window. The moment I opened it, thick black smoke rushed in, making me cough. Cough. Despite my cough, I scanned the view outside. In the smoke-filled streets, soldiers were patrolling, controlling the citizens. And then, it's really on fire. I could see a part of the city engulfed in flames in the distance. It was the Eastern District, home to Orcule's headquarters. Though it was quite far from my current location, the entire underground city had filled with smoke due to poor ventilation. Boom. Judging by the occasional, artificial explosions, it didn't seem like a simple fire. This is insane. What the hell is happening? I pressed my throbbing head with my hand. My mind felt sluggish, like it was running several times slower than usual. It could be the remnants of the poison Amelia gave me. Right, I was poisoned. Suddenly, everything that happened before I lost consciousness came flooding back in a rush. What was she thinking? Where did she disappear to now? I have no idea. But the more confused I am, the more I focus on one thing. It was just like the day I first woke up in this body. Forget everything else. What do I need to do right now? The answer came quickly. The drawer. Amelia had told me to open the drawer. Maybe there's an explanation for this situation inside. I closed the window and moved toward the bedside. Inside the already open drawer was a single, short note. Sigh. The note began with a short apology. It didn't take long to read through it all, and as soon as I finished, I tore the paper to shreds. Even that didn't calm my anger. I can't believe D-Day is today. Amelia had deceived me. Although it wasn't written in the note, the reason was obvious. She wanted to stop me from intervening in the past any further. Perhaps she thought this would change the future. Huh. I didn't expect her to act so unpredictably. My head throbbed, but I tried to calm myself and check the time. 4:31. 4:31 a.m. I had fallen asleep around 10 p.m. after drinking with Amelia, so I'd been out for about 6 hours. So, what now? I closed my eyes for a moment, organizing my thoughts. Amelia's note had said she'd handle the rest herself, and that once I woke up, I should find a fragment of records and leave. Judging by the state of the city, it seemed sneaking into the Lord's castle wouldn't be too difficult. But, what a joke. So, what? She plans to stay here alone? I really don't like her approach. Yet, at the same time, another thought crosses my mind. What if I really do nothing? Will the future change somehow? Forget it. Let us just get moving. I ended my internal debate there. Then, I quickly put on my gear. Time is short. I can think about the rest while on the move. Creak. I hurried toward the Lord's castle. Through the acrid smoke and the busy streets where soldiers were controlling civilians, I finally arrived at the Lord's castle. The tightly shut castle gate could not be opened, even with my badge as a member of the Lord's faction. The Lord has ordered that no one be allowed inside. And besides, the summons was given long ago. Why are you only arriving now? I was asleep, then moved to the Eastern District immediately. Your clan has already left for the front lines. Ugh, how annoying. Got it. Take care. Without any hesitation, I turned away from the gate. After all, just because the gate is closed doesn't mean there's no way in. Barbarians don't ask for permission. With all this smoke, no one will see. I moved along the castle wall for a bit, confirmed that no one was around, and leaped high to scale the wall. Unfortunately, someone was right on the other side. Who goes there? A soldier on patrol, shocked to see me drop from the sky. Thud! I swiftly silenced him before things got noisy, then ran toward the inner castle. Just as Amelia had said, the castle was practically empty on D-Day. Only a few patrolling guards were around. The main forces were likely fighting Orcul's faction in the Eastern District by now. Enemy. Thud. Enemy infiltrator. Thud. Thanks to that, I quickly skipped through this area. But the real problem started with the inner castle. Boom. As soon as I smashed through the inner castle door and entered the first floor, I found myself surrounded by explorers with menacing expressions. So, they left this much defense, huh? Elite soldiers who had been knighted. I recognized a few of them from my countless comings and goings at the Lord's castle over the past few months. Unmasked. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the Eastern District where the battle is happening? Oh, I just need to have a little chat with the Lord. I can't believe you were a spy for Orcul's. A bald man whose name I barely remembered glared at me with eyes full of betrayal. I didn't feel any guilt. I wasn't a spy for Orcul's, and I never once thought of these guys as my comrades. Enough. Come at me. I don't know what possessed you to come here alone, but this will be your blah blah, all talk, no action. If they want to come, I'll go to them. Boom. Without wasting time on pointless conversation, I activated Gigentification and leaped into the middle of their formation with Leap. And then, Bethel Ra. Thanks to Gigentification, my already monstrous-sized hammer became about 3 times larger through Transcendence and Swing. Whoosh! I spun like a top, swinging my hammer. I call this move Whirlwind. I took it from my favorite game before I got hooked on Dungeon Stone. Its defining feature is the satisfaction of landing hits and the sound effects as my body spins. Like this. Boom, 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 boom. The weaker ones burst like balloons the moment they were struck by the hammer, and the sturdier ones were sent flying into the walls. It was an expected outcome. The hammer I wield isn't just any ordinary weapon. Though I built this character as a tank, somehow, my current setup deals more damage than tanking. Number 87 Demon Crusher of Crowl. A double-numbered item that increases blunt weapon skill damage by 500%. Simply put, just holding this weapon increases the power of my 3rd rank skill, Swing, by 5 times. No one could survive a hit from it. Of course, dodging it would be another matter. This what on earth? Those who narrowly escaped death by flattening themselves to the ground looked up at me in shock. Some even tried to counterattack. Arrows. Fire. Lightning. Axes. I chuckled at their choice of weapons. Not a single one of them is using a sword. Ha! That's the funny thing about Nork. Just because someone's a knight doesn't mean they can use aura. They were only granted knighthood for their loyalty, not their combat skills. True knights who could wield aura were a rarity, 1 in 100. Looks like all the real knights were sent to the front. From then on, I fought by slamming my hammer down on each of them one by one. Even heavily armored warriors couldn't withstand my blows, thanks to the 50% armor penetration effect, and soon lay helpless on the ground. After about 5 minutes, the few remaining stragglers fled, ending the battle. I didn't bother chasing them or looting the bodies. There wasn't time for that, and my inventory was already packed with loot from months of accumulating spoils in my subspace ring. I have to make sure to bring this hammer back with me. Even as I thought about that, I quickly resumed my movement. My destination wasn't the Lord's office or study upstairs, but the underground shelter Amelia had told me about. Thud, thud, thud. I ran down the stairs to the basement, finally finding the entrance and starting to descend, only to halt my steps. Someone was coming up from below. I was wondering what the commotion was upstairs, and it turns out, it was someone I had met once before by chance. A knight who had come to recruit us on the Lord's orders. His name was Iron Mask. What are you doing here? Rick Ominous. He drew his sword as he looked at me. There wasn't even time to come up with an excuse like I got lost. Whoosh. His decision was swift. He infused his sword with aura and prepared for battle as soon as he saw me. It was only after that he tried to speak. Answer me. Iron Mask. Why are you here? And how do you know about this place? To answer that, Amelia told me. While no one knows about this underground shelter now, they will in the future. So you want to answer? His words made my heart pound. Thump. A knight is practically a counter to a tank. Tanks are tough but slow, and aura bypasses defense. On top of that, tanks have low damage output, making it hard to harm knights. I learned that the hard way in my fight against the Serpent Knight, a plunderer with a knight background, back in the Crystal Cave. My arm was cut off like tofu. All I did was use that opening to leap on him like a cicada. The real hero of that fight was Raven's magic. Thump dash. But this time, the situation is entirely different. It's one-on-one with no allies. I haven't even set up my aura countermeasures yet. But, thump dash. My heartbeat quickened, and strength surged into the hand gripping my weapon. It wasn't fear causing these physical changes. It was only natural to feel this level of tension before a fight. So, you refuse to answer. Then I'll start by cutting off your arm. Rick Ominous assumed a charging stance. I responded. Do it if you can. Yeah, it's about time I took down a knight. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 319. How strong have I really become? This question has been on my mind for the past few months. In the game, I can estimate my strength based on certain numbers, but it's hard to grasp the reality of it. After all, this place isn't just a game. In that sense, this opponent might be perfect. Even a regular knight who can manifest aura is considered equal to a 6th floor explorer, and when it comes to duels, they're ranked even higher. However, I'm not lacking in specs either. Of course, my soul engraving is still at level 6, and my overall level is low, so compared to the strong houses of this era, my essence count is overwhelmingly low, but I do have 3 level 3 essences, Ogre, Bayonne, and Stormgush. The essences aren't just randomly combined either, they're matched to create synergy. The main reason tanks can't handle knights is because of a lack of damage, but this can be covered with the Demon Crusher. In other words, we're on equal footing. Both of us could be knocked out with one hit. A sudden silence fell on the dark staircase. Did my aggressive stance unsettle him? Did I go too hard? He carefully measured the distance between us, making me wonder if I had overdone it. But the more he hesitated, the more I focused. Just like in the old duels of swordsmen, where a single breath determined the outcome. The battle was decided in an instant. Swoosh. The first to move was my opponent, with just one step. As soon as he took that step to close the distance, I spat out the acidic blood I'd been holding in my mouth. He didn't dodge. Like a boxer who doesn't flinch even when a punch is thrown, he extended his sword with a resolute stance. That's the reason why the corpse golem essence is considered a cheat. No one expects acidic blood. He probably thought he could just wipe it off, but sizzle. The acidic blood landed before his sword could reach me. There was only the sound of flesh melting. No screams followed. However, no matter how much one trains, it's impossible to control the body perfectly as a human being. For a brief moment, his eyes closed and his sword tip wavered. Taking advantage of that moment, I twisted my body and lunged. Tap! While airborne, his sword grazed my side. It wasn't a serious injury, but perhaps he realized the situation just from the feeling transmitted through his sword. Swoosh! He raised the shield in his left hand. Since his first move had failed, he decided to switch to defense. Seeing a white light form on the surface of his shield, it seemed like he had a defensive skill as well. However, that was his second mistake. This hammer can penetrate armor. Boom! The moment I smashed down with the hammer. Gah! Blood spurted from his mouth as his eyes filled with confusion. He must have been perplexed, unable to understand why his body was falling apart despite blocking with his shield. But understanding and acceptance are two different things. Tap! He acknowledged the danger of the situation and leaped back, trying to buy time to regroup. That was his third mistake. I have a grab skill. Whoosh! I combined Transcendence with Eye of the Storm to pull him back right in front of me. And then, no, please. No. What do you mean, no? Crunch, crunch, crunch. I hammered down on his head repeatedly until it was completely crushed. Phew, that was intense. After triple-checking his death, I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead. It was a brief battle, but it had taken a toll on my mental strength. Well, at least the reward was worth it. Wow, the gear is at least level 4. It seemed like the Lord had invested a lot, as the equipment was pretty decent. I couldn't just leave it behind, so I quickly stripped him of his gear and stored it in my subspace. There wasn't enough room in the subspace, so I had to remove the least valuable items, but that couldn't be helped. Suddenly, I remembered the note Amelia had left. Was I supposed to go somewhere after obtaining the fragment of records? Go where? I haven't even found a place to stash this gear yet. There's no way I'm leaving this stuff behind. I can't leave until I solve that problem. Besides, I don't even know how to use the item. Anyway, since I won't be coming back, I should take care of this first. After finishing the looting, I left the stripped corpse behind and descended the stairs. Thud. The staircase was wide, but once I reached the bottom, a broad passageway opened up, wide enough for about 20 people to pass through. At the end of it was a giant door. It's slightly open. There was no one visible nearby, so I approached the door as quietly as possible. Beyond the door, designed as a shelter, was a huge chamber with only one person inside. A bald head weathered by the years, a bulging belly, clothes that looked luxurious, clearly made from fine fabric and uncomfortably thick double eyelids. It was undoubtedly the Lord I had once seen from afar. Sir Ominous? Noticing my presence, the Lord spoke in a voice full of anxiety. What should I do? After a moment of deliberation, I decided to reveal myself. You, Iron Mask. The Lord flinched when he saw me. Where's Sir Ominous? If you mean Ominous, he's dead. Oh, and just so you know, I'm the one who killed him. As I calmly stated the fact, the Lord's eyes widened in fear, and he began to back away. What a pointless effort. As if he could escape. Ugh, let me go. I said, let me go. Do you know who I am? You insolent. When I quickly closed the distance and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, the Lord started struggling furiously. For a ruler of the city, he cut a rather pathetic figure. TSK, no matter how hidden the shelter room is, he should have brought more guards. What do you want? Stop. Let's talk. While holding the Lord with one hand, I casually searched him. Soon, I found what I was looking for. Amelia had mentioned that he would surely have it on him, and she was right. I hadn't expected it to be in the form of a necklace, though. Snip. I broke the necklace and released the Lord. The Lord, who had just been robbed of a treasure handed down by his ancestors, screamed in outrage, but at least he didn't try to attack me. All right, I've got what I need. Worried that it might activate just by touching it, I held the necklace by the chain and placed the fragment of records into my subspace. You bastard, do you even know what that is? Give it back. I said give it back. You're being noisy. Do you want me to knock out a few of your teeth? After silencing the Lord, I calmly asked him, do you know how to use the fragment of records? You really were after us? Just answer the question. It's just the two of us here. Do you think I would tell you anything? Surprisingly, the Lord was quite stubborn. First, he got angry, then he claimed ignorance, but after a punch to the face, he finally started talking about the legends passed down through generations. There's no known method? That's right according to the records. It will only activate when the one chosen by the era approaches. This wasn't the information I was hoping for. According to Amelia, even the Lord of Nork didn't know how to use it, which was why it was simply kept in storage. But he actually knew everything. So it's not an active skill, but something that triggers when certain conditions are met. Good thing I asked. Now that you've cleared up your doubts. Never mind that. Answer this. If the one chosen by the era wants to return, what should they do? What? Why would you? Suddenly, the Lord's eyes widened in realization. You don't tell me. Yeah, if he didn't figure it out by now, he'd be an idiot. Since I wasn't trying to hide it, I simply nodded. You guessed it right. Now, tell me, how do I return to my original time? I see no wonder you found this place that no one knows about. That's your background. Stop talking nonsense and answer. When I hissed through my teeth, the Lord, now pale with fear, quickly answered my question. It's the same as when you arrived. Once you've completed your purpose here, you'll be able to return. What a hassle. May I ask you one question? As I contemplated my next steps, the Lord spoke to me. What kind of person was I in the future? His eyes sparkled with curiosity, making me uncomfortable. Was he hoping he'd be remembered as some sort of hero? Why do you ask? Jay, just out of curiosity, even though that future won't exist now, I can still be curious, can't I? So, he really didn't know anything. If he had known, he wouldn't have entertained such fantasies about treasures that could alter history. By the way, how did things turn out today? Did we manage to drive out those bastards from Orcules? Are you that curious about the future? The Lord nodded. Then close your eyes. I closed them. What do you see? Nothing. Good. If he had said he saw something, that would have been problematic. That's your future. I swung the hammer with all my strength. Thud. As the Lord's lifeless body fell, a pool of blood began to spread beneath him. Without any particular emotion, I turned away. Even if only half of what I've seen and heard during my time here is true, this man deserved to die. In any case, he was destined to die today. For the record, the Lord's death will be blamed on Orcules, and Amelia will believe that. But, as revealed here, the real culprit is me. Well, it's nothing surprising at this point. I debated whether to kill him until the last moment. In the end, there was only one reason I decided to strike. Even if I had just walked away, the Lord would have likely been killed by someone else today, as history dictates. In fact, that's almost certain, unless by some bizarre twist of fate. If the man I killed was a body double, and the real Lord had escaped to the surface, concealing his identity for 20 years and deceiving the world. Unless something absurd like that happened, the outcome remains the same. Wait, I stopped in my tracks. Hold on. It felt like I had just had a eureka moment, fooling the whole world. It felt like electricity was coursing through my body from head to toe. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 320. Clatter, clatter. On a rapidly moving 10-seater carriage, there was an odd presence among the serious-looking adult men. A 14-year-old girl, staring blankly into space with an expressionless face. At a glance, her calm demeanor hid the fact that she was actually anxious, something only her older sister, Laura Rainwiles, noticed. Slide. Amelia, who had been sitting stiffly with her hands on her lap, flinched. Her sister's hand had covered hers. What's wrong? Are you really worried? Amelia, introverted by nature, nodded. There was no point in lying to her sister, who knew her as well as their parents did. It's okay. Nothing bad will happen. Feeling her sister's warmth on her skin, Amelia began to feel her tension ease, even though they were practically being dragged onto a battlefield. As she closed her eyes, the conversations of the men reached her ears. What about Iron Mask and Emily? I heard the Lord sent someone to their lodgings, but who knows if the message will be delivered in this chaos. Ugh, this is driving me crazy. If they were planning something like this, they could have at least given us a heads up. What's with this in the middle of the night? That just shows how secretive it is. Who would have thought the Lord would join forces with the royal family to attack Orcules? The sisters were working at their adoptive father's pub when they were urgently summoned by Felix Barker. He didn't explain anything, just told them to get ready to fight. Before they could even grasp the situation, they were armed and thrown into a military carriage with their clan members. Wait, attacking Orcules? I didn't hear anything about that. I thought we were going to assist with a rebellion in the east. And what's this nonsense about the royal family? How could the Lord join forces with them? I heard that the royal family recently contacted the Lord. I don't know what was discussed, but given the circumstances, it's not hard to figure out. Right, the royal family must see Orcules as a thorn in their side too. Their interests must have aligned with the Lord's. Exactly. Otherwise, why would the royal knights be fighting Orcules? That explains why the Lord kept us in the dark until the last minute. Right? The core forces are the royal ones anyway. We just need to focus on surviving. If I had known this, I would have slept outside the castle like Iron Mask instead of getting dragged out of bed. Dearborn, watch your mouth. I misspoke. And the rest of you stop complaining. The Lord will surely reward us properly once this is all over. Felix Barker, the leader of the clan, calmed the heated atmosphere. After a while, the carriage finally stopped at the entrance to the eastern part of Nork. We'll have to walk from here. The eastern area, where several battles had already taken place, reeked of blood from the border. Collapsed buildings and ragged corpses littered the area. Explosions echoed from time to time, and the air was filled with the screams of humans, more desperate than any banshee-esque wail. What are you all doing? How long are you going to block the way? Get off quickly. Can't you see more carriages coming? Amelia followed behind the others. Her body, which had calmed down during the ride, began trembling again. Her sister warmly grasped her hand. Don't worry too much. I'll protect you. Her sister's reliable words, backed by a history of never breaking a promise, should have been reassuring. Despite this, Amelia couldn't calm down easily. In fact, squeeze. The tighter her sister held her hand, the stronger the sense of foreboding grew within Amelia. Amelia, having finished her recollection, slowly opened her eyes. She knew where she needed to go. The eastern part of Nork, which had gradually gained independence from the Lord's influence after Orcules made it their base. Fire. There's a fire. People might think that a simple fire had broken out there, but in reality, a war was taking place. And in the past, I would be on my way to the east in a carriage right about now. It was a memory from 20 years ago. At the time, it was her first large-scale battle, and she was overwhelmed, but Amelia remembered every move she made back then. It wasn't a memory that could be forgotten, no matter how much she wished to forget it. For the past 20 years, Her life had been filled with days of replaying and regretting this very day. Thud. Amelia quickened her pace, heading toward her destination. When she finally arrived in the eastern area, hundreds of explorers, summoned that day without knowing anything, were camped out on the Lord's orders. As she scanned the area, she soon found the person she was looking for. So, here you are. Who? Oh, Emily. Felix Barker, who had been on standby for battle, widened his eyes in surprise when Amelia approached him. How are you here? Although happy to see her, he seemed a bit puzzled. It was noisy, so I went to the castle and was sent here. I heard the situation from the others on the way. Ah, I see. But where's Iron Mask? He passed out drunk, so I left him. Even so, leaving such a valuable asset behind. What could I do? He was too drunk to even stand. Felix Barker looked disappointed, but didn't he find the situation odd? Iron Mask often used heavy drinking as an excuse for being late, which was not out of character for him. Well, I guess he didn't expect this to happen today, so I guess I'd better assume he is not coming. Afterward, Amelia stood beside her younger self and sister. The sisters awkwardly greeted her. Hello. Unlike the boisterous barbarian, Amelia had barely spoken to them during the months they had been together. For some reason, words never came out easily when she was around them. But this time, she forced herself to speak. Stay close. What? That's the only way I can protect you. Ah, yes. Though they weren't close, the sisters knew of Amelia's extraordinary abilities, and their faces lit up at her words. They didn't know why she was suddenly so friendly, but prepare for battle. Soon, their group was called to the front lines. The squads rotated, each taking turns at the front while others rested. For now, there wasn't much danger. The royal troops and the Lord's elite soldiers, who had been informed of the plan in advance, were handling the main fighting. They're trying to escape. Kill them. Their task was to block any escape attempts. How strong could those fleeing a burning city be? It was a one-sided slaughter. It seems the Lord is determined this time. By the looks of it, about 70% of them are ordinary citizens. Is it really okay to kill them all? Sigh. How naive. You can't tell them apart. What if an Orcules member slips out disguised as a civilian? I suppose. Some expressed doubts about the one-sided slaughter, but they were few. Most of them had grown accustomed to killing people. Does anyone remember what the commander said earlier? How much did he say per head? I don't remember exactly, but at this rate, we're looking at more than a typical raid. Hey, did you hear that? Focus on collecting their ears and strip anything that looks expensive. Most of them were gleefully anticipating a high payout for easy work. But the more excited they got, the more Amelia's expression hardened. Even though she had grown up in this city and with these people, she still found their attitude unsettling, and at least she knew one thing. This festive atmosphere would be short-lived, and soon, hell would break loose. What's that? Someone's walking towards us alone. Amidst the noisy crowd, someone's muttering stood out. Amelia quickly turned her head. Is he out of his mind? She spotted a man walking toward them from the front. Considering that all previous escape attempts had involved at least hundreds of people, this was an unusual sight. However, step. As the man drew closer, those watching began to sense something was off. Step. He wore black clothes drenched in blood. Yet, despite being soaked in blood, his clothing showed no signs of damage. Given how much blood he was covered in, it was unlikely that he had simply been lucky on his way here. Step. The sword at his waist was also unusual. As plunderers with a keen eye for valuable items, they could tell, even from a distance, that it wasn't an ordinary sword. The sword itself was unassuming, but the name of the man carrying it was far too famous in this city. Hey, this isn't who I think it is, right? Please tell me I'm wrong. Does anyone recognize his face? The explorers on standby grew uneasy. Some began to back away, trusting their instincts, while others tried to deny the possibility. But, step dash. When the man closed the distance to 50 meters, whoosh, a flame shot toward him, but it vanished before it could even touch him, plunging the area into silence. It was a power too well known. Fire command. Fire command. The power wielded by the fifth-floor lord, the Lord of Silence. A mysterious power that nullifies the explorer's abilities. Throughout history, less than 10 people have ever possessed it, and, in this era, only one person was known to have it. The Traitor, the only criminal with the alias the Traitor. The very founder of Orcules, and once known as the Sword Master, the undefeated swordsman, Ricardo Lohensprak. His appearance threw the situation into chaos. Why is he here? Wasn't he supposed to be fighting the royal troops? The man didn't answer any of their questions. He simply, and indifferently, raised his sword. All right, that was the cue. All the gathered explorers turned and fled. But then, as the man swung his sword, flash dash, A blinding light flashed in an instant. And, screech dash. The old memory that Amelia had replayed countless times over the past 20 years began to unfold once again. Surviving the Game as a Barbarian, Episode 321. Jerome Saint-Tred, commander of the 1st Royal Knights. A young knight in his mid-20s who ascended to his position after the previous commander was murdered by a blood knight. If I hadn't heard about the ancient shelter in advance, our plan could have been derailed. He brushed his short silver hair back from his forehead and descended the dark stairs. Thud, thud. The reason he was in the underground of the Nork Lord's castle, rather than on the battlefield, was simple. The proposal to help the Lord eliminate threats in exchange for leniency towards the city was just a pretext to bring their forces here. The fragment of records. According to the Lord's confidant, it was likely kept in the form of a necklace. Of course, Jerome didn't know much about the item. However, since he had received the order, he intended to obtain it and return to the royal family. Thud. Jerome suddenly halted his steps while descending. He had found a corpse sprawled on the stairs. The cause of death seemed to be a blow to the back of the head with a blunt weapon. The body had been stripped of its equipment, almost naked. As for the time of death, no more than 30 minutes ago. Jerome's expression hardened as he touched the wound. Someone had been here first. Their target was probably the Lord, hiding in the shelter. If so, was the intruder still down there? Tap, tap. Jerome quickly descended the stairs. Before long, a widened passage and an open stone door came into view. But beyond it, all that awaited him was the corpse of a middle-aged man, grossly overweight. This body, too, bore signs of being crushed by a blunt weapon. Whoever it was, I'm too late. Jerome bit his lip in frustration as he swiftly inspected the scene. The most crucial item, the fragment of records, was missing. Judging by the marks around the neck, it seemed to have been forcibly taken. Never thought I'd have competition. After only a brief moment of shock at this unexpected turn, Jerome turned and swiftly retraced his steps. It wasn't too late to give chase. In 30 minutes, they couldn't have gone far. He had to find the intruder. Oral Gavies once said, "The timeline once observed doesn't change." Indeed, as he said, it might be impossible to change the future entirely. But what if there was an error in the observation itself? For instance, what if I could convince young Amelia that her sister had died, and then keep her rescued sister hidden for 20 years? Wouldn't it be possible to save her then? The thought sent chills through me, but soon I faced a significant obstacle. That day my sister died holding me in her arms. Amelia had witnessed her sister's south death up close. Just as Dwaki had in the Larkaz maze, she had seen the final spark extinguish. How could I possibly deceive her about that? I had no idea. Convincing Amelia, who has killed countless people since she was a child, that her sister is alive will not be easy. Well, somehow I'll manage. It feels as though I've returned to square one, but it's not as daunting as before. After all, didn't the Lord say on his deathbed that once I completed all my tasks, the fragment of records would activate on its own? This means I still have things left to do here. So, what is my remaining role? It's all too obvious. Therefore, bang dash. I burst through the door of the alchemist's workshop after running for some time. Perhaps the door had been unlocked, but so what? Probability is just a number. So, I decided to live each moment to the fullest. Ugh, what the? As I shattered the door and entered, an old man in one corner of the workshop recoiled in terror. He wasn't Marfa Ifarello, the owner of the workshop. Who are you? Well, when I asked, the old man started darting his eyes around. He looked suspicious. As I examined the old man's attire, I noticed a peculiar brooch pinned to his robe. Are you an alchemist? The old man flinched at my question. No need to hear his answer. Step. I took a step forward, cautiously scanning the area, thinking there might be guards hidden somewhere. The old man began stammering in defense as he backed away. A misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. I wasn't trying to steal anything. I see. No wonder he seemed startled, like someone caught red-handed. So, he was here to steal something amidst the chaos. If you keep this secret, I'll make sure. There was no need for a long conversation. Judging by the situation, it seemed he had left his guards behind to pull off the theft. Thud. Being non-combatant, the alchemist couldn't do anything before I dashed forward and struck him on the head with a hammer. While a subspace ring too? With little time to spare, I quickly looted the alchemist's subspace ring and searched the workshop. I soon found what I was looking for. Lethe's Blessing prototype. A consumable with the insane effect of erasing all of one's memories. Alright, the first item is secured. Now it's time to meet Amelia. There are no phones in this world, and we hadn't set a specific meeting place or time, but that wasn't a problem. It's been 6 hours since I fell asleep, so she's probably by now. Being chased by now. No need to rush. I've found you. Hearing a voice from the entrance, I quickly turned around to see a silver-haired knight. Hand over the fragment of records. Who the hell is this guy now? The traitor, Ricardo Lohensprak, once known by the alias Swordmaster. Anyone who had witnessed or faced him in battle would unanimously say the same. His swordsmanship was different from that of an ordinary knight. Home dash. The aura flickering at the tip of his sword. Nothing special in itself. The aura, minimized to conserve energy, exuded a sharp presence, but that was all. It didn't display the overwhelming presence of the Knight of Light's aura or the flexibility of the Knight of the Moon's aura that could change forms at will. It didn't possess the overwhelming momentum of the Knight of Light's aura, nor could it change shape freely like the Knight of the Moon's aura. Yet despite that, this man's sword was considered superior to theirs. Not because of the aura, but because of the unique style with which he wielded it. As spare. Among the hundreds of explorers blocking the eastern region, not a single one could withstand his sword strike. If we don't escape, those who blocked were cut down, and if they tried to dodge, they found his sword already there, as if he had anticipated their movements. To anyone watching, his sword seemed crude. The elegant techniques knights strive for were nowhere to be seen. But Amelia couldn't take her eyes off that sword. Emily, we need to run. Just watching him made her feel a wall. Killing people. A swordsmanship refined to its peak by endlessly pursuing that single goal. What are you all doing? Hurry up and move. As the one-sided slaughter began, clan leader Felix Barker gathered his members to flee. Amelia couldn't allow that to happen. After all, the months she spent with them were all for this moment. Felix Barker. As Felix Barker turned his head to her call, Amelia threw a thin needle into his neck. What? His body froze like a statue, with his head turned awkwardly. Amelia threw Felix Barker's body over her shoulder. What the hell are you doing? The clan members, who belatedly realized what was happening, aimed their weapons at Amelia, but it wasn't a big issue. Betrayal. It wasn't betrayal. She had never considered them allies to begin with. Amelia beheaded the one who came closest. And, as expected, the enraged explorers hesitated for a moment. Then, after some consideration, started to flee, abandoning their captured clan leader. Damn it, I'm out. Forget it. Let's get out of here. It was predictable. After all, wasn't the traitor massacring them and gradually approaching? There was no reason for them to risk their lives for their clan leader. Unlike these two. Please let him go. The moment her younger self approached and spoke to her. Whoosh dash. A sudden sound of air being torn behind her. Amelia twisted her body to avoid it, using the momentum to kick at the wrist of her attacker. Clang dash. The dropped sword clattered to the ground, and she saw the young girl holding her aching wrist, gritting her teeth in pain. It was her sister, Laura Rainwiles. Amelia, let's run. The moment Laura sensed that things were going south, she grabbed her sister and ran, and Amelia just watched. She felt a tightness in her chest. Of course, she knew why her sister and the others stayed to save Felix Barker. It wasn't loyalty. It was because of the curse Felix Barker had placed on Laura. The unholy contract. A contract filled with countless unfair terms, but its essence was simple. The moment Felix Barker received a fatal injury, he would absorb all of Laura's life force. That was why the two had stayed behind to confront her. Yet, as soon as they failed, they fled without looking back. Because of me. It was all because of Amelia herself. In that brief moment, her sister had accepted her own death and tried to save her younger sister. Clench. Amelia found herself unconsciously gritting her teeth. A mere 3-year age difference. As a child, her sister had seemed larger than life, like an adult, but now Amelia knew better. She had been only 17. There was no way she hadn't been exhausted, no way she hadn't wanted to give up and run away at times. So, tap. With Felix Barker on her back, Amelia moved forward. Dash. Like a predator among prey, she moved toward the man who was systematically cutting down hundreds of fleeing explorers with mechanical precision. For the first time, the man's expressionless face showed emotion. It was curiosity. Well, she supposed he would find it strange. After all, everyone else was running away, but she was rushing toward him, a grown man slung over her shoulder. Home dash. The aura on Amelia's dagger turned black. It was the power of the abyss, a conversion-type ability she gained after obtaining the essence of the level 4 monster Gravanic. While this ability was active, all resources, including spiritual power and dragon power, were replaced with soul power, effectively doubling their output. This applied to mana-powered auras as well. For Amelia, who was naturally low on mana, this ability was invaluable. But, fizzle. As soon as she got within a certain distance, the black aura reverted to its original color. It was due to the ability of the traitor Ricardo Lohensprak, known as Silent Rain. This ability nullified all other abilities within a certain radius. In other words, it's over now. Inside this zone, even the unholy contract became ineffective. Thud. Amelia threw Felix Barker to the ground, and Ricardo Luhensprake decapitated him with a single stroke. Slash dash. With a short slicing sound, the body was split in two. She had been worried, but there was no sign of the unholy contract activating and healing his wounds. One hurdle is cleared. Having escaped with her sister at the time, Amelia hadn't witnessed Felix Barker's actual death, so she felt a wave of relief. But there was no time to dwell on it. Tap! Having achieved her goal, Amelia quickly retreated. Then, for the first time, the man who had slaughtered dozens in silence spoke. I don't know much, but I can tell I've been used. He seemed to have grasped the situation from the context and was angered by it. But for some reason, a word the barbarian had once taught her floated in her mind. It wasn't a pleasant-sounding word, but unfortunately, Rafdonia didn't have a compressed term like that. What a strange language. Amelia unconsciously muttered the word. Kikamochi. Wasn't it a word of thanks to someone who helped you? Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 322. Uni, we have to go back. Didn't you see? She is a woman who uses aura. And that man, he's an even bigger monster. But going back won't change anything. This is a rational choice. Amelia gritted her teeth as Laura grabbed her arm and pulled her along. She felt like she was about to cry. Rational choice? Are you crazy? How is it rational for you to die and for me to live? When Amelia fiercely shook off her arm, Laura also stopped running. Laura let out a sigh. Amelia, listen to your sister. We don't have time for this dash. What do you mean by that? Don't talk like this is the last time. It's not like that. Then what is it? Why are we just running away without even trying to do something? Because this gives us a higher chance of survival. Laura, sounding angry at her sister's stubbornness, continued speaking rapidly. Emily, that woman didn't kill Felix Barker. She used a paralyzing needle. She slung him over her shoulder as if she had some use for him. It means she doesn't intend to kill him right away. In fact, I'm still alive and well. Ah! Amelia let out an involuntary exclamation. Even in that urgent situation, her sister had considered all of that and made a decision. It's unsettling, but this is the best option. It's better to take this chance than to die a meaningless death by attacking her. Now, if you understand, follow me. Laura resumed moving, as if she couldn't afford to waste any more time, and Amelia hurriedly followed her. How much time had passed? The Rainwild sisters encountered familiar faces. Huh? Laura, Amelia? You guys are alive? Sertabon, the clan members who had abandoned Felix Barker and fled. Something must have happened during that time, or they had scattered. Only half of them remained. Hey, you're in luck. We were just about to escape the city ourselves. Huh? Escape? Isn't it obvious? If Ricardo Luhensprake has come out of the east, it means that side has been dealt with, and he has headed to the Lord's castle. This city is already finished. As Dorvin finished his explanation, two men standing next to him added comments, as if they were shivering. The traitor, that man is not human. Did you see him slaughter dozens without even changing his expression? Just thinking about it gives me chills. They say when the traitor sticks out his tongue, that is when he is truly angry. If this city falls into that bastard's hands, those of us who sided with the Lord will be the first to lose our heads. Though the proposal was sudden, Laura calmly asked the most important question. But how do you plan to escape? The main gate is... Yes, the gatekeeper is there, but apparently there is a hidden passage. It's a path the Melta merchants use to get in and out, and this guy knows about it. I see. Do you want to come with us? Without further thought, Laura agreed to the proposal. We'll go. Honey? Originally, the plan was to head to the relatively safe west and hide until the situation was resolved. But this changes everything. If she died, her sister would be left alone in this world. At the very least, she wanted her sister to live a decent life. This might be the last chance. Oh, and just so you know, in exchange for taking you along, I understand. If something dangerous happens, I'll step in. Could you understand well? The man nodded, seemingly a bit embarrassed, then led the group forward. Shiny silver hair, white skin, armor adorned with the royal insignia, and a long sword about 1.5 times the size of a standard one. Though they had never met, he was a well-known figure. Jerome Saintred, the head of the first royal knights and a member of the royal family, known as the Knight of Light. The problem was, why was this guy here now? Amelia never mentioned him in her story. Hand over the fragment of records. But with that one sentence, the situation became clear. Why was the Knight of Light, who should be clearing the east, here? The answer was simple. The royal family's objective wasn't the extermination of Orcules. Fighting him would be tough. He is on a different caliber than Rick Ominous, whom I had faced on the stairs. He has definitely passed level 5, the maximum level knights can reach with the elixir they consume. As a commander, he has probably also completed the 6th level breakthrough and the level 7 awakening. And that is not all. Considering the royal family's wealth, all 7 essences must be at least level 3. I'm outnumbered in both the number and quality of essences. The difference in stats is obvious, and I'm also at a disadvantage in terms of roles as a tanker against a knight. But if there's one slight chance, it will be my equipment. From double-numbered items onwards, a basic low-level indestructibility option is attached. Bang dash. I blocked his sword with my hammer, without even exchanging greetings. This is the first time I've fought like this. The usual approach was to block with a shield first, and then strike with a weapon. The knight frowned as he watched me deflect his blow. As expected of a knight who cuts through anything, he anticipated that his sword would be stopped. Wait a moment. Taking advantage of the brief gap created after the initial strike, I attempted to start a conversation. It probably wouldn't work, but there's no harm in trying, right? There's some kind of misunderstanding? Fragment of records? I don't know what that is. You're lying. I heard testimony that you came up from the underground and headed here. Is that so? The mistaken identity strategy didn't work. However, I did find something useful from an unexpected source. But you might have taken it without knowing. Fragment of record's hand over the necklace the Lord was wearing. His tone suggested there might be room for negotiation. If it's something the Lord was wearing, you mean this necklace? Just in case, I pointed to the necklace I was wearing, and the knight nodded. Yes, I promise not to spill unnecessary blood if you hand over that item. It was a big catch. The fragment of records had long been stashed away in my subspace. This guy doesn't know what the fragment of records is. The necklace I'm wearing is just an ordinary one. Its only effect is reducing casting time for mage by embedding a large refined stone. Incidentally, I had plundered it during a raid a long time ago and had been wearing it as an accessory ever since. To think I'd use it like this. They say humans are creatures that can communicate. I'm glad I decided to talk first. Crack. I forcefully snapped the necklace off. Well, if you want it, I can give it to you. After all, I just took it as a souvenir. A souvenir? The Lord, no less. While we were sent to fight outside, I followed him underground, and this necklace was all I could take. So it was just for money. The knight muttered to himself, as if understanding my words. He must have seen Rick Ominous and the Lord stripped of all his gear. For guys like us, our motives are obvious, aren't they? Although, judging by what you want, that necklace seems to be worth something it doesn't seem worth risking my life for. People who talk too much often have an ulterior motive. But this young knight, who seemed to have only ever wielded a sword, didn't seem to suspect me. He just looked at me with disdain. Enough with the explanations. Hand it over. Oh, but I need some assurance first. Assurance? That you'll let me go if I give this to you. I don't break my promises. Yeah, right? Is he trying to say he's a knight who values honor? If he had no intention of lying, he wouldn't even be here. The Lord didn't realize he was being deceived by the royal family until the moment he died. So, leap. I smashed through a nearby window and leaped high. As I jumped from the 4th floor, my body soared, providing a clear view of the cityscape centered around the Lord's castle. The east side was burning bright from the battle, while the west remained relatively peaceful. But there was no time to enjoy the view. Pop dash. A flash of light behind me signaled the knight's appearance. Just from the effect, I could tell what skill it was. Gate of Light. A level 3 essence, and one of the best movement skills. Not a random half-baked teleport skill, but a skill that lets one specify a location. Pure cheat. Phew, it's been a while. I used to get this a lot before I became a barbarian. Did you think you could escape? Even as he rotated midair, the knight swung his sword, and I blocked it with my hammer once again. Jeez, you're in a hurry. It's not like I said I wouldn't keep my promise. Anyway, an aerial battle is new to me. Using the recoil from blocking the sword, I was pushed back in the air, creating more distance between us. Pop dash. The knight once again closed the distance with Gate of Light, and I threw the necklace with all my might. He reached out, but the distance was too great for him to catch it. I saw a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. He was debating whether to kill me or not. Thanks to that, I realized something. So much for keeping promises. From the start, he intended to kill me as soon as I handed over the necklace. He probably wanted to eliminate any witnesses or something like that. Well, it didn't seem like he was going to stick to that stubbornness in this situation. Wham dash! I kicked him in the abdomen while his attention was on the necklace. He didn't even groan. But I had no regrets. That wasn't the point of the kick, anyway. Wham dash! Due to the laws of physics, the distance between us widened again. As he fell, the knight looked up at me and asked, "What is your name?" His voice carried a genuine curiosity, as if he had encountered an intriguing opponent. Hearing that, I thought, why should I tell you? Are you an idiot? I said it out loud. What? I regretted it for a moment. But the knight didn't chase me with Gate of Light again. Of course, there is a limit to how many times he can use it in one go. After 3 uses, he has to wait for the cooldown. Pop dash. Soon, his body was engulfed in light, disappearing from view. I could see him reappearing in the direction where I had thrown the necklace. Okay, I've shaken him off. Then, using Transcendent Leap, it felt as though an invisible foothold had formed beneath my feet. With all my strength, I kicked off it, propelling myself forward like an arrow. My destination quickly drew nearer. This feels like being Superman or something. I chuckled as I replayed the brief aerial battle in my mind. The more I thought about it, the stranger it felt. This ISNT Dragon Ball or something. I need to get stronger soon. Outside the walls of Nor Castle, at the cemetery. Bang dash. I landed at the center and immediately rolled out of the fall. Which means, in simple terms, whoa, whoa, whoa. I smashed through gravestones as I tumbled. Damn, I almost died. I had traveled directly from the Lord's castle in the middle of the city to the outskirts in one leap. But the price was clear. Maybe it was because I accelerated by jumping from such a high place? My legs were more than just numb. It felt like electricity was coursing through my bones. Considering my pain tolerance, it meant I was pretty much wrecked. At least I don't need to use a potion. The penalty of natural regeneration -40 attached to Ogre's essence. Before, it meant that without a potion, my wounds hardly healed. With the Storm Gush essence and the Undying Mark, my overall natural regeneration far exceeded the penalty, allowing minor injuries to heal quickly even without the use of potions. Swoosh. After a brief rest, I stood up. As I looked around, I soon spotted the place I was searching for. I had visited this place before, after all, a massive tombstone that concealed an underground passage wide and tall enough for a carriage. The first thing I noticed was a corpse. The gravekeeper. He was the caretaker who had lived here, acting as a guard for the secret passage. Now he lay dead, his body riddled with stab wounds. I slept for 6 hours, so Laura and the others would have passed through long ago. Amelia should have joined them by now, too. I needed to hurry if I wanted to catch up before everything ended, so I quickened my pace and headed into the passage. Or rather, I tried to. I stopped in my tracks. Step, step. An elderly man in a tidy outfit was walking toward me from the other side of the passage. Thump. As soon as our eyes met, my heart pounded loudly. At the same time, it felt like I was dreaming. The old man smiled and greeted me. Good to see you. It was Oral Gavies. Surviving the Game as a Barbarian, episode 323. A kind and warm impression. Despite his age, his back was straight, and his blue eyes seemed to pierce through one's soul. This place always feels gloomy, no matter when I come. Seeing the old man who looked just like the one from the community, my heart sank. Oral Gavies? Of course, I had anticipated this encounter today. After all, Amelia had mentioned it. On the day her sister died, this old man was there too. But why is this old man here? The reason this old man is not at the center of the incident, but right here. No matter how I think about it, there is only one reason. He came to find me. My heart started beating faster, and my mind became chaotic. How did this old man find me? Could he have discovered that I am Bjorn Jandel? And why was the community closed for months? No, more importantly, what is this old man planning to do with me now? As these questions filled my mind, cold sweat began to trickle down my back. Then, at that moment, ahem, Oral Gavies cleared his throat, drawing attention. It seemed he wasn't too pleased with me just standing there, staring silently. I had to do something, but what should I say? Right, I should start with a natural greeting. So, will you step aside now? If someone of your size blocks the way like that, I can't pass through. What? Does he not recognize me? I was so taken aback by the unexpected turn of events that my mind went blank. But my mouth, which had spouted countless lies, quickly did its job. Yes, please go ahead, sir. For the first time since inhabiting this barbarian-esque body, I used formal speech. Oral Gavies smiled contentedly at this. You're a polite one, aren't you? Or maybe you're quick-witted. You'll live long. As I stepped aside to make way for him, he chuckled and passed by. Thud, thud. The sound of his footsteps grew fainter. A thought suddenly crossed my mind. Even though I instinctively avoided the situation, was it right to hide my identity? Of course, it was only a fleeting thought. It's not like this is the community. We're meeting in person. If I can hide my identity, I should. If he finds out I'm Bjorn Jandel, it'll be too much trouble when I return to the future. Yeah, I handled it well. With that thought, the tension that had frozen my body started to melt away, and reality began to set in. Then it happened. Oh, I forgot to ask. Oral Gavies, who had been walking away, turned around. He looked straight at me and asked, what happened today that made this place such a mess? The Lord allied with the royal forces and launched a surprise attack on Orcules. Oh, is that so? Though he spoke as if he found it interesting, there was no hint of real interest in his voice. At first, I wondered if I was mistaken. But after hearing his second question, the difference became clear. Oh, and one more thing. Has a barbarian entered this city recently? It would have been about 5 or 6 months ago. It was the exact opposite of his first question. His tone was casual as if it didn't matter, but there was unmistakable interest in his voice. Stay calm, stay calm. I forced my pounding heart to settle and found the most appropriate response, answering calmly. Yes, there was. Lying wouldn't be wise. After all, it's something anyone could find out by asking around in the city, so there was no point in hiding it. Is that so? Could you tell me where I might find him? According to my memory, he joined the Lord's forces, so he is probably in the east fighting right now. Ha! You're not only polite but also quite helpful, aren't you? What is his name? Puddle? Not you, the barbarian. I heard he is called Bjorn. Bjorn, son of Thor. Hearing my answer, he nodded and patted my arm, as if giving me a friendly gesture. Thanks for the information. You seem busy, so I'll take my leave. Yes, sir. I hope you achieve what you're seeking. Phew, why does the air feel so cold? As soon as our conversation ended, I gave a slight bow and entered the passageway. Thud, thud. I heard the old man's footsteps growing distant behind me until they finally faded away. Huh, that was close. I started running with all my strength. Meanwhile, at that very moment, what is the current situation on the Eastern Front? We're stalling with the minimum number of troops as ordered, and we can retreat anytime with just a word. Jerome Saintred, a silver-haired knight, nodded in satisfaction at the report from his adjutant, a mage. The first special mission he received after becoming commander was nearing a successful conclusion. The primary goal of the mission was to obtain the fragment of records. And as a bonus, they had caused internal strife, weakening the power of Nork. Send word to the combat mages immediately. We'll gather at the rendezvous point and return in 10 minutes. Once the forces stationed in the east withdraw, the remaining forces of Orcules will direct their anger toward the now-deceased lord. Yes, sir. Then the real civil war would begin. Hearing his adjutant's hesitant voice, Jerome nodded, signaling him to speak. The adjutant, careful and respectful, asked, May I ask about the purpose of the necklace you're holding? That is classified information. Jerome replied firmly, placing the necklace back into the case and storing it in his subspace. The adjutant lowered his head, realizing his mistake. My apologies. I didn't realize it was an item related to the special mission. I was merely curious because it appeared to be a refined stone necklace. It seemed like he was trying to express that his question was out of curiosity, not any ulterior motive. Jerome flinched at the adjutant's words. A refined stone necklace? What do you mean? Puddle? Explain yourself. Are you saying this is a refined stone necklace? Jerome pulled out the necklace again and showed it to the adjutant. And he got the same answer. Yes, I'm sure of it. It's a magical tool with a large refined stone embedded in it. Refined stones are processed rift stones that allow for smoother spellcasting. The adjutant trailed off as he noticed a chilling sound coming from Jerome's clenched jaw. Then I was deceived. The adjutant involuntarily lowered his head. It made sense. Normally, Jerome was the type of man who could laugh off buying something worth 1,000 stones for 100,000 stones, saying it was just another day. Lieutenant Avix, lead the troops and return to the city. Puddle? But what about you, Commander Saintred? I have something to do. Jerome left without waiting for a response, and the adjutant could only watch in silence. Without waiting for a response, Jerome abruptly left, leaving the lieutenant speechless. The underground sewers that support Raftonia's water system. Everyone who visits this place has the same thought. First, the stench is indescribably foul, and second, the layout is more complex than any maze. Just like this. This place always makes me feel uncomfortable. I had been running along a straight passage for quite some time when I climbed a ladder out of the sewer. Pushing aside a manhole-like iron structure, I found myself greeted by a crossroads leading in 4 directions. Of course, there was no problem finding the right path. There were clear traces of several people passing through one of the paths. I just had to follow the signs, though there were other issues. Damn sewer. This section seemed entirely designed for water passage, without any side paths for people to navigate through, unlike the sewer sections I had experienced before. Or more precisely, it did have some side paths. Now, even the sewer design is discriminating against the barbarians. The side paths were too narrow for a barbarian, standing over 2 meters tall, to pass through. Splish, splish. In the end, I had no choice but to wade through the sewage that reached up to my shins. How long had it been? Traces of battle started to appear on the walls. Most of them were sword marks. The depths of the cuts varied, but they had one thing in common. They were so clean that it seemed as if they had been made with precision machinery. I could guess who left those marks. The shallow ones were probably from Amelia, and the deep ones from that guy, Orcule's commander. The traitor, Ricardo Luensprake. TCH. For some reason, it left a bitter taste in my mouth. In our original plan, we had aimed to separate this guy from Amelia and enter the sewers. After all, in the original timeline, Amelia had been chased by this guy when she reunited with her younger self in the sewer. But it seems we couldn't shake him off. Judging by the situation, it appears we failed. Sigh. Why did she have to make things complicated? The future can't be changed by doing that. She has stubborn and strange ways. In some ways, Amelia resembled a barbarian. Despite being human, her stubbornness was so strong that she didn't know how to give up. And that is not all. She acts like the most rational person, but she is filled with an overwhelming sense of attachment. Boom dash. At that moment, an explosion echoed from afar, shaking the sewer. Tap, tap dash. I picked up speed. The physical body has its limits. No matter how much you train and build muscle, there is a maximum amount of strength one can produce. That's why essence is the foundation of an explorer's power. With this power in the world, hunters can exceed their limits and fight against enormous monsters. But that's all over now. Are you finally willing to fight? Amelia felt a sense of helplessness. The significantly enhanced physical capabilities were the same, but all her powers were sealed. Source of immortality. The power that greatly increased her natural regeneration, in exchange for rendering all healing effects, including potions, ineffective, was gone. Self-replication. The ability that always allowed her to gain a numerical advantage in one-on-one situations was also gone. Power of the Abyss, Sura's Horn, and all the abilities that had been her wings in battle were no longer working. All because of the man standing before her. Why are you so obsessed with me? Amelia finally voiced the question she had been holding back. She just couldn't understand. She had spent over 2 hours running around the city, trying to shake him off, but he had persistently followed her. All the way to this foul-smelling sewer. Was that unexpected? He asked, and Amelia nodded. Yes, I just don't understand. Wouldn't going after the Lord be more important to you than following a woman like me? The situation was dire, with the royal forces and the Lord's army allying to destroy Orcules. Yet the commander, the strongest asset, suddenly abandoned the front lines to follow a woman with no connection to him? Even knowing the outcome, the process made no sense to her. A foolish question. He smiled coldly. A human woman, specializing in daggers, with a sharp red aura. All traits of the Rose Knights. Rose Knights? Still pretending? Even here? Amelia was genuinely bewildered. She knew what the Rose Knights were. A royal unit specializing in assassination, infiltration, and covert operations. It was rumored to consist solely of women, but there was no confirmed evidence. Are you a new recruit? That explains why you'd ask such a question upon seeing me. No, I'm not part of the Rose Knight. Give up on living. Amelia tried to continue the conversation, but it was no use. I have no interest in what you have to say. He cut her off as his sword slashed at her. Amelia quickly summoned her aura to block the attack. Or so she thought. Slice dash. Her right wrist, holding the dagger, was severed and fell into the sewer with a splash. And almost simultaneously, whoosh dash. His sword came at her again. This time, he was aiming for her left wrist. His intent to sever everything he could was evident in the ruthless aura of his sword. Boom dash. Amelia deflected the sword with her dagger imbued with aura, retreating backward. Had he anticipated even that move? His sword, which had been aiming for her left wrist, twisted mid-flight like a snake, changing trajectory toward her neck. Ugh! By the time she realized it, Amelia was cornered against a wall. The cold blade pressed against her throat. Squeak! As he pressed the sword deeper, a sharp pain accompanied by a trickle of blood followed. A fine face you have. With her windpipe pressed by the blade's edge, Amelia couldn't speak, let alone breathe properly. Just like your kind. As oxygen grew scarce, her mind began to blur. Was she really going to die? But then, what would happen to her sister and her younger self if she did? In the original timeline, she should have only been injured when she met them in the sewers. Amelia's eyes darted around, as if searching for someone who could save her from this predicament. Jandel. Realizing who she was looking for, Amelia couldn't help but smile wryly. There was no way he would come here. She had personally drugged him with something strong enough to knock him out for at least 6 hours. By now, he should have woken up, read the note, and arrived at the Lord's castle. If he woke up a little early, he might have already obtained the item and returned to his original time. No, he probably has already gone back. That's the only explanation that makes sense. Searching for a way out? But there was no escape route. The moment that sword dug a bit deeper, this prolonged life would come to an end. In other words, the future had changed. Today, she would die here. The reason was most likely because Bjorn Jandel has gone back. In this plan, she had excluded Jandel. There were multiple reasons. First, she didn't want to be indebted to a barbarian. And second, she thought that if he used the fragment of records to return to his original world, it might disrupt the predetermined course of events. After all, legends about changing history didn't just appear out of nowhere. Considering the mysterious power contained in the item, she believed that it held the answer. No, she simply hoped for it. It was like a desperate person adrift in a lifeboat drinking seawater out of thirst. But, to her surprise, why are you smiling? It had worked. Push. The man, displeased, pushed the sword deeper into her neck. Death, which she had always thought was near, felt even closer now. So, he really did succeed in returning. Amelia closed her eyes and thought, feel more pain. What will happen to my sister and me after I'm gone? Surely, without me, someone will die. Or perhaps things will turn out well precisely because I'm gone. It was a conclusion she would never know. But if that were the case, it would make her both happy and sad. Push. The sword cut deeper into her flesh. She couldn't breathe, and her thoughts dulled. It no longer seemed to matter. She had done her best. So, it was time to rest. Just as she resolved herself to that thought, Bethelrea, a familiar voice echoed from beyond the passage. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 324. Splish, splash. The filthy water, rising up to my shins, splattered everywhere as I kept my gaze fixed straight ahead. There were two people, a man and a woman. The man was forcefully pinning the woman against the wall, holding a sword to her neck. If you left me behind, you should have just stayed out of my way. Clenching the hammer in my hand, I shouted with all my might, making sure my voice echoed throughout the entire passage. Bethelrea. My goal was to draw his attention away from Amelia and make him remove the sword from her throat. But, swish dash. At the same time the sword was pulled out, a fountain of blood gushed from Amelia's neck. Damn, I thought he had only pressed it against her skin. But he had already stabbed her, and when he withdrew the sword, it seemed he even twisted it deeper before pulling it out. He turned his upper body toward me and muttered. Even though I was wearing my usual iron helmet, he must have guessed my race from the earlier shout and my large build. I quickly glanced at Amelia's condition with my peripheral vision. Cockug. Amelia, with a hole in her neck, was using one hand to press against the bleeding wound, while trying to steady herself against the wall with the other, barely holding on. She was clearly in bad shape. But, as long as she is not dead, worrying won't save her. In situations like this, what is most important is making accurate decisions and taking action. With that in mind, I dashed forward once again. Splash dash. The distance between us quickly closed. As soon as we were within striking range, he unleashed a fierce aura and swung his sword at me. Bam dash. I blocked the aura with my hammer. At that moment, a puzzled expression crossed his face. He must have assumed that with his aura, he could cut through my weapon as well. It's a numbered item. As expected of a veteran who has seen it all, he quickly figured out the reason. Sharp as ever. Still, I chose to focus on the positive side. Thanks to his muttering, there was a brief opening. Swoosh. While locking weapons and struggling for dominance, I reached out and pulled Amelia toward me. She was too weak to stand, so she was easily dragged into my arms. Now that I had secured her, was there anything else I needed to worry about? So, you're her ally. Isn't it obvious? Then you're my enemy as well. What a predictable thing to say. At that moment, the brief power struggle ended. Loensprake pressed down on his sword and pushed me back. It was an unfamiliar feeling, as I hadn't been overpowered in strength for a while, but there was no need to be disheartened. He's slightly stronger than me. I allowed my body to be pushed back, taking a step backward. Naturally, he dashed forward, chasing after me. He is much faster than me. His agility is far superior to mine. In terms of the core stats for close combat, I'm at a disadvantage. On top of that, my carefully synergized passive and active skills were sealed, while he freely unleashed aura, which was my natural counter. Seriously, this guy has no conscience. Despite my complaints, I quickly reached a decision. The stat difference was overwhelming. In a normal situation, even escaping would be difficult. But there is no need to use that just yet. It wasn't a major problem, because, to put it differently, boom, all I had to do was create an abnormal situation. Yes, for example, swoosh, underwater combat. In the flickering torch light of the dark sewer, a group of about a dozen men and women had split into two factions, glaring at each other as if they were sworn enemies. What did you just say? Repeat that, Dumbo. It's not Dumbo, it's Dubbin. Whatever. Seeing you grinning in front of that barbarian earlier. I bet you liked him. Didn't you? What? You bastard. The conversation was laced with hostility. Caught in the middle of this exchange, Laura Rainwiles held her trembling younger sister's hand tightly and regretted following them. Why are these people like this, even in this situation? Laura couldn't understand. It all started with a trivial argument. The explorer from the former Melta Merchant Guild, who knew the secret passage through the sewer, couldn't find the right path. Someone mocked him for it. That was the seed of discord. You're really grumbling a lot for someone who was tagging along for free without doing anything. Dubin, who had been unofficially leading the group, defended the scout. No, he went beyond defending and issued a threat. And now that I think about it, it's pretty unfair. Isn't it? If you're going to complain, you should at least pay up. Oh, and if you don't have money, your equipment will do. What? If you don't like it, you can just turn back. Those few words quickly divided the group, leading to the current standoff. This is your last chance. Hand over your gear and follow us, or leave. Huh. Did you think we'd just back down if you said that? You're boasting about being close to the scout. In the end, all we need is the scout to find the way out of the city, right? So, you're determined to shed blood. Everyone, please calm down. Laura, trying to stop them, spoke up, but Dubin interrupted her. Laura, stay out of this. Actually, this is perfect. Huh? What do you mean by perfect? We'll need more money soon, won't we? To start over on the surface. The man standing opposite Dubin, despite being in conflict, nodded in agreement. Yeah, if half of us die here, the rest will have a better chance of living like humans. With those words, Laura realized there was never a seed of discord in the first place. Unlike what she had heard about the surface, this way of thinking was natural for those from Nork. Starting a fight over the scout's mistake was just an excuse. Perhaps they had been waiting for this opportunity all along. Nork, the city where beasts live. Laura shuddered with renewed disgust for this city. She reached for her sword. If a battle was inevitable, then Dubin's side had to win. That was the only way she and her sister could escape and live like humans again. At least her sister could. Amelia, get ready. Yes, sister, Laura whispered, and her sister also readied her weapon. In the end, the two sisters had also survived as beasts in this world of the strong devouring the weak. All right, let us begin. As soon as the enemy faction took a step forward with their weapons drawn, an arrow was fired from Dubin's side, signaling the start of the battle. And after some time had passed, swoosh, a torrent of water suddenly surged out from the dark passage and engulfed them. Bang, 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 bang. After evading Luhensprake's relentless attacks, I finally struck the ceiling 4 times with precision. Crack, 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 crash. The ceiling shattered like a spider's web or a broken mirror, collapsing. And then, swoosh, water gushed down like a dam bursting. So, there really was water flowing above us. I hadn't been sure until I swung the hammer. I only assumed it based on Amelia's childhood vision of the observed future. Back then, there was a split in the group, a fight broke out, and suddenly, water gushed out from the passage. My sister and I were swept away and lost consciousness. When we woke up, clearing my thoughts, I held Amelia even tighter. If we were ordinary people, we would have been swept away by the current already. But neither of us were ordinary. Bang! I instinctively raised my hammer to block another blow. Even in the rising water, with the water reaching our heads, he continued to swing his sword. This guy is relentless. I was pushed back several steps by the force of the blow, struggling to maintain my footing in the torrent. I closed my eyes. Vision was now meaningless. Whether there was light or not, I couldn't see an inch ahead in this muddy water. Oh, so this is what a real mud fight is like? That fleeting thought crossed my mind, but I quickly dismissed it. I had something more important to focus on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With my elbow pressed against the wall, I quickly retraced my steps. My back was now exposed, but I wasn't too worried. The last sword strike had likely been aimed based on where I had last been, relying on his senses. Slash dash. A sharp pain shot through my thigh. It seemed he was blindly slashing his sword as he followed me. This crazy bastard. But it was fine now. I had reached my destination. 51, 52. Phew, I'm glad I found it. Feeling my way along the wall, I turned into the passage I had noted earlier, hiding myself within. This was a skill I had learned from Rod Miller. After mapping out so many routes, I had become adept at measuring my steps and memorizing the paths I had taken. And there was no way he had this ability. Okay, it looks like he didn't notice the branching path and just passed by. But I didn't rest. I continued moving along the passage. Gigantification. As I distanced myself from him, I felt my skills starting to work properly again, and finally, I let out a sigh of relief. Her pulse is still strong. Amelia was still alive. And now, her passive skill, Fountain of Immortality, which granted her a cockroach-like tenacity, must have kicked in. There was no need to worry about her neck injury. While it was a severe wound, it wasn't fatal in terms of damage. It should heal in about a minute. The issue now is oxygen. Thanks to the increased lung capacity from Stormgush's essence, I could hold my breath without much difficulty. But Amelia was in a different situation. With her neck injury already hindering her oxygen intake, I wasn't sure how long she could last. She just needed to hold on for another 5 minutes. That was when the water had started to recede last time after the torrent stopped. Screw it. After a brief internal debate, I hoisted Amelia up. Then, groping around, I found her nose and pinched it shut before pressing my lips to hers. Underwater mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, just like in the movies. I wasn't sure if it would work in reality, but it seemed better than doing nothing. There was nothing to lose, after all. Was she still conscious even now? Her limp body flinched as soon as our lips touched. It looked like she was trying to resist, as if to push me away. So, tightening my grip around her waist, I silently conveyed for her to stay still. The resistance eased. Was that her way of giving consent? I wasn't sure, but I pressed our lips even more tightly together, ensuring that no water could get in. And then, I exhaled as forcefully as I could, sending air deep into her lungs. After repeating the underwater resuscitation for about 5 minutes, the water level began to drop rapidly. The water above must have run out, and it was now spreading evenly throughout the vast sewer. Surprisingly, Amelia was still conscious. Let go. Geez, it was just first aid. No need to overreact. When I finally released her, Amelia sank beneath the water with a splash. All right, she's short. The water was still up to my shoulders, so her feet probably couldn't touch the bottom. Pwah! Just as I was about to grab her waist again, Amelia's head surfaced on her own. So she could swim. Now let me say this first, that was unnecessary. I've been good at holding my breath since I was a child. What are you talking about? She was talking so slowly and weakly that I could barely understand her. Was it that she didn't want to explain herself again? Or was there something more important she wanted to say? I wasn't too sure, but Amelia shifted the conversation. Enough, why are you here? Her breathing had stabilized, and her tone returned to normal. Looks like her body's fine now. What do you mean? Why am I here? When I responded with confusion, Amelia frowned. I told you to go back. Did you not see the note? Oh, I saw it. Then why didn't you leave? Geez, she is really giving me a hard time. I didn't want to go back after learning everything, and it wasn't like I could use the fragment of records anyway. Her sudden actions had caused me so much trouble that I couldn't help but reply curtly. I have unfinished business. Unfinished business? I can't leave until I finish it. What? Why are you going so far? What's she talking about? It's not about going far. I can't go back until I finish it. Just as I was about to say that. Damn it. The gigantfication deactivated abruptly. In other words, he was within a 30-meter radius again. He must have gotten lost, then decided to retrace his steps, and now he's closing in on us again. It didn't seem like he would let us go easily. So I made a decision. Hey, you go ahead. What? Go save your sister. I'll deal with him. I would send Amelia to her sister and hold him off. It was a simple plan, but Amelia frowned. That's suicide. He's not someone you can handle. Then what? Are you going to abandon your sister? If nothing changes no matter what we do, then perhaps. Stop. I cut her off. I wasn't sure how her will had become so weak. But, trust me, Amelia, I've got a plan. So go and save your sister first. Got it? But, Tisk, what's with all this hesitation? It wasn't so bad being worried about, but why do you assume I'll lose? The 5th floor Lord's essence, Silence Command. It was certainly a powerful essence. Incredibly rare, too. In the history of Rafdonia, fewer than 10 people had obtained it, and supposedly, in the present day, only that guy possessed it. It made sense that people would fear that power. With little information, it can feel like an unbeatable, cheat-level skill. But I find that strange. It's not like he's that hard to deal with. I spent all my spare time in my 20s playing Dungeon and Stone. Naturally, I had hunted the Lord of Silence. I think it was around 300 times. Yeah, probably that many. Maybe Amelia didn't get the meaning of my words. 300 times? She asked as if to clarify. I answered. I've consumed that essence over 300 times. No skill in this world is without weaknesses. Surviving the Game as a Barbarian, episode 325. Continue reading more chapters here. Roles 5. The Lord of Chaos, Liakis. The Lord of the Abyss, Verzak. Each of these floor lords has both a true name and an alias, and their essence is often referred to by their alias. The essence of chaos, the essence of the abyss, and so on. As for the essence of silence that Lohenspray consumed, my evaluation was as follows. A polished but flawed gem. As the essence of a layer lord, it possesses strong characteristics and abilities, but the concept is fundamentally flawed. For instance, just look at the active skill, Silence Command. It's a wide area skill that, when activated, nullifies all skills within a 30-meter radius around the caster. It even affects passive skills, and any skill used from outside the radius is nullified upon entering the field, making long-range attacks impossible. However, that doesn't mean it's invincible. There's always a reason something isn't widely consumed. Magic or divine power cannot be dispelled. And the penalty doesn't end there. Silence command doesn't work on monsters. Simply put, the essence of silence is essentially only useful for one-on-one combat. And the passive skill is even worse. Silent control deactivates all other essence skills, but doubles the stats gained from the essence. It's a high-risk skill that doubles your stats in exchange for giving up all the skills from other essences you've consumed. Because of this, I rarely consumed this essence. My goal has always been to clear the game. The only reason I consumed it 300 times was because I wanted to clear it using a different route. I've heard of your reputation, Explorer. How about joining us in Overturning the World? A route that sometimes opened up when you gain fame in the game. When I tried to clear the rebellion route by cooperating with the Ormy Revolutionary Group, I always consumed the essence of silence first. It's true. There is no better essence for one-on-one combat. Though in the end I never succeeded. After countless dead ends, I concluded that clearing the rebellion route was impossible due to the game structure. Oh, and I never consumed it again after that. Especially after realizing its fatal weakness. Squeeze. I grasped the object I had prepared in advance. It was the key to defeating the traitor, Lohenspräch. I had considered using it earlier, but at that time, I prioritized taking care of Amelia, so I held on to it. If I had known the D-Day would be different, I would have told her and given this to her. I didn't share the information because I assumed we'd be working together. After all, how could I have predicted that she'd mix a paralyzing drug into the alcohol and knock me out? I didn't even think about how using it in a crisis would make me look cool. Really? SSSS. The water level started to drop by the second. Now that it's reached my waist, the bastard must have regained his sight. I watched the corridor Amelia had left through. I recalled our last conversation and couldn't help but chuckle. I trust you. Yeah, trust me. Your sister's problem. I wasn't talking about my sister. Not my sister. I meant I trust that you won't die. So don't die. Oh, I got it. Hearing such words face to face made me feel awkward, and I looked away. Amelia seemed to feel the same, as she simply said, I'll go ahead, and left. Here it comes. I heard the splash of water from a distance. So, I cleared my mind of distractions and focused on the sound. Splash, splash. The distance rapidly closed. I tensed my body and crouched down. And then, jeek, I tore the scroll I'd been tightly gripping with one hand. Swoosh. Light particles imbued with magic clung to my skin. Though the glow was faint, it was enough to attract attention in the dark sewer. Splash. The approaching sound halted. Thump. My heart pounded like a child caught in mischief. A brief silence followed. Aside from the sound of water flowing, no other noise could be heard. For about 3 seconds. Splash. As soon as I heard the splash, I submerged myself in the water. And when the bastard appeared at the crossroads, I suddenly stood up and lunged at it. Boom. As the aura and hammer clashed, the water splashed everywhere due to the force of the impact. Thanks to my heightened concentration, every visual detail registered clearly in my mind. Droplets of water split into thousands of tiny particles. Amidst them, I caught a glimpse of the bastard's expression. Upon spotting me, it shifted its gaze sideways. Is it looking for Amelia? That's disappointing. Tap! As soon as my feet touched the ground, I leaped forward again, closing the distance. The creature was already swinging its sword horizontally. It seemed intent on keeping me from getting closer, which only put me directly in the path of its sword. That worked to my advantage. Tap! I didn't stop dashing. If things continued this way, the sword would undoubtedly hit me before my hammer could reach his body. But so what? I wasn't trying to hit him with the hammer in the first place. Swish! I extended my hand forward. Since I had long stashed my shield into subspace, my free hand was available. But apparently, the guy knew more than just how to wield a sword. He didn't retract his sword. Instead, he moved his remaining hand to deflect mine. Thud! The creature's hand struck my wrist. It was strong enough to push my arm away. Meanwhile, his sword continued to swing towards my waist, and with both feet off the ground, I had no way to retreat. The creature's judgment wasn't bad, all things considered, but he was just a bit too complacent. As our skin touched, the conditions of the torn scroll were satisfied. Swoosh! Blue magic particles burst forth. In the game, a message would have appeared like this. Your character is bound to Ricardo Lohenspräch. Your character is unaffected by silence command. I immediately invoked the prepared command. Transcendence. And then, leap, tap. The moment I stepped on the air, whoosh, my body accelerated in a straight line, slicing through the water. Not fleeing outside the sword's path, but charging further inward. While I was at it, gigantification. I increased my body mass as well, like an 8-ton truck with the gas pedal floored. Boom! There was nothing more to see. The effect of the body slam was spectacular. Amelia, who was sprinting through the half-submerged sewer, shuddered involuntarily. The vibrations had traveled through the water. Boom! Even from a distance, the faint sound of a huge impact could be heard. It seemed the battle had begun over there as well. Splash, splash. Amelia quickly regained her composure and started moving again. The sound had been strong enough to make her wonder if the sewer had collapsed. What kind of situation could have caused such a noise? Was something wrong? Many questions arose simultaneously, but she forced herself to shake them off. She had said she trusted him. In a way, that was a promise too. If Jandel had defeated Ricardo Lewensprak, it would explain why he eventually appeared before her and her sister. She even dismissed such contradictions from her mind. And, splash, she continued walking. The sewer was a maze of twisting paths, but reaching her destination wasn't too difficult. Recognized for her various merits and having risen to a significant position within Nork, Amelia had traversed this path several times. Naturally, she had memorized everything in preparation for today. Turn left here, then keep going straight until you reach the three-way fork. Pushing her body, which had surpassed that of an ordinary human, to its limits, Amelia kept running. How much time had passed? Thud. Amelia stopped. She had finally reached her destination, a crossroads with 5 passageways. Bodies floated in the water all around. She recognized all the faces. Amelia recalled the memory. Laura! Amelia! What are you doing? If you've woken up, start fighting. Even after she had lost consciousness from the water, the battle had continued. At the time, Amelia had been ready to obey the orders, draw her weapon, and join the fight, but her sister had stopped her and pointed to a specific direction. The only scout from the Melta Trading Company who knew the way was fleeing, having grabbed some gear from the corpses. So the 2 sisters didn't participate in the battle and followed the path where the scout had disappeared. And here, recalling the corridor from her memory, Amelia quickly entered and soon found the person she was looking for. I was just trying to avoid trouble. The scout, looking terrified, stammered. Enough, you don't matter, said the man, Derborn, glaring at the scout before turning his head. You dare betray me and run away? Then he slapped her sister across the face. Her sister didn't even think to defend herself, enduring the strike. She had judged that provoking further anger wouldn't be wise. Derborn wasn't alone, after all. Ironically, he had joined forces with those he had been fighting moments before. I suppose he thought it was pointless to keep fighting after their numbers had dwindled. The scout's disappearance likely played a role too. It was truly beastly behavior. Even now, they might betray one another again and loot each other's equipment. Well, not that there'll be a chance to confirm that. Squeeze. Amelia gripped the dagger tightly in her remaining hand. It's all my fault. At least you know you're wrong. And my sister just followed me, so don't worry. She'll be following you soon. Just as Derborn raised his arm to bring down the axe while choking her sister. Slash. His arm, still holding the axe, fell into the water. As Derborn screamed in pain, the others recognized Amelia and gasped in shock. Emily, how did you get here? There was no point in talking. With emotionless eyes, Amelia stabbed each of them in the throat one by one. W8. I know that W8. The scout, who tried to prove his usefulness, wasn't spared either. Since she knew the way to the city, there was no reason to keep him alive. Slash. The area was quickly cleared. The Rainwild sisters trembled as they watched her, wary. But they had one question. Amelia. Her younger self ignored her sister's scolding and asked anyway. What happened to Felix Barker? He's dead. Really? But how did? That's enough questions. Amelia cut off the conversation. We don't have time for this. Follow me. The long tale was nearing its conclusion. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 326. Binding. This supportive magic, when used, allows allies to recognize each other, enabling them to travel together through labyrinth portals and share experience points after defeating monsters. I discovered that this spell was the counter to Silent Command, while progressing through the rebellion route. After consuming the essence of stillness and finally reaching the royal sanctuary after about 300 attempts, I was hopeful that I would soon face the king, but your character is now bonded with the royal guard. The NPCs of the royal family used this method to ruin all my hard work. Well, I eventually found a way to reverse the counterspell, but I never got to see the king's face. In the end, I gave up on the rebellion route. I think it might have been the first time I ever gave up while playing this game. I don't think it was a waste of time, though. Sometimes, you gain something through the process of failure. Just like now. Gah! A combo attack followed, after binding, a massive body slam. Ricardo Lundsbreak's body was sent flying backward into the air, crashing down. But just standing by and watching would be foolish. Isn't this what fighting games are all about? Once you've knocked your opponent into the air and made them unable to fight back, you got to get your combo in somehow. Transcend. I chant the command. Before his body escapes the 20-meter range. Eye of the Storm. A grappling move I obtained by consuming the essence of Storm Gush. I ended up with a PvP-optimized setup by chance. A strong gust of wind blew through the long sewer, redirecting the bastard's body back to me. I prepared to smash. And then, 1, 2, 3, now! With perfect timing, I swung with all my might. Thwack dash. The sound of flesh and bone being crushed erupted from where the hammer struck. But it wasn't as satisfying as I'd hoped. The sound didn't come from the spot I aimed for. TSK. I had aimed for his shiny temple, but unfortunately the bastard raised his arm. Even as he was pulled in by the storm, he managed to protect his vital spot. At least I took one of his arms. Though it wasn't a critical hit, I decided to see the positive side. His arm dangled at a grotesque angle. Just by looking at him, it was clear that he had suffered considerable damage. Tap! And NBSB. After being slammed into the sidewall, he regained his balance midair and kicked off the wall with one leg. And then, this guy must really have a lot of battle experience. Instead of widening the distance, he charged at me, sword swinging. Whoosh dash. Just watching it, I could feel the sharpness of the menacing aura. Given that his agility stats were far superior to mine, blocking with my hammer in my current stance would be difficult. Therefore, tap. This time, I simply retreated. If I had tried to flee, he would have kept pursuing me to maintain his momentum. Splash. With about a 10-meter gap between us, there was a brief lull. Holding his sword with his remaining arm, he took a defensive stance and asked me, "How did you know?" His breathing was labored, probably due to the damage from the body slam and a broken arm. Was he trying to buy time to recover? As I analyzed his condition, I couldn't help but chuckle at his next words. No one should know about this essence. A voice seeking an answer to the contradiction he had encountered. So, he was just curious, huh? He must have tried hard to hide this weakness. That's probably why he always moved alone. Even when with others, he would never form a binding with them. Because the moment he did, the silence command's weakness would be exposed. Now that I think about it, his frequent interactions with the ruined scholar in the community were likely due to this silence command. To overthrow the royal family, he would have needed allies who wouldn't lose their power even without using binding. For example, a mage or a priest. Since a priest wouldn't help kill the king, the value of the ruined scholar would have increased by comparison. After all, he's a top-tier mage and also an evil spirit. So, you were an evil spirit. Muttering to himself, he stared at me. I hadn't said a word, but he'd already come to his conclusion, beating his own drum. Well, he wasn't wrong. He doesn't know the counter to the counter. Through the conversation, I was convinced he didn't know the reverse counter. If he had, he wouldn't have insisted on being alone. I gripped my hammer tighter. Good thing it's 20 years in the past. Of course, I can't predict what the future holds. When we meet again, this might be a reinforced area for him. He might have swapped out some essences. He might have perfected his swordsmanship. What's certain is that considering his notoriety 20 years from now, it's highly likely that I wouldn't be able to defeat him as I am now. But that day is not today. I chanted the commands. Because, after all, what other reason was there for staying still until now? Transcend. Eye of the Storm. During our conversation, the cooldown had reset. The battle's course was straightforward. Boom, boom, dash. The bastard's aura clashed relentlessly with my demon crusher. And then, why is he so skilled? For the first time, I felt a wall. I had faced enemies who outclassed me in stats before, but it was the first time I felt this way in martial arts. Slice dash. A moment's lapse, and flesh was cut. His sword moved with the flexibility of a snake, yet sometimes with the firmness of steel. But that's not all. His sword had a distinct form and rhythm that even I, with an untrained eye, could discern. In other words, he was a type of opponent I had never encountered before. Even if they were knights, once it came down to a brawl, the outcome was usually determined by split-second judgments, with each trying to kill the other. Slice dash. The wounds on my body began to accumulate. The rate at which injuries were accumulating was faster than my natural regeneration could heal. Yet, I hadn't sustained any fatal injuries. Not because I was dodging well, but because I was chugging potions regularly. Sizzle dash. The deeply cut wounds bubbled as they closed up. After a quick status check, I took a step back. And then, transcend. Eye of the Storm. My grappling move, whose cooldown had just reset, pulled him toward me again. But this time, the situation was similar. He didn't panic, proving he had only been caught off guard the first time. He calmly utilized the momentum of being pulled in to swing his sword. Whoosh dash. Phew, his timing is uncanny now. I'll have to seal off this grappling move from now on. Tap! I dodged the sword and retreated once more. In response, he closed the gap instantly by stepping on the ceiling and spoke. Who are you? Boom dash. If you're with that woman. Boom dash. Are you from the royal family? Man, this guy talks too much. As much as his constant chatter annoyed me, it also made me wonder. From the royal family? Why bring that up out of nowhere? Of course, it was a fleeting question. Wasn't the royal family and the Lord's allied forces invading the eastern region occupied by Orcules? It wasn't strange for this misunderstanding to arise. But there was really only one thing I was curious about. So what happens now? The thought of killing this guy didn't even cross my mind. In the original history, this guy should soon appear before Amelia. But even though winning seems tough, I don't think I'll lose. If I wanted to, I could probably keep him here for hours. I couldn't be sure, but unless some unexpected variable suddenly appears. And then it happened, as if speaking it into existence. Splash. A presence appeared in the distance. And simultaneously, both of us instinctively distanced ourselves, quickly checking the direction of the sound. It wasn't a mistake. Someone was really there. Damn. The person was someone I recognized. Judging by his reaction, Ricardo Luensprake seemed to have information about the man too. Jerome Saint-Tred. As soon as Ricardo Luensprake muttered the name, the silver-haired knight on the opposite side of the passage also spoke. Ricardo Luensprake. It was far from a fond greeting. Their voices and gazes were filled with mutual hatred and killing intent. Of course, it was only natural, considering a rebel who sought to kill the king had met the royal family's protector. I quickly assessed the situation. Okay, I'll let them fight and then escape. The reason the Knight of Light had followed me into the sewer was probably because of me, but given that these two were sworn enemies, it could be an opportunity. Just as I was calculating my escape route. Unfortunately, someone made a quicker decision than me. 2. Ricardo Luensprake muttered a single, incomprehensible syllable. And then, what? He bolted down a nearby fork in the path. It wasn't until I saw him fleeing that I understood what both meant. Damn, is that how it's going to be? He misunderstood me as being on the same side as that guy. Ricardo Luensprake's mistake was caused by my failure to clear up his misconception about me being from the royal family. Honestly, I'd have felt the same way. The idea of fighting 2-on-1 in this situation would have been daunting, so I can understand his mindset. But that's not what I should be concerned with right now. I'd better get out of here too. Briefly shocked by Ricardo Luensprake's escape, I quickly came to my senses and started moving. All the while I desperately hoped, please go after him instead of me. That guy's the crazy one who wants to kill your king. Tap! As I began to run, I heard footsteps behind me after a slight delay. It seemed he'd finished deciding whom to pursue. Slice. Oh well, it couldn't have been that easy. Splash, splash dash. The sound of him chasing me continued from behind. Apparently, he judged that recovering the fragment of records from me was more important than catching the traitor. Or maybe he just had a grudge from earlier. Flash dash. As Ricardo Luensprake escaped and the silence command was lifted, Jerome Saint-Tred used Gate of Light to block my path. Now that we were closer, I noticed his expression had changed. What's with his crazy eyes? The knight who had previously seemed like a pushover now looked at me with the gaze of an unforgiving executioner. Did you think you could deceive me and escape alive? Maybe this was karma. You know how it is. You pick the easy, fast paths, and before you know it, you're surrounded by enemies. But that doesn't mean I regret it. It's not my fault that he fell for it. Before I exact punishment on you, I have one question. The knight pointed his ore-imbued sword at me as he continued speaking. What is your connection with Ricardo Luensprake? Did he order you to retrieve the fragment of records? It was a bit ironic. Ricardo Luensprake thought I was on this guy's side, and now this guy thought I was on Ricardo Luensprake's side. I felt like the shrimp caught between whales. But what can I do? I have to wiggle my way out of this somehow. So, with that in mind, yes, you figured it out. Instead of clearing up the misunderstanding, I just confirmed it. I decided that this would be more beneficial for now. As soon as I nodded, his pupils trembled. Don't tell me you've already handed it over to him? Well, wearing the mask of a liar had taught me something. The key to lying is convincing yourself first. What do you think? When I shrugged, leaving it up to his imagination, he started to panic. So that's why you split up and ran. Impressive. Your reputation as a Knight of Light isn't just for show. When I praised him at the right moment, he bit his lip. I desperately maintained a stoic expression. And then I added the final touch. I won't let you reach the commander. Come at me. A display of determination to buy time for a grand cause. However, such resolve was meaningless in front of Jerome. No matter how much I tried to delay him, he could just use Gate of Light to bypass me. In fact, that's what I was hoping he would do. Cool. What's with this guy? Why is he laughing all of a sudden? Has he lost his mind? I furrowed my brow, and he instantly wiped the smile off his face, glaring at me. I almost fell for it again. What? Whether your words are true or not doesn't matter. I can just kill you and verify it myself. But if you do that, you'll be too late. I don't care if I'm late. Not overreaching and taking steady steps toward the goal. He then looked at me and delivered his grand speech. That is the way of a knight. It seemed he had realized his own method of survival in a world full of liars. So I have no choice but to fight. I quietly raised my hammer. There was no point in saying anything further. He wasn't going to waver. A tense silence ensued. Just as we were about to cross weapons, our breaths mingling, an old man's laughter echoed from behind. Ho ho ho! Since Jerome was right in front of me, I couldn't turn my head to check. But recognizing the voice wasn't difficult. You're quite the expert at deceiving people, aren't you? Oral Garvis. However, Jerome seemed unfamiliar with him. Reveal yourself, old man. The silver-haired knight spoke arrogantly. That's when it happened. You're quite rude. Oral Garvis's voice resonated throughout the sewer. Gah! The so-called Knight of Light clutched his throat with his free hand. His expression looked pained, as if he were struggling to breathe. His gaze was directed behind me, and his pupils reflected shock and disbelief. Who are you exactly? I see no value in you. Gah! Disappear. As Oral Garvis finished his sentence with a dispassionate tone, Jerome's body elongated in midair. A chill ran down my spine. Did he just kill him? Did he just casually swat aside the kingdom's strongest knight, like a fly? As if to answer my question, a voice came from behind. He's not dead. He'll probably wake up in a royal palace. Could he be referring to that essence? Brushing aside my fleeting thoughts, I slowly turned around. Finally decided to look at me. The old man's benevolent smile seemed all the more unsettling. While his lips curved, his eyes remained cold. How much does he really know? I swallowed nervously, and Oral Garvis spoke. You mentioned a barbarian earlier. Son of Thor? Bjorn, right? I asked around in town, and a kind young man told me something interesting. Said he always wears a thick helmet, so they call him the Iron Mask. Just like you. So, he knew everything all along. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 327. Continue reading more chapters here. Ouroboros 2. It was like a monster that had lost its life. Swoosh. Jerome's limp body, hanging above the sewer's surface, scattered into glowing particles. Some items remained, but most were worthless. The seemingly expensive sword, armor, and other equipment were all engulfed in light and vanished. Is it Iblis? I had a hunch about what the essence was, but that wasn't the important right now. The sewer was filled only with the sound of flowing water. Oral Garvis, who had been grinning as if his face was paralyzed, finally spoke. Let me ask, are you an evil spirit? It wasn't a question, but a final confirmation. By now, he was certain that Nibel's Ensa, the 6th-ranked explorer who was impossible to find in the city, was indeed the Iron Mask. Even so, he wants to hear it directly from my mouth. Having witnessed him disable the strongest royal knight with a mere gesture, activated my barbarian Confucian mode and spoke. An evil spirit? I'm not sure where you got that idea, but I am not. Sir. At my polite tone, Oral Garvis scoffed. Lies. So he could detect lies here as well. I expected as much, but it still left a bitter taste in my mouth when my attempt failed. But there was no time to be disappointed. After all, this isn't in the community. There could be physical consequences. So, I can't fool you, sir. You're truly remarkable. I quickly changed my stance. Continuing to deceive him would likely seem like an insult, so I decided to admit it. Yes, I'm the person you've been looking for. I didn't expect to meet you outside, so I couldn't be completely honest. Because you were caught off guard? Yes, I was caught off guard. Besides, I didn't exactly lie, did I? At my bold question, Oral Garvis chuckled dryly. Indeed. Come to think of it, you didn't lie. That's right. I hadn't lied back then. Asked about the city situation. I said the Lord had teamed up with the royal forces for an ambush. Asked if a barbarian had entered about 5 or 6 months ago. I answered that there had been one, and even kindly provided his name as Bjorn, son of Thor. Yes, I couldn't possibly lie in front of you, sir. But here's the thing. Yes? Being deceived in that way is far more unpleasant than being lied to. He had a point. There might not be a way around that. I apologize. I apologize first. And I suffer from a mental illness. Then I added an excuse. Mental illness? Yes. Surviving here has made me deceive people without even meaning to. I really shouldn't be living like this. A kind of shared responsibility. If I say the environment made me this way, then it's this old man who pushed me into that environment. Oral Gavies, who had suddenly become the primary culprit, chuckled. At least this time, he was smiling with his eyes as well. It seemed my brazen attitude amused him. All right, the mood's lightened. By the way, did you come here because of me? Indeed. Snooping around like this feels a bit invasive. As I trailed off and glanced at him awkwardly, Oral Gavies cleared his throat. Ahem, but how else could I find you if I didn't? Oh, by the way, why did the community suddenly shut down? I was wondering if you might have expelled me. Ah, that was due to certain circumstances. Circumstances? Let's just say the royal family got involved. It's mostly restored now. Oh, does that mean I can see you there again starting next month? Not exactly. I recently transferred ownership to a friend. You might still see me, but it'll be rare. By friend, do you mean the GM? Yes, that would be it. Curious. I asked who the GM was, but Oral Gavies didn't answer. It wasn't that he couldn't tell me. It felt more like he was sulking. Well, there's no real reason to keep it a secret, but try to find out on your own. Sorry? If you see me as merely a trading partner, I have no choice but to do the same. I see. For someone over 300 years old, he sure sulks easily. It's his fault for having a built-in lie detector. By the way, how long are you going to keep up that manner of speaking? Sorry? In the community, you talked all formal, but here it feels strange, like you're a different person. Ah, sir, that was just a concept. A concept? Yes, another character, so to speak, a desperate attempt not to be underestimated. I wouldn't be so disrespectful to you, sir. I don't fully get it, but I think I see what you're saying. Oral Gavies nodded quietly. And then, there was a brief silence. It took a while before he spoke again. Anyway, I've come to see if we can start our relationship over. His words were like those of a clingy ex-lover. Sorry? I couldn't hide my confusion, so the old man quickly explained. I want us to be on friendly terms. We could both benefit from each other. Don't you think? Instead of beating around the bush, wouldn't it be easier to work together? Oh, so, I brought you a gift. A gift? I couldn't help but flinch at the word. I felt both excited and worried. What could he be planning? Don't worry. It's nothing bad. Could you elaborate? As you know, I want you to open the door to the abyss. While I call it a gift, it's also for my benefit. Geez, why is he so long-winded? Right so? It's a power that will help you keep your identity hidden. Oral Gavies briefly explained the gift. Essentially, he would use his authority to give me a permanent buff. So, if I accept, I won't be affected by verification magic or interrogation items like misaligned trust, correct? Exactly. The shield protects your body, but it won't work if your mind is exposed. When my mind is exposed, for example, in the place you get summoned to every month. So it won't work in the community. That means I can't just lie my way through the round table. So, what do you think of my gift? I thought it over briefly. It was undoubtedly a useful ability. Since he explained it himself, receiving the gift should protect me from things like misaligned trust. But I feel like he might secretly try something else too. I don't know much about magic. If Oral Gavies planted a tracking spell or something, I wouldn't have the ability to detect or remove it. And the problem is, I can't refuse. He's the old man who knocked out the Knight of Light with a flick of his finger. In simple terms, if he harbored ill intentions, he could force them upon me. All right, will you do it right now? Actually, I've already done it. As soon as I saw you again in the sewer. Really? I didn't even notice. That's my specialty. I see. So, I never had a choice from the beginning. This is pretty frustrating. No wonder he kept speaking in past tense. After the gift discussion wrapped up, Oral Gavies spoke decisively. Just to be clear, I have no intention of controlling you by force. That was good news. I didn't know how long that promise would hold, but it was better than being strangled by magic right away. As expected of you, sir. I respect you. Ha, you flatter me. Though I spoke politely, and he laughed humbly, we both knew it was nonsense. But in social life, even hypocrisy is a form of courtesy. I smiled and organized my thoughts. I had two choices moving forward. Ha, nice to meet you. You said no force, right? Well, I have something urgent, so I'll be off. Stay healthy. Try to shake off Oral Gavies and head to rescue Amelia. And exploit the old man. Take advantage of Oral Gavies' help. It didn't take long to decide. I had tried to avoid him, but here we were again, and shaking him off was impossible. Even if I chose option one, this stalker-like old man would undoubtedly follow me. The iron mask hiding my face would come off easily if he wanted, and then finding out my name would be a piece of cake. If I'm going to give in anyway, I might as well get something out of it. That seemed like the most reasonable choice. Might as well milk him for all he's worth. Having made my decision, I carefully spoke. Sir? Yes, go on. Can I ask for one favor? If you grant me this, I'll reveal my face and name. Your face and name? Yes, haven't you always been curious? That's true, but let's work together on one job. Oral Gavies didn't respond right away. He just stared at me, as if to say, what scheme is this guy planning now? Meanwhile, Amelia, who was leading her sisters through the sewer, suddenly stopped. Why did you stop? No signs of anyone around. But one of her essence abilities, which had been active, suddenly went dead. In other words, he's here. The traitor, Ricardo Lundsbrake, was nearby. So, it's come to this? Then what happened to Jandel, who had been fighting him? That thought came first, but Amelia pushed it aside. She had promised to trust him. Right now, that wasn't the issue. You mean him? At Amelia's murmuring, Laura flinched. Amelia had once told them about Ricardo Lundsbrake chasing her, in response to questions about her severed arm. Yes, him. As Amelia confirmed, both girls tensed with fear. The image of him slaughtering hundreds of explorers, just hours ago, flashed in their minds. Amelia, Laura. Yes. Listen carefully. We're almost there. Amelia quickly and concisely explained the way to the city. Go. I'll try to hold him off. The sisters had different reactions. Why would Emily do this for us? Her younger self seemed bewildered. It almost looked like she was worried about leaving her behind. But her older sister, Laura, was different. Amelia, come here quickly. But, quickly. Despite her doubts and gratitude, she quickly grabbed her sister and ran down the path. For Laura, one thing mattered far more than personal feelings. Amelia watched them run, hand in hand, for a moment. She didn't need to close her eyes to remember it vividly. That dark passage's end. The memories of what she had experienced there. Could she truly change that future? It was still unclear. But, those girls seem precious to you. A deep, resonant male voice echoed softly. That's perfect. She turned to see Ricardo Lundsbrake, smiling wickedly. I'll show you what it feels like to lose them. Amelia tightened her grip on her dagger. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 328. Some might consider it foolish. After all, people are bound to die someday. And in a world where everyone experiences loss at least once, such tragedies are all too common. Some might be surprised to think that a woman who seemed to be devoid of blood and tears would be ruined by nothing more than the death of a family member. Some might call her weak, that in 20 years, she couldn't overcome what everyone else could. Even Amelia herself didn't entirely disagree with these thoughts. But, Puck, even so, if it were her sister, she would surely say this. She would stroke the hair of her always young, needy little sister and say, it must have been tough. Setting aside her sadness, and even her reprimand, she would just hold her tightly and say, you did well. No matter how much the world saw her as a cold, unfeeling woman who didn't know how to express emotions. To her sister, she was just a tearful, immature younger sibling. Because her sister was the only one in this world who could see her that way. Who were you apologizing to? Amelia closed her eyes, trying to ignore the pain radiating from her abdomen. Sister. In the end, she achieved nothing. For 20 years, she had trained in preparation for this day, but it wasn't enough to defeat that man. She had even tried to explain to him that she had nothing to do with the Rose Knights, but he didn't listen. In the end, a fight broke out, and she desperately stalled to give her sister a chance to escape. But this was as far as she could go. Was I just seeing things? The man sneered as he twisted his sword. A burning pain shot through her wound. Do you really think I'll let them escape? The sharp pain brought her mind back to reality. You need to witness this too. What I had to go through. The man pulled out his sword, causing Amelia's body to collapse, and he began dragging her by her hair. What would happen next was all too clear. So you can know what it feels like to lose something. He would harm her sister right before her eyes. Just like that day. Thud. With each step, her chest tightened. Her consciousness blurred, and every time she blinked, the scene before her changed. I knew you wouldn't get far. The man muttered. Sister. Go on. I'll handle things here. Words exchanged on that day as well. Amelia, a sword aimed at her younger self. And then, Puck, her sister, embracing her. Sister. Just like back then, the man's sword pierced her sister's chest. In the end, I couldn't change anything. Finally, Amelia realized. This was the end of her 20-year wish. Happy endings where they lived together in peace only existed in fairy tales. That is a good expression. In reality, all that was left was a foolish and weak human woman standing there. Puck. The man pulled the sword out of her sister's body. At that moment, Amelia's consciousness blurred again, and the scene shifted. The stench of blood filled the dark sewer. Boom! The deafening noise filled the passage. Why are you crying now? The cold skin beneath her fingers still held some warmth. It's not even over yet. Not over? What did he mean by that? She couldn't understand. But, you've worked hard. Now leave it to me and rest. With that one sentence, the tension in her body eased, and she closed her eyes. By the time you wake up, everything will be over. That was the last scene her consciousness allowed her to see. The moment Amelia lost consciousness, I shouted loudly. What are you doing? Take your sister and run. It was a shout directed at Amelia from her younger years, Amelia Young for short. Ah! She hesitated for a moment at my command, but then, with her small body, she lifted her sister and began to run. Phew, now I just have to leave the rest of the old man. I shifted my gaze. You. Loensbrake couldn't hide his panic as he looked around. It seemed he was trying to check if the Knight of Light had come along as well. This guy is really funny. If you're so scared, why don't you just run away? What could you possibly gain by coming here? He didn't respond to my question. He just avoided my gaze with a strange expression. Wait, did you end up here because you got lost trying to find your way out? I asked, half joking, but deep down I wondered if that could actually be the case. He answered briefly. Fate led me here. Talking about fate, huh? I couldn't help but laugh. But then I realized that maybe fate wasn't entirely wrong. If everything ends up flowing as predetermined, what difference does it make from fate? While I was pondering that, he asked me a question. By the way, did you come alone? Yeah. I was never friends with the Knight of Light, so it wasn't like I had anything to hide. Since there was nothing to conceal, I just nodded and asked what had been on my mind. Hey, let me ask you one more thing. Why are you so obsessed with her? You don't need to know? Wow, touchy. With that, I glanced at Amelia. Her injuries were visibly healing. Thanks to the binding scroll I tore before jumping in. In simple terms, the triple binding had made Amelia immune to the effects of Silence Command. If she had been conscious, it would have been easier. It's a bit disappointing, but what can I do? For the sake of recruiting an SSR companion, this level of trouble is worth it. So, step aside, hand over the woman, and you. What are you saying, you one-trick bastard? I gestured with my hand. Cut the chatter and come at me. This would be the last battle of this time travel. Huff, huff. A girl running down the sewer passage breathed heavily. Her muscles burned, and the heat from her sweat-drenched back was unbearable. Sister, you're okay, right? Even as she ran with all her might, Amelia kept talking to the unconscious Laura on her back. There was no response, but she continued to move forward, desperately ignoring the ominous feeling growing within her. Perhaps it was because she was running beyond her limits, carrying Laura all the while. Amelia, who had been running at a steady pace, lost her balance and fell. It wasn't that she tripped on something. Her legs had simply given out. Sister, are you okay? Instead of worrying about her twisted ankle, Amelia immediately checked on Laura. She feared that the fall might have worsened her sister's injuries. Amelia. Laura seemed to regain consciousness from the shock, her voice faint. Sister, it's okay. We're almost there. Don't talk. Alone. Her weak voice trailed off, but Amelia knew what she meant to say. She wanted Amelia to leave her and go on alone. If she had the strength to speak, she would have added all sorts of logical reasons. That she was beyond saving, so Amelia should survive. But, I'm sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. Amelia pretended not to hear, carefully supporting Laura's limp body. Laura, who had always been 15 centimeters taller, now felt so small. Maybe it was just her imagination, but she seemed lighter too. She knew her strength hadn't returned. It's the blood. It was because of the blood. As the weight of the life within her sister's body drained away, her body had become lighter. Amelia leaned Laura against a wall and tore her clothes to press down on the wounds. Then she poured all the potions she had. She should have done this earlier, but she had been too frantic to think straight. Why am I so stupid? Self-loathing overwhelmed her. Her sister, who had always been calm, would have handled this situation perfectly. Grr! As the potion began to heal the wound, Laura twitched in pain. Her forehead and neck were covered in bulging veins. Sister, please hold on. Amelia hoisted Laura onto her back again. But just as she was about to stand up, boom! A loud noise shook the passage. And then, tumble. The ceiling collapsed, and rocks began to fall. At the same time, Amelia's body was thrown forward. Someone had pushed her from behind. Thud! As she fell forward, Amelia quickly turned around. And there she saw Laura. It was a scene too surreal to be real. Her beloved sister's lower body was crushed under a massive boulder. Amelia! Sister! Amelia approached her as if in a trance. Then Laura pushed her hand away. What were you doing? Amelia screamed. And then, Laura's half-opened eyes turned towards her. There were times when I resented you. I know. Even you would have. But now's not the time for that. Listen. At Laura's shout, Amelia shut her mouth. Her voice was rough and raspy, but there was an overwhelming force that made it impossible to refuse. Thud. Laura placed her hand on Amelia's cheek, and in a much gentler tone, she spoke. You finally got what you wanted. You finally got the ordinary life you always wanted. Tears streamed down Amelia's cheeks. Was it sweat or tears? She couldn't tell. But one thing was certain. Thump! Her heart pounded erratically, as if it were broken. Perhaps she had known all along, no matter how much she tried to deny it. Why are you saying that? Laura's words excluded herself, as if this was truly the end. Sister, don't give up. You've taken the potion, right? Just a little more, and we'll be safe. I'll take care of the rock. I promise I will. Okay. At Amelia's desperate plea, Laura's face contorted with pain. But only for a moment. Forget all the painful memories here. An ordinary life is finally beginning for you. Laura forced a smile, pushing her trembling facial muscles upwards. And then, it happened in an instant. Thud. Laura reached out and grabbed the dagger strapped to Amelia's waist, and she plunged it into her own throat. Puck. No. Amelia quickly pulled out the dagger. She poured what little potion she had left over the wound and tried to stem the bleeding with her hands. But, no. It wasn't enough. The blood that had been gushing out suddenly stopped. The potion that had been sizzling and reacting to the wound also quieted down. The warmth drained from her hands. The blood was sticky, but it was no longer hot. Ah! Amelia realized. Her sister was no longer here. Aowa! Amelia screamed, hugging Laura's upper body. And at that moment, the ceiling collapsed again, raining down rocks. Rumble! Amelia saw it, but she didn't move. She intended to stay with her sister until the very end. But the cruel world wouldn't even allow that. Someone grabbed her by the scruff of her neck and yanked her backward. Thud! Her head hit the wall, and her vision blurred. In her fading consciousness, Amelia watched her sister disappear beneath the rubble. And then, step! Footsteps echoed. Amelia instinctively turned her head toward the sound. An old man was walking toward her. Who? The old man looked at her without any change in expression. But if one looked closely, he seemed to be pondering something. After a moment of silence, sigh, how demanding this is. The old man sighed and spoke. Oral Gavies. That's my name. Surviving the Game as a Barbarian, episode 329. The Traitor, Ricardo Lohensprak. The battle with this man shocked me in many ways. It wasn't just the elite skills, high stats, or the aura, what one would typically consider specs. For the first time, I realized how much of an impact weapon mastery could have in a fight. Swish! Even his seemingly casual swings were all calculated, with each move naturally leading to the next. He had surpassed the level of merely being good at fighting. That being said, it's not like the situation was hopeless. After all, I don't have to win this fight. As long as I could buy time, victory would be mine. So I decided to drag it out, carefully observing his swordsmanship. I think I'm starting to see it. At first, I relied purely on reflexes and instincts to urgently dodge and block his sword. But as time passed, I began to understand. I could anticipate how he would follow up his current move with the next one. Swish! When he aims for my wrist, it's just a feint. The best way to avoid it is to retreat, but that's probably what he's aiming for. If I do that, I'll leave my neck exposed. It could be considered a checkmate. If his silence command works properly, that is... Swish! As I canceled gigantification, my body shrank, and his sword narrowly grazed my wrist. Did he calculate evenness? Swish! His sword twisted like a snake, targeting my thigh. Tap! I swiftly retreated. But without hesitation, he adjusted his sword's trajectory again, this time toward the unconscious Amelia. Damn it! I quickly used Transcendence and Eye of the Storm to pull him back toward me, ensuring Amelia's safety. But, shhhhhhh. As if he had anticipated even this, he swung his sword with precision while being pulled toward me by the wind. I barely managed to avoid the attack, but is this guy's brain some kind of supercomputer? The more I fought him, the more I felt like I was being toyed with. It's as if he could read all my moves. I began to understand how modern Go players felt being outmatched by advanced AI. If only I could learn even a bit of how he does it, it would be incredibly helpful. This wasn't a level of swordsmanship one could learn just by watching. It's rare to face such a skilled swordsman in a life-or-death duel, so I tried to learn as much as possible while stalling for time. And as time passed, the old man sighed, should be wrapping up by now. Just as that thought crossed my mind. Ugh! A groan escaped Amelia's lips. She wasn't fully conscious yet, but it was a sign that her injuries were healing. Okay, once Amelia wakes up, we can take him down 2-on-1. That's probably why he kept targeting Amelia whenever he got the chance, even while fighting me. Just like when he saw the Night of Light, he fled. Despite his incredible swordsmanship, he had no pride as a warrior. If the situation becomes unfavorable, this guy will flee without hesitation. No hesitation, not even a glance back. Just like now. I won't forget what happened today. Perhaps he judged that now was the right time to escape, before Amelia fully regained consciousness. Tap! With a typical parting line, he swiftly retreated, putting distance between us. I didn't chase after him. Not that I showed it, but I was nearly out of MP. I had to use swing to avoid being overpowered every time I blocked his sword and constantly used transcendence, leap, and eye of the storm throughout the battle, leaving me drained. Well, that's settled. I approached Amelia. Her breathing was stable, but it looked like it would take a bit more time for her severed arm to fully heal. Huh! Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me, without any sign of approach. I quickly turned around. You really handled that guy all by yourself? It was Oral Gavies, looking at me with a hint of admiration. It would have been much easier if you had helped, sir. I didn't want to meet that fellow just yet. Is that so? It was obvious he wasn't going to explain why, so I turned my gaze away. To Oral Gavies' left was a figure floating in the air, as if by telekinesis. No, not a figure, a person. It was the unconscious Amelia Young. Seeing her here meant things went smoothly on his side too, but I should confirm it. I refocused on Oral Gavies and asked, "So, how did things go?" "It went well. Just as you asked. I made sure to mention my name at the end." "What about Laura?" "HM, it seems your tone has suddenly gotten a bit short." "Ah, no way. Just a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding." The old man gave me a suspicious look, but then let out a chuckle, as if it wasn't important. "Anyway, I took care of her sister just as you requested. Gave her the medicine, treated her body, and sent her up to the surface." I had to admit, the old man did handle things properly. From what I heard, once she was on the surface, he tossed her into the first carriage he saw, making it look like an accident. That would serve as the basis for her lost memories. He even placed an identity badge with no known connections, but matching her age and her belongings. "Seems I figured out what you wanted, so I didn't do anything unnecessary." Haha, of course. With this, there should be no issues on her sister's side. So I moved on to the next matter. "What about her sister?" "Don't worry. As I said, secrecy is my specialty. She'll never realize she saw an illusion. Everything she experienced was real, except for the moment her heart stopped. Laura being crushed under the rocks and stabbing her own neck really happened. Only the moment her heart stopped, and the potion-S effect wore off, was an illusion. But did you really have to reveal my name? That's what her memories tell her, so what can I do?" It was a necessary part of the script to avoid any contradictions. That's true. Still, you're quite clever, coming up with such an ingenious plan." The old man looked at me in admiration, but I just felt a bitter taste in my mouth. In hindsight, it was such a ridiculous farce. It felt like I had become an actor following a script. It's all so inefficient. Even now, I can't shake off the feeling of dissatisfaction. If it were me, I wouldn't have handled things this way. There was no need to fake Laura's death, nor did I need to take Amelia to Nork. I could have just sent her to the surface with her sister. It could have been a happy ending for everyone. But despite that, I used this inefficient method that forced a girl to endure 20 years of tragedy. Because I met Oral Gavies in the past, and because I realized there was no way to change what had already happened, I ended up matching the pieces to the already determined result. In a way, it was like a mere trick of perception. Perhaps the question of whether the chicken or the egg came first was meaningless from the start. After all, does it really matter? Regardless of what comes first, the egg laid by a chicken will eventually hatch into another chicken. You don't seem too happy. Oral Gavies' question prompted me to share my thoughts honestly. Though it was a lengthy explanation, he listened attentively before patting my arm. "I understand how you feel, but don't overthink it. You've gained a lot from this experience, haven't you?" It wasn't exactly comforting. I did gain things that could only be obtained from the past. The buffs Oral Gavies provided, the double-numbered item, Demon Crusher of Crowl, and even Amelia, SSR's recruitment ticket. I definitely gained a lot, but the world, nations, and societies all function because everyone plays their part. Think of this as your role. Somehow, that only made me feel more unsettled. What exactly is the fragment of records? I wanted to ask more, but I didn't have the luxury of time right now. Anyway, since everything's wrapped up, I think it's time to receive my promised reward. Oral Gavies tried to shift the topic subtly, but I cut him off firmly. "It's not over yet. Give her to me." There was one last thing I needed to do. When Amelia Young regained consciousness, she found herself being carried on someone's back, running through the sewers. Even in her groggy state, she wondered who it could be. "You're awake, it seems." The voice brought her back to full awareness. No wonder the shoulders felt so broad they made her arms ache. Iron Mask. It was Iron Mask, the one who had been kind and considerate to her and her sister, unlike the other clan members, both in the labyrinth and outside. And Emily's comrade. She didn't know why, but for the entire day, Emily had looked after them. Amelia wasn't so oblivious that she didn't notice. Why are these people helping us? She didn't know. But there was one thing she knew for sure. If it weren't for their dedication, she and her sister would have. Would have? As her thoughts reached that point, memories flooded back. Sister. What happened to my sister? She was right next to me. Didn't you see her? You were the only one I found in the rubble. Oh. Amelia unconsciously clenched her fists. Ah. Her head felt dizzy. Iron Mask's words explaining the situation seemed muffled and distorted. We're heading back to Nork. The path to the city has collapsed. What, are you asleep? As her consciousness faded again, she heard the deep voice of the man holding her. I'm sorry, I couldn't save you properly. See you later. That was the last thing she remembered. Where? When she opened her eyes again, she was in a desolate cemetery. In the distance, the fortress of Nork was visible, and the air smelled of smoke. And there was no one around. No Iron Mask, no Emily. Not even her only sister. Swish. As if in a trance, Amelia drew her dagger. It was stained with thick blood. Sister. Looking at the blood on the dagger, reality hit her. Everything that happened today wasn't a dream. Ah. Amelia sat there for a long time, listening to the distant commotion. There's someone here. What the who is she? Looks like she's with Felix Barker's pack. Let's take her. She might know something. It wasn't until she was led into the city by the guards that Amelia realized. She was completely alone. Her sister, who had protected her, was gone. Now, she had to survive in this city on her own. As I watched Amelia being taken away by the guards, I heard a voice behind me. Seeing her like that makes me feel heavy-hearted, as if I did something wrong. What is he saying? Trying to play the role of a benevolent old man? Even though he doesn't actually feel that way. By the way, where is my companion? Why did you come alone? That young lady is still back there, leaving an unconscious woman alone. Don't worry, she should have woken up right after I left. Well, in that case, his words put me at ease. She's a woman who can take care of herself, no matter what happens. But there's one thing I'm curious about. Why didn't she come with you? Oral Gavies answered, as if it were obvious. Because I have something to discuss with you. Ah, that? It's not like I can back out now. It's natural for people to change their attitude once they're out of the restroom. Even though I had resolved to give him what he wanted, now that the moment had come, it was hard to get the words out. Are you planning to break our promise? Oral Gavies' voice was gentle, but there was a subtle pressure in his words. Your name. As I avoided his gaze, the old man's eyes glinted as he took a step closer. Tell me your name, or you could remove that mask first. Yes, perhaps it would be better to see your face first. The way he exhaled with every breath was truly terrifying. So, W8. I quickly raised my hand to stop Oral Gavies. Then I reached into my subspace. Seeing this, he asked, Why are you rummaging through your bag? Because I have something to try. The fragment of records? He tilted his head as he saw the item I pulled from my subspace bag. And why is that? Why, you ask? Because this is my final trick up my sleeve. After all, the Lord of Nork had said, when you've completed everything you need to do here, you'll be called back, just as you arrived. The way to return to my original time was to finish all my tasks here. I figured that my remaining task was to save Laura, and that role was now complete. In other words, I could use this to escape to the future without paying him anything. Well, that was the plan, but why isn't it working? The fragment of records didn't respond. Maybe my disappointment showed on my face. So that's what you were after. The old man seemed to have caught on to my intentions, and his eyes narrowed as he glared at me. I've tried to be friendly, accommodating even, granting all your troublesome requests, but to think you plan to betray me in the end. It's a misunderstanding. If we could just calmly discuss. Enough. I know exactly how to deal with you now. Damn it. I unconsciously took a step back, and Oral Gavies gestured at the air. Whoosh. Like the eye of the storm, an invisible force dragged me toward him. By the time I realized it, I was already standing in front of him. Now let's see your face. Oral Gavies reached out for my helmet. I should have just taken it off myself. I regretted it too late as his fingers touched my helmet. Even in the darkness of night, light still exists. Whoosh! Suddenly, the fragment of records in my hand emitted a brilliant white light, illuminating everything around me. This is how you exploit the elderly. As the world turned white, I smirked. Sorry, I really did intend to keep my promise. You! Don't shout. What can I do about it? My role here is done. Your name? At least tell me your. Flash. The light burst like a flashbang, drowning out Oral Gavies' voice. And then, tap. As the light faded, my feet touched the ground. The timing had been tight, but it seemed my plan to escape without paying off had succeeded. Wait, but then, what is this? Wait. As I surveyed my surroundings, I stood frozen in shock. Because everything was the same. The broken tombstones, the gravekeeper's corpse, even the smell of burning from the city was still there. If I had returned to my original time, something should have changed, but everything around me was exactly the same. Except, where did that old man go? Only Oral Gavies was gone. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 330. Ouroboros 5. as the dull sensation blooming from the back of my head spread throughout my body. Thud. The sound of something falling brought me back to reality. When I checked, it was a fragment of records. I was sure I was gripping it tightly even when the light burst out, so why did it fall over there? I hurriedly moved to pick it up. It was only then that I noticed something else lying on the ground. Clothes? It was a robe made from high-quality fabric. Well, the material isn't important right now. What is important is the owner. It's not just any luxury robe. It's the robe that Oral Gavies was wearing. And it's lying on the ground, right where that old man was standing just a moment ago. As if his body was sucked away somewhere, leaving only this behind. No way. I looked down at the fragment of records in my hand. Did this thing activate on that old man? The situation slowly started to make sense. I was momentarily dazed by the unexpected outcome. The fragment of records reacted not to me, but to Oral Gavies. Ugh, I can't wrap my head around this. I tried to regain my composure and went over the situation again from the beginning. There were two possibilities. First, Oral Gavies, like me, was called by the call of the era. And the second possibility, have you used the fragment of records before? I have used it. That Oral Gavies had already used the fragment of records. In that case, it means the old man was living in this era after being called. Then, after meeting me, he completed his task, what he needed to do, and returned to his original time. If it's the former, it means he went to the past. And if it's the latter, it's the opposite. Right? Naturally, my thoughts started to organize themselves that way. But, no, it's still too early to conclude. Realizing the lack of information, I changed my thinking. I don't know enough about the fragment of records. So, keeping all possibilities open would be wise. The call of the era might not only occur in the past. It could also happen in the future. Therefore, I'll think about this later. I put the fragment of records back into my subspace and picked up the robe from the ground. Then I eagerly searched through it. Loot! This is Oral Gavies' drop item, after all. There must be something interesting he was carrying around. You're kidding me. Despite my thorough search, there was nothing aside from the robe. Just some ordinary socks, shoes, and luxurious silk underwear. Gross. Realizing that the piece of cloth I had been fiddling with was underwear, I threw it to the floor in disgust. Frustration welled up. How can this old man have nothing? I had high expectations because he gave off such a final boss aura. But this is as disappointing. Oh! I suddenly remembered Oral Gavies drinking water from his subspace earlier. At the time, I thought it was just a subspace ring. It must have been a bound subspace. A bound subspace, something only top-tier mages can use. In this case, it connects directly to the soul through a tattoo or similar means, so the items don't physically exist. Wait a minute. Does that mean if I use a bound subspace, I can take the equipment I gathered here back to my original time? The thought crossed my mind, but it wasn't enough to make me shout Eureka. After all, I'm not a mage. Unlike magical tools, a bound subspace can only be opened using the mage's own magic power. So this is another dead end. I sighed and shook off my lingering disappointment. No matter how much frustration and regret I vent, nothing will change, and there is something I need to do right now. First, I need to meet Amelia. I gathered Oral Gavies' belongings again and stored them in the subspace, then headed back to the sewer. Even though they seemed like ordinary clothes, I decided to check them one more time in case I missed something. Squelch, squelch. As I retraced my steps, I came across 6 or so corpses. This must be where the infighting took place. I wasn't foolish enough to leave unattended equipment behind, so I looted everything. Perhaps because they were all planning to migrate to the surface, they had expandable bags and subspace rings, so inventory space wasn't an issue. Wow, how much will all this fetch? With bags slung over my shoulders, neck, and arms, I continued walking. However, when I reached my destination, Amelia was nowhere to be found. Judging by the traces of her fight with the traitor, this was undoubtedly the place where she had been knocked out. So where did she go during that time? There was no need to ponder for long. She must be there. I couldn't hide my bitterness as I quickened my pace. And how long did I walk? Amelia was there, in a collapsed passage where more than half of the ceiling had caved in. She was clearing away the debris with such intensity that she didn't even notice me approaching. What s with a sudden scream. It's terrifying. Her expression as she grabbed her head with both hands was so fierce that I quickly moved closer and grabbed her wrist. Thud. As soon as our skin touched, Amelia shuddered and turned her head. Jandel? Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw my face, but she quickly tried to shake off my hand. Let go. I have something to find. What is she talking about? There's nothing to be found. What? I smiled slyly. Didn't I tell you earlier? Everything will be over when you wake up. Despite my words, Amelia still looked dazed. It seemed she didn't understand what I was saying. Never mind, just follow me. Well, it's quicker to show her directly with her own eyes. When she came to her senses, all that remained was despair. In this dark sewer, she was all alone, and the familiar silence meant everything was over. So it's all over. Amelia slowly stood up and began walking. There was somewhere she needed to go. That day, she hadn't been able to do it. Forget all the painful memories that happened here. Finally, a normal life is beginning for you too. She had to leave behind her sister's corpse. When she came back later after some time had passed, her sister's body was already gone. The workers who had been restoring the passage said they had removed all the bodies from the sewer. It became an eternal regret for her. That's why. I have to find it. She had to find it. Even if it was just a lifeless body. She had to find it and take care of it. She couldn't leave her sister's corpse in the filthy sewer. Now that she had returned 20 years into the past, she could at least do that. No, perhaps that was the only thing ever allowed for her from the start. Ugh, huff. It wasn't long before Amelia arrived at the scene of that tragic day and began frantically clearing away the stones. Her actions were so desperate that she looked almost half mad. And that wasn't entirely wrong. Why? Her sister's form was nowhere to be seen. She should be around here. Could it be that even this was not allowed for her? For the first time in a long while, she let out a loud scream. She, who could endure the pain of having her flesh cut and bones shattered with just a short groan, couldn't hold it in this time. It felt like her heart was being torn apart. Thud. At that moment, someone's warmth touched her wrist. Jandel? It was someone she had seen almost every day for the past half year. Someone so familiar. Let go. I have something to find. She immediately tried to shake him off, but the barbarian, as always, didn't let go. He forced her to stand up while saying incomprehensible things. And then, this place is. After walking for a while, they arrived on the surface. In the vast city of Rafdonia, where the royal family's influence reached every corner. Ugh, my eyes. The midday city was blinding to her eyes, accustomed to the darkness of the sewers. But before her eyes could adjust to the light, the barbarian dragged her along to somewhere else. Where are we going? You'll understand when we get there. Despite being dragged along, Amelia scanned her surroundings with her eyes. The passing pedestrians, smiling children and their parents, merchants hawking their wares, and the sunlight reflecting off white marble. It was the place she had once longed for so desperately. A world filled with warm sunlight, a place where one could live an ordinary life, unlike Nork. Of course, she knew now. The surface wasn't exactly a paradise. There were beasts with more malice than those in Nork, and everyday tragedies occurred here too. But even so, at least once, she wanted to see it just once. The sight of herself and her sister living an ordinary life in this city, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing. What? What did you just say? Jandel, you can go alone from here. I have something to find below. I told you, there's nothing to find. When Amelia stopped walking, the barbarian looked at her, frustrated. And he said, your sister is alive. What? Alive? But how? I'll explain everything later, so just follow me for now, all right? The barbarian continued to lead the confused Amelia, and she didn't resist. She didn't have the mental strength to. After a while, it took a while to find it since I didn't hear where he had moved her. Amelia arrived at a relief shelter on the surface. She described her sister's appearance to the staff and found the hospital room. Creak. When the door opened, the figure of a girl lying on the bed by the window came into Amelia's view. Warm sunlight was streaming in through the window. As sister. The sight was so unreal that Amelia felt as though she was in a trance as she approached the bed. She held her sister's hand. Through their touching skin, she could feel her heart beating. How did this happen? At Amelia's question, the barbarian explained what had happened so far. The deal with oral gavies. To eliminate contradictions, he used the first version of the blessing of Lethe to erase her memories and disguised it as a carriage accident. When she wakes up, your sister won't remember anything. She'll believe the name on her ID badge is her real name and live accordingly. I see. So that is how it is. But don't be too sad. When you return 20 years from now, there won't be any more problems. You can just reveal your identity and get close to her. Thump. Her heart pounded. It finally sank in. Besides, didn't that Dragon Slayer bastard try to restore lost memories before? When we go back, let's figure out a way to recover lost memories together. He really did it. This man. Huh. So, say something. You're making me nervous here. Even after achieving a miracle, his feet fidgeted as he anxiously awaited her response, making Amelia smile without realizing it. It's fine. Huh? What do you mean by it's fine? It means you don't need to worry anymore. I want to try to restore my sister's memories. What? Why not? In response to his question, Amelia smiled slightly. Having rarely smiled throughout her life, the movement of her facial muscles felt very awkward. But, because it's better if she doesn't remember. From now on, her sister will be different. The life she had longed for will begin. And in that life, painful memories would only get in the way. So, therefore, goodbye, sister. I'll be fine, even if I'm not with you. Even if I live a life far from the ordinary one I once wanted. Even if smiling is still awkward for me. There will be nothing for you to worry about. Let us go, barbarian. It's Jandel, not barbarian. All right, Jandel. Because I'm no longer alone,